What's going on? What's going on to all my embracers? Guys, I got a good one tonight for you. We are going to be talking about the importance of keeping the melanated money in the community. And I have a very, very special guest, and he is going to talk about his businesses. He is going to talk about how he came about his fruits of labor. And we are just going to learn so much from him. I had an awesome intro, and I just forgot to transfer it over to another, to my computer. But, you know, without further ado, I'm going to introduce you, Mr. Stan Williams, and there's no better person to introduce themselves than themselves. So with that being said, let me go ahead and bring him up. Mr. Williams, are you there?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you? I forgot that you text me the intro on my phone.
Oh, no, that's okay. Not a big deal.
And I didn't have time to transfer it to, I tried to send you a message on Instagram, but I guess it was, you know, it is what it is, Mr. Williams.
That's okay.
So with that being said, I want to introduce you to my channel. Of course, you know, I'm Embrace the Grace. And my channel, I have thought-provoking topics. We have a safe place here for people to say and express their feelings, of course, with respect and dialogue. And I'm just so honored that you're here, because I think that this is a very, very important topic, that it just coincides with the topic that I spoke with last week about unity. Mm-hmm. You know, since we're in Black History Month, and you know, aka Melinated, right. This was the perfect time to bring you up and introduce people how they can grow their finances, how they can learn and become better. So with that being said, Mr. Williams, go ahead and introduce yourself and let people know who you are.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, first, thank you again for the invitation. I think we met a couple weeks ago, I believe. Mm-hmm. And through one of your other jobs, we got a chance to talk. And then all of a sudden, it's like, wow, it seems like I've known this person for a long time, because we're having such a conversation. But anyways, my name is Stan Williams. I'm the vice president of the AngieDocs.com and WealthCards.ai companies. I'm originally from the Michigan area, even though I spent almost 10 years in Arizona. I spent, almost 20 years in the auto industry. Started early when I was 18, 19 years old. And then I retired at the age of 37 back in 2007. So I started my
So
first
not
company in
67. You retired
No,
at 37.
I retired at 37. Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. Now, I'm not
Okay.
that smart, but fortunately, I hang around a bunch of smart people.
That's okay.
Yes, ma'am. And so what was funny was in 2003, I started my first home-based business. I was scared. I was nervous. I didn't know what to do. And as a matter of fact, the gentleman that invited me to start it, he worked at Ford with me. And the funny thing is, Grace, he said, Stan, I'm getting ready to quit Ford Motor Company. I said, man, you must be out your mind. Talking, man, we making $30 an hour and you talking about quitting this. I said, man, I don't want to hear about no Ponzi schemes, no pyramid schemes. I don't want to hear about no drug deals. I don't want to hear about nothing. Uh, where if you don't have to pay your taxes and what you're doing, I don't want to hear about it, right?
I hear you.
And so he started showing me, some of the money that he was making, and I was like, okay, maybe I need to set up the list because it was way more than what we was making at Ford Motor Company. Now I was very thankful for my job. It took care of my family, and I was able to provide a decent life for my wife and for my kids. I've been married 25 years. I have 4 grown children, ages 22 to 31. I have 5 grandchildren. So, you need them health benefits, right? So,
I know that's right.
yeah. So, I was very grateful for my job. But what I learned early on, Grace, is that a job pays you just enough to forget about your goals and dreams. And that's what I realized. That's what I realized. And so he introduced me to a good friend of his who was also in the same company. And at first I didn't want to go, but then this is how he got me. He said, Stan, my wife is making barbecue and I'm going to have some bourbon for you. And I was like, okay, what's the worst that can happen? Some free barbecue and some free bourbon.
I know that's right. That's how he got you. Food.
Oh, that's exactly how he got me. Yeah. And that was smart. Because if he just would have said, well, I'm going to show you how to make some money. Most people, they don't want to hear all that stuff because there's so many crazy scams and stuff out there. People don't want to hear about that mess, right?
Exactly.
And so I went over his house and a gentleman pulled up, and I've never seen a Rolls Royce Phantom before in my life. Until then.
Wow.
Come to find out, this gentleman who looks like me, just a little bit bigger, he was making almost $300,000 a month. And so I'm like,
nice.
You know what? I don't care what you're doing. Just tell me how to do it. And then so he said, listen, I'm going to train you for free. I'm like, you're not going to charge me no money? He said, no. I said, well, how much does it cost to get started in the business? He said, $10,000. I said, okay, who do I write the check out to? That's exactly what it was, $10,000. And he said, Stan, I'm just kidding. It don't cost no $10,000.
He wanted to see your determination.
He just wanted to see my reaction, right? Mm-hmm. Because he said, man, you pulled out your checkbook quicker than anybody I've ever seen in my life. And so he said it only cost $300 to get started. And this was back in 2003. So my very first check, Grace, and you're going to laugh. My very first check was $38.14. And so when I showed everybody was laughing at me. Stan, what you going to do with that $38? You going to buy a mansion? What you going to do, right? But see, they didn't understand that $38 looked like $38,000 to me because I've never made money outside of a 9-to-5 job before. And so that was basically my origins in getting started with my first company. And so when I retired in 2007, I was able to stay job free all that time. So basically,
so
the introduction on how I get started working. Mm-hmm.
That is a great story because I have to tell you, Mr. Williams, a lot of people have a lot of dreams. They have vision boards. They want to do things. And I'm included in this. And we had the conversation last night. And they're just scared to jump off of that cliff because they know they got bills, they got kids, they have health care costs, they have to take care of family members. And to take, because it's a risk. It's a risk that you take.
Yes.
But everything in life is a risk.
Well, I'm going to tell you this, Grace. I wasn't stupid. When I started my business, I didn't leave my job at 4. I
I
kept
hear you.
working. I kept working because I wasn't sure I was going to be able to do that. So it took me 4 years in order to make enough money where I was happy to leave my job. I was ecstatic. I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. So I tell people, listen, don't jump off the cliff and expect that you're going to start flying immediately. It's impossible. When you jump off that cliff, like that one video that I sent you the other day, as far as what Steve Harvey said, you got to jump in order to be successful. He said, you're going, as soon as you jump, you're going to tear your back on them rocks. You're going to hit your head. You're going to do so many things. But sooner or later, your parachute will open. And a lot of people are too scared to let their parachute open. My thing is, I wasn't scared because I knew that life had something more for me than just what a 9 to 5 could offer.
And you know what? And that's how they brainwash us.
Yes.
You know, go to school, go to college, get a degree, get into hundreds of $1,000s in debt.
Exactly.
You know, and then you're going to pay 20 years to pay that debt that help you get the 9 to 5 job. So it's like a hamster in a wheel. You're going around in circles and circles and circles. So tell me, let me ask you a question. Sure. What do you think about the topic that I'm having tonight? The importance of the melanated money staying within the community. Because after I did my research, it's amazing on how much spending power we really have and we just don't recognize.
That's right.
So what do you what do you think about that?
That's a great question. Keeping the melanated dollars in the melanated community. Well, number one, I would say that it opens up opportunities for people that look like us, number one. It enables us to sell products and services at such a high level that all communities want to participate. It's kind of like how hip hop started. Hip hop started as just a fad. Oh, that's going to be gone in a couple years. Then as soon as it started getting popular, then all the other communities started jumping on board, and you start seeing all these advertisements by people that don't look like us. And so that's what happens. You know, we basically set the trends. And so actually, you know, it enables us to do some things that we wouldn't be able to do if we didn't support each other. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
To me, it's always, I don't want to get too political. I don't want to get too deep on your channel, but that crab in a bucket mentality started a long, long time ago. And we all know where it started and how it started. I don't need to go into details about it. But we were always taught to judge each other, to do something that is going to put us ahead of our fellow man, right? And what I learned was when you do the opposite, that's when you become successful. I'm going to tell you something funny. Okay. And so I'm in Arizona, living in Arizona, and I'm at the gas station, and I saw this very, very, very nice looking young lady that had this beautiful car. It's a Jaguar, right? Now, so I went up to her, I said, ma'am, no disrespect. I'm not trying to say anything negative to you. You know, I'm married, happily married. I'm just approaching you to let you know that this is a very, very nice car. And she looked at me like she was stunned that I was coming over to her to say something nice about something that I'm sure she worked very hard for. And I wasn't coming at her in a disrespectful or negative way or trying to say anything. And she looked at me and she could just say, wow, thanks, right? And I said, okay, well, thank you. Have a nice day. And she said, no, wait a minute. Hold on. She said, is that your Escalade? I said, yeah, that's my Escalade. She's like, wow, so what do you do for a living? And I said, well, I work from home. I show people how to make money from home. You know, I didn't want to go into too many details because, you know, I like giving people to shove the whole pizza down their throat. I just want to give it to them a slice at a time. And so at the time, I also had a restaurant too in Phoenix, Arizona. And so I said, hey, listen, you know, come down to my, you know, meet me and my wife, and then we can go ahead and I can show you what I do. So she came down and she got started, you know, so, It's just funny, just being nice, making somebody smile is what I enjoy. I don't care if you got a great haircut. Now, obviously, I'm hair challenged, but even if, there's no jealousy. When I see somebody I said, man, that's a nice looking haircut. I had that back in the day, but no longer, I'm 54 years old now. But anyway, but it's always about being nice and pleasurable to people. Let people know that it's okay that you're doing great. It's okay for us to rejoice success, and we don't do that enough as
celebrate it. Don't hate it.
That's right.
So I kind of came up with the opposite theory of crabs in the bucket. I like to say, create a buffet so everyone can eat. Now everybody's gonna be at the table.
Right.
Some people are gonna be table, but at least they're there and they're eating.
Right.
Create a buffet so everybody can eat. Because why can't we all be successful? Okay?
Exactly. So what we got to do is when we have a table, right? And let's say there's 10 chairs there, but there's a whole lot more people that want to eat at our table. You know what we should do? Get rid of that table and build a bigger table so that we can invite more and more people to be a part of what we're doing. Because what I hate people when they do this, it really frustrates me. When they become successful, they forget where they come from. When they become successful, they don't want to give you the tools. They don't want to give you the bullet points. They don't want to give you the work ethic or whatever it took for them to get there. They want to hold it to themselves. They want to be like, okay, well, I was able to do this, but I want to stand out from everybody else. So I don't want nobody else to be able to do it. So I'm going to keep my knowledge to myself. And I think my generation has did a terrible job disseminating information to the younger generation and helping them understand, okay, these are the do's and don'ts. I hit these potholes. You don't have to hit them. You know what I mean? So I just think we all have to do a better job of coming together as a community and doing well for each other.
And that's what I spoke of last week, of unity. We got to stop hating on each other and helping each other out. Not giving handouts, but giving a hand up.
That's right.
And utilizing each other's strengths and sharpening each other's weaknesses. But we just can't seem to get past that hump. And it takes you maybe pulling up in that Escalade for a person to take interest in talking to you. I bet you if you showed up in a little hoopty, and talked a different kind of way and had a gold grill in your mouth, people are not going to take you seriously. Exactly. But even though that person in that hoopty and the grill gold in his mouth may have knowledge that we can utilize. It may have street knowledge that he can utilize or she can utilize on the other side. And that can be done, but we just don't give each other a chance to uplift each other. It's all about, that's why I tell women on my channel, smile more. Smile to the man. Be nice. Be kind. I bet you'll get your gas filled up more, your car washed more, little surprises. But when you're so damn mean all the time, what are you going to expect? So with that being said, tell me a little bit about your business and what came about it. I mean, because I think this is great, that wealth card, that black wealth card. This is to all my embracers out there who's ever listening, please and welcome, take heed to the message. Thank you so much for coming. I really appreciate you. Tell people what it's about and how it can help them upgrade their finances and get out of this rut of just working 9 to 5, 40 hours a week, waiting to retire. And most people lose purpose when they start working, and a lot of them die.
That's right.
You don't even have time to enjoy your retirement or your pension because now you don't know what to do with yourself.
Unfortunately, that's a true story that happened to a good friend of mine who worked at Ford with me. He was a lot older than me. He had 44 years at Ford, and I used to call him OG all the time. Why are you still working? What's going on? He said, Stan, what else am I supposed to do? My kids and my grandkids are grown and my wife has passed away and it's just me. So if I don't, and all he was doing, he wasn't working online. He was just sweeping up the aisleway, making 40 something bucks an hour. And so when he finally retired, 2 weeks later, he passed away.
Wow.
2 weeks later. Yeah. And that broke my heart because he was like, Stan, if I stop working, what else am I supposed to do with myself? And so we don't want the next generations after that thinking that there's nothing else after a 9 to 5. It's difficult. Just me even thinking about Barney like that. That was tough. But he said, Stan, if I don't have nothing to do, I might as well die. I'm like, and that was just really depressing.
And the fact that it happened, he put it out there. He manifested that.
Yeah.
But that does happen a lot. Even when my dad retired, my dad was your typical rag to riches story. And I'll tell you about that another day.
Sure.
He retired at 49.
Mm-hmm.
And I was laughing as a kid, as a teenager, because I could hear my parents bickering because my dad was out the house all day and my mom was home all day. So now he's home and he's trying to tell her how to run things in the house. And she was like, you know what? You got to go. You got to go find you a part-time for 5-6 hours and get out of my hair because we're not going to make it. And after about a couple months, my dad did his fishing and hung out with his boys, but he got restless. And sure enough, he got a job 4, 5, 6 hours a day sometimes, and it gave him he was back to his old self again.
Sure.
And it's sad that we can't. I have a bucket list, Stan. So when I get to where I need to go, I'm checking off. I have a travel bucket list. And I have a bucket list of things to do that I want to do to enjoy for myself, with my son, and with my future grandkids. And that's how people need to plan. But now, how do we get there, Stan? How do we grow up and be like you?
It doesn't take much to be like me. All you got to do is go down to the basement of your world. You'll see me there. I'm just kidding. Number one, it takes self-determination. It takes an unbelievable, almost a psychomaniacal thought process that's not going to come in between you and your dreams. Sometimes some of us, we're sleeping with the enemy. And what I mean by the enemy is it could be your significant other that doesn't want you to go after your goals and dreams. It could be somebody that say, hey, you got a good job, you stay there, and that's But what you got to realize is if you can't make yourself happy first, you can't make nobody else happy. So I realized that working a 9 to 5 job wasn't going to make me happy. I don't care. I could have been making $500 an hour. It wouldn't have made me a drop of difference. Because you know what, Grace? I get to wake up what I want. I get to go to sleep when I want. I get to do what I want when I want, and I don't have to ask nobody, can I do it? That's a level of freedom. Oh my goodness, that most people will never, ever have. So I'm going to, now if people want to learn a little bit more about me, I think you got the links down there. If they go to the wealthcards.now.site, you'll see a little of me and my inner circle of men who has helped me along my journey. You'll even see a bunch of famous people that you'd be like, okay, how you know all these people? It's like when you're doing stuff, when I started doing some things for myself, Grace, I started getting in rooms with people that I never thought I'd be in the same rooms with. I'm like, wait a minute, how did I end up in the same room with this person or that person? I'm not going to do no name dropping. I'll let people go there and see for themselves. But it's like, my goodness, I must be on the right track because I'm in the same rooms as these people that I see on TV, that I see in movies all the time. So what me and my partner, and this is 7 years ago. Now, most people don't know, Grace, that it takes between 7 to 10 years for a business to become viable and profitable. Okay. It took Amazon over 10 years to become profitable. A lot of people don't know. People think it's instant success.
It's a lot of hard work.
That's right. My goodness. You got to put your blood, sweat, and tears into whatever you're doing, or you're not going to make it. Like what I tell you about your YouTube channel and other things that you're doing, Grace, I say you got to give it everything you have and then find a little bit more that you don't think you do have in order to get on the other side of money. That's just what you have to do. So back in 2017, a good friend of mine named Troy, he started this company, and he had this vision about selling metal cards. Like back then in 2017, the only thing that was out there was American Express Black Card and things like that. But he had a vision, and I remember within our first 90 days, we sold over like close to 40,000 cards or whatever. That was pretty amazing. So we went through a lot of struggles because we had to deal with banking institutions because we're not a financial institution. So we had to deal with the banks had to deal with certain things, that we had to figure out a way to navigate that. And they like you when you get to a certain point, but then when you start exceeding their expectations, Grace, that's when they want to slow you down and kick you in the back. Like,
yeah, and throw obstacles in there and make it harder for you. And this is why it kind of troubles me, Mr. Williams, that all of our Black billionaires and millionaires that we have, that they haven't taken control. I mean, it's nothing for Tyler Perry and Oprah Winfrey to start their own bank.
Correct.
You know, there was over 28 families here in Georgia that bought a whole town. And they're not ousting other races, but they are making it a point to have a Black-owned gas station, a Black-owned grocery store, and that's what needs to get done in order for us to make a dent in the industry. Because, Mr. Williams, we spend over $1.7 trillion a year. That's how much the Black money spends. I mean, let that sit there. Let that resonate to my audience. 1.7 trillion. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's and I wrote it down. That's Mexico, Canada, and Italy. All of their spending put together. And we're only 20% of the population, and we put out there 1.7 trillion Black dollars out there, and very little.
What else is interesting, Grace, is that by 2030, and most people don't know this, and I want to tell your audience this, and I want you guys to really understand what I'm about to say. This is serious. By the year 2030, over 2.4 million jobs will be lost to artificial intelligence. 2.4 million jobs. And guess where most of those jobs are going to come from? Blue collar workers, those that are in the melinated communities. We're going to be the ones that's going to suffer. And so we have to create something for ourselves in order to be able to survive, because people don't think we're in a depression right now. No. We're deep in some stuff. People think, because look at what happened with COVID, and everybody was losing their jobs and they couldn't go to work. But people that own something for themselves, we were able to maintain throughout all the trials and tribulations that was happening during that terrible time. And so, I went out and I got a group of investors together. And if they go to wealthcards.ai and then scroll all the way down to the bottom black footer and click on board, you're going to see 14 men and women of the melinated community that came together to create something special. Okay. We also recently created a company called Angie Docs. So if you go to ANGIDOCS.com / my promo code is S3AAA. Okay. And what we do is we created a space where people can come and get jobs without spending any money. We're hiring consultants right now and we're going to show you how you can make between $50 and $500 a day. Not a week, not a month, a day. Your training is free. Everything that you need will be provided for you. And we're super excited because we just put our platform online recently, and we've already got like well over 110 applicants that want to work for us.
I know that's right. That's
already.
Awesome.
And so what we want to do is we want to train you for free and help you go out there and make money just a few hours a day. You don't need no special education. You don't need no degrees. You don't need anything but get up and go, wanting to learn and wanting to help other people. So that's something that we just launched recently, and people can feel free to go ahead and check that out. And when you go to the wealthcards.now, that's NOW.site, SITE, there's a little form in there that your viewers can click on, and they can leave their name and number. And I'll get back to anyone who has any questions about our two amazing platforms that we have. We're just really excited. We're going to do something special and show other communities what we can do when we come together.
Absolutely. And that was one of the reasons why I wanted to bring you up here, because you are the epitome of when people come together. And it's very evident that you intentionally chose 7 men and 7 women to be on your board of directors.
Correct.
All melinated.
Yes.
So you made it intentional. So it's obvious that it can be done. As long as everybody cooperates and puts in their efforts and their determination. And like you brought up, we need to stop being crabs in the bucket. And you created that buffet. You have created, and now what you're doing is you're changing the table. And you're now you're getting a bigger table because you're adding more. I asked you yesterday, hey, I want to be on that list. You know what I'm saying? I want
you already got a seat. You already know. You got a seat already.
Thank you. Yeah. And you know me, I'm the type that if you've embraced me, I'm going to make sure that I bring people. Not everybody's going to be fit for the journey, because you can't help and save everybody. But you help those that are hungry for the knowledge, that want change. Like a lot of people don't know this about me, and I bring it up from time to time. I do help people with their credit, and I teach them a lot of tricks of the trade. And I don't charge them extra for that. The only thing I ask of them is bring me a family member. Bring me your sister. Bring me your baby daddy. Bring me anybody in your family, because a family with great credit, it can do great things. And people just don't realize that. Like right now, this is my season. Instead of spending all this money on bundles and Jordans and frivolous crap, fix your credit.
That's right.
And then from talking to you last night, your business also helps repair credit.
Yeah, that's one of the things we do too. That's right. Yeah. Because
that's important. In order to start a business, you have to have the credit, to have the cash flow.
Correct.
To have the capital, the working capital. You have to be able to pay your expenses sometimes on credit. But if once people have the good credit and they in the door, then you learn about writing things off. How do you think Trump only paid $777 or $777 in taxes? I mean, it's just, there's so much, and it's a lot of information, guys. That's why I put his websites up there. I wanted you guys to meet him. This is somebody that I have met through the grace of God. Everything happens for a reason.
Thank you.
But we need to realize the importance of the black dollar. Did that phone vibrate, Mr. Williams? Because you did tell me that.
Not yet. No, actually it hasn't vibrated yet, which I'm very surprised, and I'm thankful. We're having such a great conversation. And so maybe, that phone is like, listen, they're doing too good over there. Mess with them right now. But, the funny thing is we talk about credit, right? When I was a kid, I never cared about credit because I'm like, I got the cash. If I want to go get something, I go get it, right? Then as you get old, like, okay, you might have the cash, but then if you don't have all the cash to purchase whatever you want, then they're going to give you such a high interest rate on whatever it is that your cash, like if you're trying to go buy a car, Oh no, the
They
last thing
don't
you
care
want to
that you're
do.
walking in with 7
That's right.
grand down.
They
They
don't
don't
care.
care.
That's
They,
right. And so what's cool about that is we actually can help people with their credit so they can, within 45 to 60 days, they're going to the car sales. Let's say if you want to go get a car, right, Grace? Because
okay.
I know you're looking for a car. So
Mm-hmm.
let's say if you go to the car dealer, right? And your credit might not be where it's supposed to be. And so you would walk out of that dealership feeling what? Dejected, and you would never show your face in that dealership again, whether it's through embarrassment or whatever the case is. You're like, hey, whatever, I'll try another one. But what we do is we enable and empower the car salesman to actually offer you a product where they can offer you 50% off to help fix your credit. And so within 45 to 60 days, we supply your new credit score to that car salesman. And that car salesman calls you and say, hey, Grace, guess what? Remember the last time I know you weren't able to get qualified, but since you used our 50% off credit repair program, guess what happens? Now your score is now 680 and we can get you into a car. And you only paid a one-time $750 for that because it usually costs $1,500 to use our service, but we're giving it to people for 50% off. And even if you can't pay that $750 all up front, Grace, you can break it up into 4 payments of $199.95.
I know that's right.
You know what I
So
mean?
there are no excuses. You're making it
None.
feasible for
That's right.
people to make it happen.
Yes.
I learned cash is king, but credit is power. You know, I remember how I felt, Mr. Williams, when I started my car rental business in South Florida a couple of years ago. I bought 4 cars in 1 month. I bought 2 cars in 1 week. Okay. And then I went 2 weeks later, before the creditors can find out that I bought 2 cars, I snuck in 2 more. Wow. Why? Because I walked in there with 830 credit. And then I walked in there with W-2 forms showing, and it was like taking candy from a baby. They were trying to push me. Miss McClendon, do you want a couple more cars? I said no. I'm good with 4. So what I did was, out of those 4 vehicles, I rented 3 of them, and those 3 was generating income to pay for my personal credit. So people don't realize that they can use their good credit to make money.
Yes.
It's not just about debt. A lot of people, oh no, I don't want no debt. I don't want this. And it's a shame that we don't teach this in high school. In fact, they hurt us in college by throwing credit cards at us and brochures. And it's really sad. And that's why we have to take it upon ourselves. We got to stop blaming. Using the blame game, and just like we research everything and we Google everything, we can Google this. We can get with people that know about credit. We can get our credit fits, because again, throughout doing my research tonight, it says that real estate is the #1 investment that you can do to bring generational wealth. Is by starting by owning your own home first. And then by moving forward. Gotcha. So tell me a little bit more about the black card. So it's a card, and what exactly does the card do for people? Okay, here's one of my cards here, if you can see it, and if you can, I don't know if you could hear that or not, but it's a 100% metal card, and what's great about it is you can put your own logo, your own brand, or whatever it is that you want on this card. And it also comes with the QR code. So when people scan the QR code, what it does is it takes them to your capture page. They fill out their information. It takes them then to your digital e-card, where you can promote all your different social media websites, business websites, whatever it is that you want. But instead of having Discover on this card, instead of having American Express on this card, instead of having Visa on this card, you have your brand. So when you go out to a nice event and you use this card, #1, it's a statement. It's not like pulling out a plastic Cash App card. Okay. It's nothing like that. It's completely different. All right. And some of the other great features is that this card can hold up to $250,000.
You can load all your other bank accounts to it as well. So if you have other financial institutions that you want to connect to your card, you can do that. There's no monthly fees at all either, which is fantastic. You can use it at over 55,000 ATMs, and it comes preloaded with $20. So what card can you go out there and get that's already preloaded with $20? Now, here's the cool thing. You're going to get a free website at this time when you purchase a card. And so if somebody goes to your website and purchases this card from your website that's branded to you, you get a $20 commission. Okay. Now, I want to make something clear. Again, this is not MLM. This is not network marketing. We are a 2-tier affiliate marketing program. Okay. It's almost like how Walmart and Amazon and Sephora and Best Buy, they all have affiliate marketing programs. We are just like them. So those are just a few of the benefits. Oh, and here's a big one too. It comes with a free lifetime discount savings program that allows you to save money on everything you spend money on. So whether you're doing flights, hotels, rental cars, going out to eat, going to the movies, it doesn't matter what you're doing. This is what it's all about right here. Mm-hmm.
So, okay. So just to recap, you have a card with your logo.
Yes,
you're not promoting Visa. You're not promoting Discover. You're not promoting American Express.
Correct.
You're promoting yourself. Correct. Then you get a whole savings discount program that you use for everyday purchases.
Yes.
Then it has your whole tree link there, your platforms where people can find you, your information, all of that.
Yes.
Then it comes loaded with $20.
Yes.
Right away to start off.
Oh, and I forgot to tell you, Grace, it also comes with a free gas card that will help you save up to 25 cents per gallon every time you buy gas, no matter what gas station you are in any area.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So that's a step in the right direction, and it's coming. And ladies and gentlemen, to all my embracers, once again, it's coming from a Black-owned business, and we're circulating the money in the melanated community, and that is what matters to Mr. Williams, what matters to me, and what needs to matter more to people in the melanated community, because again, 1.7 trillion. Imagine if we all stayed home for a week and didn't spend any money.
Wow.
But I've also heard the ugly side of things when people do try to support Black businesses. I'm gonna keep it real here, because like I said, we bring up all the uncomfortable situations too.
Sure.
I've been through situations where I've tried to support melanated businesses, and they've actually sucked. They are overpriced. They don't show up on time. They're just messy, and I get it. And we all go through that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we're always looking for a hookup. Just because we're the same color, I'm gonna cover all bases. You don't ask Mr. Bob down the street for a hookup. So why are you asking Tyrone, who's got his business and trying to come up for a hookup? That's disrespectful. It is. And if the prices are too high, then maybe you can negotiate something. Have the conversation with that business owner so you can continue to endorse them. Because just to walk out, and I've been guilty. I had a barber that was cutting my son's hair, and it was my son's birthday, and I had a day filled, of things to do with my son, because we do it every year. Boom, you get a haircut, we do breakfast, we go to the mall, get the new outfit, then we come home, hang out, and then we go out to dinner. My son's like an old Italian man. He don't like parties. He just likes to have a sit-down dinner with friends and family.
Wow.
Which is easier for me.
Sure.
But the fact remains is that he was late and threw off my whole day. And what really pissed me off was his nonchalantness. You have to value people's time. We waited for 20 minutes, and after 20 minutes, he's talking about he's on his way. So I never went back to his barbershop again. Now having this conversation and doing this research, maybe I should have talked to him a little bit more. Maybe I should have went in there and, cursed him out and then tried to work with him. But we don't do that enough. We just simply walk out and say, we got to work with each other. We're not all perfect. Not all Black business owners are perfect. Some of them are building the plane while they're flying it. So we just got to be more cooperative with each other, Mr. Williams. And and it starts within ourselves.
Yes.
I've gotten burned by all types of businesses, Black, white, polka dot, Martian, but it's really important that we keep this money circulating in the melanated community, because we'll never get ahead. We'll never get ahead.
Grace, if I told you how much money I've lost in search of my passion, in search of my goals and dreams, how many times I've invested in something thinking that was the one, and it comes crashing down, and the immediate feeling of disgust and hurt that I get. But then I realize, wait a minute, Stan, this journey is not going to be easy, man. This journey is not going to be easy, because if it was easy, everybody could do it.
Exactly.
Everybody can do it. It's like dunking a basketball. Like, I first dunked a basketball. I'm only 6'2", so I'm not that tall. But I first dunked a basketball in the 9th grade of middle school. And I realized, couldn't a lot of people dunk a basketball in the 9th grade of middle school? Because if the 5'2" guy could do it, guess what? He would want to do it too. But it took me a while. I kept working on my legs and doing strength and conditioning things until I was finally able to do it. So as an example, you got to keep working hard. You got to keep building your skills. You got to keep investing in yourself. I took all those losses that I did as a lesson and what not to do again. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, I know where that pothole is. I'm not going to hit that again. I already hit it, and I broke my leg on it. I like my leg. My leg is healed. I'm not going to try and break my leg again. And that's why we're so excited about our Angie Docs company, because we're giving people the opportunity to do business the way they want to do it. You know what I mean? You can get set up as a business partner. You can get set up as a sales consultant and go out there and make $50 or $500 or more a day. We're just giving everybody an opportunity with 2 amazing platforms on whatever you want to do to increase your family wealth, because the only person that can make you get on the other side of money is you and your belief in yourself. So until you believe in yourself, nothing else is going to matter. That's the foundation, Grace. Believing in yourself first, because nobody else will. I've had people laugh at me for a lot of years. Oh, Stan, you trying something again? Why don't you just quit? Oh, Stan, you doing this again? Are you serious? Oh, Stan, you might want to go back to your job at Ford.
Yeah, but what I've noticed too? Misery loves company. They're miserable.
Yeah,
and they want you miserable. They don't want you having the nice house or the nice watch or the nice car or the generational wealth, because people fear what they don't know instead of embracing it. And I love this. Look at this comment, Mr. Williams. Braxton the Snake Fiend said, also, Black people need to become the type of owners of what they mostly consume. I mean, that's a good one. Yes, so if you know we love sneakers and we love this and we love bundles, then why don't we open up our own shop? Why don't we own it instead of giving the money to the Asians? Women love getting their hair and their nails done and why don't we have more Black-owned salons? And I get it, because there's going to be the negative Nancy's come in. Oh, well, they make it real hard to get loans. We can't get the money for this. They can't. That is why, ladies and gentlemen, you do what I do. I network. I am a networker queen. That's what sustained my business. I learned more by networking than what I learned in college, because networking is live business. It forces you to articulate with all types and all walks of people. You got to learn how to turn it off and turn it on. I could get
your network is what equals your net worth, because if you're surrounding yourself with people that flip fries at McDonald's. No disrespect to anybody who works at McDonald's, but guess what? I'm sure you're flipping burgers too, because those are your closest friends. So my thing is, you want to aspire to be like people who are living in a way that you want them to live. So I remember when I first wanted my very first Navigator, right? And I saw a guy that had it. And I'm like, man, and then it was funny because I ended up starting to build Navigators, which was funny. But I was like, man, how do you do that? He said, man, I work at Ford. I was like, man, I wish I could get a job at Ford. And he was like, well, go down and go see this guy at this MESC office. Tell him such and such sent you, boom, boom, boom. And so I said, okay. And I went down there, and that's what happened.
And you ended up working there for how long?
And see, I was in the auto industry for close to 20 years, but I was at Ford for 11 years.
But just by a simple conversation.
Yes.
A simple conversation, how it can look how we met. We met through my other job. You're talking about your account, and I want to be a millionaire. So I got to hang out with millionaires. You know, my dad used to tell me who your friends are, and I'll tell you who you are. Either you're guilty by association, or you're doing great by association.
Yes, that's right. And what's funny is, like, on my phone here, I have, and this is not a flex, I'm not trying to do that, but I have 57 millionaires and 1 billionaire on speed dial. I never thought that would be possible for me. I never imagined that could be possible. And so, of course, we all like nice things, Grace. We were just talking about that earlier as far as, buying products in the Black community. We all like nice things. I do. You do. We like name brand stuff. But only should we support the others, we also need to support something that we're doing. It's like, when, what's that crazy dude who's got sons in the NFL, LeVar Ball? He came out with that big baller brand sneaker, right? And everybody's dogging him. It's like, hey, that's not going to work, blah, blah, blah. But we can't discourage each other from going after our goals and dreams. We just can't do that. If that was that man's dream, he said he wanted all of his sons to be in the NBA. And all three of them played. So I don't know. I always respect everybody's grind. As long as you're not out there hurting nobody, you're not out there scamming nobody, and you're not out there disrespecting nobody, I want everybody to give money.
Absolutely.
Period. Especially those in the melanated community. I definitely want us, because if we come together and do something special, guys, we're going to build generational wealth that we will never enjoy, but our kids, grandkids, great grandkids are going to enjoy our, the fruits of our labor.
One thing that irks me, Mr. Williams, and I talk a lot about it when I talk to people about their credit, is seeing these GoFundMe when somebody passes away.
Yeah.
To me, that's embarrassing. It shows that there was no proper planning. Yes. We're all going to die.
That's right.
We're all going to expire. We get life insurance. We get insurance for our phone. We get insurance for our car. We get insurance for our house. Why would you not get insurance for your life and have things in order? Mr. Williams, my dad mapped out his funeral like a woman plans her wedding.
Wow.
He wrote every detail down to the music, who rode in who limousine, what food was going to be served. It just went so smooth. There was no arguing. We all he gave us the safe space to mourn instead of trying to argue over materialistic things.
Right.
And if people just realize how important that is, to have a will, to have a trust, to have your ducks in a row, and not leave that burden on your loved ones, because they need that time to mourn you. Yes. But instead, now everybody's scrambling around, trying to scrape up money, trying to bury you. Now we're going to cremate you because that's all we can afford. And then the funeral parlors, they work on your emotions and your mourning. So I say all this to say that we really need to do better, proper planning in our lives. We need to do more research. We need to go for our dreams, and we need to associate ourselves with people who are already there. You're where I want to be. So of course, and again, God put you in my life for a reason. God does and sends people to you for a reason, because that's one of my prayers. Lord, take me back where I used to be financially. I don't know this life. You know,
I
I don't
completely
know this.
understand.
Yeah, but I'm making it, and I've learned a lot of things. I've learned how to, how to finagle money, how to rob
Yeah,
Peter to pay Tyrone,
yeah,
how to
yeah,
play cat and mouse. So maybe
yeah,
it's making me more savvy to get
yes,
ready for the blessing that's to come. And then I met
yes.
you. You
Wow,
see, and
wow.
I'm like, wow. Okay, I see you up there. I see you,
Well, see,
and
Grace, there's
that's
always a price to pay. There's a price to pay. I remember when I got in like $120,000 worth of debt, credit
mm,
card debt, over $100,000 when I was going through my divorce. And I would say how much I had to pay in my divorce, but you guys be like, okay, man, how are you not in a mental institution after paying all that money? So I'm not going to say the number, but it was astronomical. I told you though, Grace, you know what it is.
yeah. I know. I
Yeah,
already know.
and so you can't put
But
a price on peace of mind, though. You just
there
can't.
you go.
You
He
can't.
said, guys, for the amount of money that he paid, he said he happily paid it because
Yes,
it gave him peace of mind.
that's right. And
It
then it
gave.
allowed me to find my true blessing. And I'm gonna tell you guys a real quick funny story on how I met my wife. And you guys
This
have
is
never
so cute,
heard nothing
guys.
like this in your life. I guarantee. If anybody's heard a story like this, contact me and I send you $500 because it's crazy. Okay. This is how I met my wife. So I went through my divorce with my ex-wife. I don't know if you guys know about the Caravana Festival that they do in Canada every year. And so, uh-oh. And so what was crazy about that was, so I'm on my way home and I'm frustrated, even though I had a great time there. My ex-wife is calling me, money, okay, whatever. So I get home and I'm so upset. I had a Ford Expedition at the time, and I'm listening to Najee, okay, listening to jazz music. And that's how I used to calm down, jump on the expressway. So I'm driving on the expressway and I see this woman in this blue Ford Taurus driving right next to me. And I'm looking at her and I'm like, wait a minute. I think I just saw one of the most attractive women I've ever seen in my life. And so what was fun, I was like, how do I get her attention without seeming like a creep, right? And
Mm-hmm.
so it's like my mind is saying, okay, Stan, think of something. And so all of a sudden I was like, okay, so I grabbed my cell phone. Now this is back in 1999. So
Mm-mm.
I had a cell phone with the pull-out antenna, right? With a flip joint.
Mm-mm.
And so when I leaned over to look at her, my arm accidentally hit the horn on the steering wheel. And she looked at me and she smiled. I'm like, see, you done messed up. You shouldn't have smiled at me. So I'm definitely not going to leave you alone now. And so I held up my cell phone and I waved it at her and motioned for her to follow me off the expressway. I didn't think she would, you know what I mean? But she did. I'm like, oh, snap. And I've never gotten nervous talking to a female before in my life. My hands are shaking and everything. I kid you not. And so when we met, we pulled over in a public place, but her door was locked and her window was cracked about that. Because she didn't know me. I could have been some crazy psycho, right?
Could have.
I slipped my number through the window. She gave me her number. A whole week goes by. I was thinking she was going to call me that night. But what happened was a whole week goes by. I end up calling her and I said, hey, this is Stan. We met about a week ago. And she said, I know who you are. I've been waiting for you to call because I was not going to call you. I had instant respect for that. Instant respect. So on our very first date, and I'm going to wind the story down. On our very first date, I took her to Abe's Coney Island, which is the grimiest, grossest piece of restaurant crap that you could ever go to. Because I'm like, if she's materialistic like my ex-wife, I'm taking her home. Flies flying around everywhere. Now, we didn't eat. We were just there drinking water, right? The waiter kept coming by. You guys want to order? I said no. So I gave the waiter $20, just to say thank you for checking on us, but we left. She said, where are we going? So back in those days, Red Lobster was a place if you wanted to impress a female. I don't know if they got Red Florida or whatever. But so we got there and I'm ordering a surf and turf. Now, I didn't know she was vegetarian because my wife is from New Delhi, India. She's Indian. And so when the bill got there, it was like 90 something dollars. And so she reached for it. And I'm like, what are you doing? And this is how I knew I was going to marry her, Grace. She said, just because you're the man doesn't mean you got to pay for everything. I've never heard that before from a female in my life.
I just got chills because I always stress on this channel that one, men do test women.
Yes.
You guys do test us. That's your way of vetting us.
That's right.
You know?
Yes.
Men know right away if they want to. You could be with a woman for 5 years and not marry them, and then meet somebody and marry them in 6 months.
That's right. Now, here's the end of the story. So I said, when can I see you again? She said, just call me. I called her the next day. She only lived about 10 minutes away from my job at 4. So I took her out on a date every single day for 3 weeks. I bought her flowers every day for 3 weeks. I bought her a Hallmark card every day for 3 weeks. Weeks after we met, we moved in together. 1 year later, we got married, and we've been together ever since. We met on Valentine's Day, 1999.
That is such an awesome love story. You went from divorce to bliss.
Yes, just like that.
So there's hope for me. There's hope for me, Mr. Williams.
Absolutely. There's hope for everybody. Just like in business, do not give up on your goals and dreams. Don't give up of where you see yourself, not 10 years from now, but 10 days from now. Keep putting one foot in front of the other. Work hard, and you're going to get to where you're going to be. Uh-oh, there go my phone.
All right.
Yep, there go my phone. Okay. So, but it was an absolute pleasure, Grace. Thank you for the invitation. Maybe I can come back again. You know, if you got different topics, I'd be happy to join your channel again. This was fun.
Absolutely, Mr. Williams. It's been an honor. Thank you so much. And I will definitely push your websites. Okay. And I'm going to get a card myself, because the best way of advertising is actually holding it up and getting my own card.
A product of your product.
I hear you. You have an awesome night, sir, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Take care. God bless everybody.
Take care now.
Peace and love.
Bye-bye.
God bless.
Well, guys, I really hope I put the link in. So now it's going to be my normal show, my normal panel. I just wanted to give all the attention to him and get all the questions, because that was important. I wanted you guys to see the epitome of somebody who worked really hard and put blood, sweat, and tears for 7 years to his business, and now he's a millionaire. And it could all happen for us if we all work together. So the link, did I put the link in the chat? Hold on 1 second. The link is in the chat, so you guys are welcome to come up, because now we'll talk about the topic. I want to hear what you guys have to say, because you know this is a hot topic about keeping the Black melanated money in our community, because we're too busy making rich folks even richer. So come on up and let's talk about it. I mean, I'll start with my information and my statistics like I usually do. So, and I'm glad, and thank you for guys being in the chat and allowing me to have this interview, because I had to get it in. I had to get it in because, again, he is the epitome of what I'm trying to become, a millionaire. And I'm also trying to help people come along with me. Not everybody's going to be able to come on the journey, but you best believe I'm going to set the table for people who want to sit down at the table with me. And some of y'all may be at the kiddie table, but you'll still be there. Okay? So let's get into it. And, you know, if you guys want to come up again, you're welcome to come up. But let's get into it. The black dollar is so important because in a recent study found in 2021, the black dollar was responsible for over 1.7 trillion. I'm going to say it again, guys. 1.7 trillion in spending on consumer goods and services. Furthermore, Black Americans were responsible for 20% of all luxury goods purchases in 2021, even though Black Americans only represent 13% of the American population. So let's really get into that. Again, 1.7 trillion. And out of that 1.7 trillion, 20% of it was on luxury goods. And we only represent 13% of the population. So with that being said, that means we're spending 20% of our money that we have and make, we're spending it on luxury goods instead of life insurance, instead of burial plots, instead of planning for our future. We're spending money on luxury goods. And look, I'm guilty as well. I love me some Michael Kors, okay? But there had to come a time where you have to make a decision. Are you going to pay for that life insurance, or are you going to buy the latest Michael Kors bag? And this is the mindset that we need to start getting out of and stop spending our money on bullshit, because that's what it is. And now we up here looking crazy, talking about GoFundMe. Oh, we need to bury Junebug, you know, because we ain't got no money for a funeral. That's embarrassing, people. It's embarrassing as a community. It's embarrassing for the melanated community that we have to put a GoFundMe fund because we didn't properly plan. We'll properly plan our outing or a date or a trip. So let's see, how much does the black dollar flow through the community? A Black Star Project study on the racial wealth gap calculates that a dollar circulates 6 hours in the black community versus 20 days in the Jewish community and 30 days in the Asian community. Blacks have an estimated of 1.7 trillion gross national income, but only 2% is recirculated in the melanated community. Do you guys hear me? Only 2%. We're making the money, but we're not bringing it back home. Excuse me, guys. Hold on one. So we're bringing in the money. We got money to spend. But what the hell are we spending it on? Is it creating generational wealth? Is it fixing our credit? Why are we spending all our money on rent when we can own? Why are we paying a $750 car payment that you know you can't afford, but you're renting a room? I mean, we have to get out of that ghetto fabulous mentality. What are we showing our kids? Yeah, I know Biggie. Biggie spoke on that too. You know, why are we having kids that we know we can't afford? And now we're asking for handouts. And if I'm saying anything that may offend anybody, then I apologize. If it doesn't apply, let it fly. But it needs to be said. If you're living in poverty, why would you have 4 or 5 kids and bring those kids into poverty, where you can just have 1 or 2 and do well for yourself with them? And instead of not being home because you have to work 3 jobs and never being there for your children or creating memories. I mean, let's get down to the real nitty gritty. We don't even realize the power of the black dollar. The power of the black dollar is empowered through understanding, suggesting ways to invest in black-owned businesses, and build networks. Okay, we got Mr. Best in the world. How you doing, my friend?
Hey family, what's up? What's going on?
What's up? So how much of it did you get to see with Mr. Williams?
I was able to kind of skim into what he was talking about a little bit, and just the importance of like finance and stuff like that. I mean, if you have any questions based on just my thoughts on finances in our community, I'm willing to answer it.
Absolutely. Let's get into it. What are your thoughts on the importance of the black money in our melanated communities? What do you have to say about that?
Man, I think that it's important, but I think we have to understand the importance of finances, but also we have to understand the politics of finances as well. We understand both. You know what I mean? If we don't understand both, then it's going to be hard for us to really kind of really deal with finances, even map out our finances and really understand like why they're important. You know what I'm saying? So, and I think that's going to play a big part on what we do, how we do it, and how we move. You know what I'm saying? Because I think a lot of times we will get money, but we don't know how to manage money because we were never taught how to,
You're
and
absolutely
we were
right.
never explained. You know what I mean? Why this is important. We just think sometimes we just think that okay, I pay my bills right, and I'm good. You know what I mean? I pay my bills, I'm good. But it's like no, like you, there's no things that there's no future in you trying to just do only that, right? You have to maintain your future. You have to maintain your lifestyle, and you have to maintain, you know, something that's going to benefit you beyond that career or beyond that work. You know what I mean? Title. Um, but I think but it starts early. It starts with, your parents or a mentor or somebody who's been in the work field to teach you those things, right? No kid just understands these things off bat because you're going to school. The school system is not teaching us work ethic, right? They teach you how to be a good student, how to get your papers done and stuff, but as far as how to be in the work industry, that's not a course that they give you, which they should, right? I think between the 10th and the 12th grade, you should have you should have a work ethic course, right? So you get in the work field, you know what to do, you know about being on time, dress code, all that, right? And you're not
Mm-hmm.
confused. You know what I'm saying? So when you get in the real world and you done finish your studies and you done do what you want to do, in your mind you think, okay, I done made it, I'm done. Like I'm done with school, I can do whatever I want. It's like no, now you are
Now
now
you are in $150,000 worth of debt because now you got to
yeah,
pay for your school loans.
yep.
Um, do you think that I think it's intentional that they don't teach us that. Do you think that it's intentional?
Um, is it intentional they don't teach us that? I think okay when it comes to for my parents, I think that sometimes they may not have the knowledge, right?
No, I'm
So
talking about schools because I remember I had a home economics class when I went to school. I remember we had home ec. I mean, and I'm showing my age here right now, guys, but and the boys used to go to wood shop, and we would alternate. I mean, they're just not teaching basic life skills anymore. So, you know, they want to
yeah, I
all
mean,
to be hamsters in a wheel.
no, I agree with that. You know what I mean? The only thing I'm saying is that with that being said, um, you know what I mean, with that being said, it's like okay, if if the system is only teaching us to kind of do certain things, right? So let's say, because not everybody goes to college. Some people just get their diploma and they're happy with that, right? And there's nothing wrong with just getting your diploma. I just want to put that out there because some people don't even have that. Okay, let's just be clear. All right, I know a lot of people that don't even have a diploma. Okay, and and I know that some people may say that's the bare minimum, but some bare minimum things people don't have, right? Like some people don't have a bank account, so we can't assume that people just have these things, right? Because that's an assumption. Um, so if somebody does not basically, you know what I'm saying, is not basically in college or they haven't graduated or whatever wherever they stand as an adult, right? Or let's say they have graduated, they do have that wherever they stand, right? I still think, right? I think the school system too would do a lot better if they prepared the kids for adulthood. You know what I mean? And it would boost our economy as well, right?
Absolutely.
It would send a huge boost to our economy, right? Because now, as a younger person, right, they're going to spend more than me and you because they have to get their life together, right? So they're building their life. Me and you already have a life built. You know what I mean? We know what we're doing. We know we want to live. We know where we want to go. We know who's gonna live with us, right? Like that's already set. The only thing is just how much it costs and how much time it takes, right? That's it. But a young person, that's not their mindset. A young person is, okay, I gotta build my life now, right? So now I'm gonna buy me a wardrobe. Now I gotta buy me this, and I gotta get it. If I want to get my own home, I gotta save. I gotta leave my mom's house. I gotta get my own car, right? Unless the car is already supplied by my parents. Unless it is already supplied by a parent or an adult or an elder, somebody in their life, right? or grandparent or whatever, they have to build their life, right? But once you become a full adult, especially within, I would say, your late 30s, 40s, and beyond, right? And your life
Mm-hmm.
is already built. You know what I'm saying? You at that point, you ain't trying to figure nothing out. All you need to know is what where I'm gonna go, and you already got things mapped out. I have so many things like mapped out already, right? Within my life that like it's just all I gotta do is just kind of figure out, you know what I mean, which opportunity is gonna cook up. You know what I mean? That's all I got. That's what I'm thinking about. I am literally not thinking about how to build my life. I'm not thinking about that. I'm just thinking about, okay, what are the steps I need to take just to get this done? You know what I mean? It's a different mindset. You know what I mean? I'm not a kid that's coming straight out of school, high school or college, and now I'm new to the world, and so now I'm in a shock in a sense, right? Because they all experience a shock, right? They all experience a shock because now I have a freedom that I'm not used to, right? But I have responsibility I'm not used to either, right? So it go hands in hand. You know what I mean? Hey, Biggie. Or, you know what I mean? There are times where, right, like depending on their circumstance, right, they may not have to be as responsible as some kids, right? Some kids have it easy, right? Some kids, they're gonna have a great parent like yourself, right? Or like, Smitty, or like other parents, right, that we know, right? They're gonna have a foundation laid, right? So boom, when they step out into the world, that foundation is laid, right? Like if it's your child, Grace, I know you got things already lined up. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Because you planned
Yep.
ahead, right?
But the thing is, hold on, and not to cut you off, but and I get it that we're not taught that, or parents are not taught that, but these damn
Yeah.
kids know how to look up anything and Google something. Can we not be self-taught? Can we not do the research on our own instead of, keep blaming the school system or blaming our parents? Because these kids can learn how to YouTube something and how to build the what, but they won't take it upon themselves to learn about finances and how they can become better? Or you're saying because they're young, they just don't have that mindset?
It's both those mindset, and then also, you could read something all day, but if you ain't experienced it, then you don't know it. They ain't never been fired from a job. They ain't never been laid off. They ain't never have to switch job. They never have to do none of that. Be transferred. They ain't have to do none of that, or move to a different area, or move to a different city or a different state. They haven't lived, right? You know what I mean? It's like if you watch sports, Grace. You see a young athlete and they nice, like they nice with the ball, like they got mad talent. Like, yo, homie, nice, but if he ain't never been challenged, right? Then we don't really know if that skill is really manifested, right? Because he hasn't been challenged yet. He can do everything on the court, right? And you've seen this because you coached before. The kid is not missing anything. He has all the tools, but he has not been tested, right? And until he is tested, now you're gonna see if that skill is, you know what I mean? If you still got the will,
As good as it is. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you got the skill, but is your will there, right? Or are you gonna fold when that defense gets a little tight, right? When somebody is so defensively good that they can smack the ball out your hand, you can't get your little crossover move. Now we're gonna see what you are. Know what I mean? Now we're gonna really figure out.
I hear you.
So that's the thing. They may have everything. They may have all the talent, all the knowledge, but until they test it, it means nothing.
Best, what I did with my son is, well, the first thing I did is that I put him on all my credit cards as an authorized user. But I gave him 2 credit cards. And he did exactly what a kid is expected to do, but I knew he had a job too. So if he went cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, so he went up and charged almost $400 with the charges. I'm like, oh, this is what we're doing. So what I didn't get upset because that's what they do. Like you said, they don't have the mindset. They don't have the education. So what I did was I turned that into a learning moment. When that bill came in, I sat him down and I said, okay, this is how much you owe. What do you mean I owe? He thought it was free money. I said, no, you have a bill every month. This is your APR. This is interest. This is your due date. So it turned into a lesson. I tell you what, he never did that BS again. You know what I'm saying? He's like, if I don't have the money to pay for it at the end of the month, I'm not putting it on a credit card. And sometimes we have to allow our kids to fall and scrape their knee, which that was kind of hard for me, but I had to do it. He's getting older. I can't, I got to cut the umbilical cord. And you're right, because my dad knew how to make money and how to spend money, but he never knew how to manage his money because he was a rags to riches kid. So he never had money till he ended up making it, but then he didn't know how to manage it. And I guess that's a lot of us, and that's okay. But as long as we realize that we can do better, and when we know better, we do better. That's the whole point, right?
It is, but let me say this too, right? Because um, you know what I mean. But and because I want to talk to all sides of it, right? Because yes, there are the kids who, right? They have a good family that's teaching them responsibility. There are kids, who don't have that and have to basically pull themselves up by the bootstraps, and they have to learn it on the fly, or they gotta get the information from an old head or whatever, right? Or
Mm-hmm.
OG on the block or whoever, right? They gotta get it from somebody, right? But then there are those kids, right? You know what I mean? Who are living high on the hog. They richy rich, right? They don't, they not look, man. Everything it's like coming to America. Everything they do is controlled by somebody else, right? By the time they wake up, somebody damn near washing them up, right? They have everything mapped out for them, right? So because our society is so blended, right, in that regard, you know what I'm saying? Everybody's gonna have a different experience. You know what I'm saying? So literally what it boils down to is a simple fact of, right, your education should be given to you kind of based on your experience, right? Because a kid who's living like that probably he ain't gonna need the education that I needed as a kid. He don't need that, right? His father owns Google or whatever, and he ain't gonna never experience nothing bad. He will always be in the clear. It'll always be green for him, no matter what
Mm-hmm.
happens, right? So he should just be educated based on that experience, right? But I could be wrong, right? Maybe he needs the education that I have because maybe, right? Maybe just a drop of the hat or whatever. Maybe he may be put in a situation where he has to know something, you know what I mean, that is different than his experience, right? You know what I mean? Anything can happen in life, right? So, you know what I mean? So maybe all that protection and all that as they say, maybe coddling, right? I don't call it coddling. I would just say like it's just a different lifestyle that I don't know, right? And if it's a different lifestyle I don't know, right? Maybe with all that, you know what I'm saying? Maybe he'll never experience that. But just a normal functioning person, yes, they're gonna a kid is gonna need certain tools, financially and everything else. So to the brother JT. And if he don't have that, right? Especially with our youth, because most of them ain't living richy rich, right? And salute to the ones that
Mm-hmm.
are, right? Because we know we got the Black Beverly Hills and all that, so salute to them, right? But for those who are just living normally, yes, you're gonna need some tools, and you're gonna be tested, and those tests you're gonna, because I don't really, the only time you fail is if you quit, but you are gonna take some lumps, you're gonna take some hits, and that's all I gotta say.
And Mr. Best, I even though my son went through that, he's still making bad financial decisions. He will eat his whole paycheck up and forget that he has a cell phone bill to pay. So I let that cell phone shut down, and he almost went to cardiac arrest. I said, stop spending $28.63 on Uber Eats when there's food at the house. So he's getting his growing pains. Like as soon as he turned 18, I told him, you better get your own calling plan because you are going to be off of my calling plan because you don't know whether you want to get Chick-fil-A or pay your cell phone bill. So we're going to see what he's going to end up doing. So with
And,
that
and the
being
way and
said,
the way you cook, you cook way better than some Chick-fil-A. I done seen some of your meals. I don't know what he
I,
doing.
because he's a kid, and they put something addictive in that Chick-fil-A, and
Oh,
and
they damn
and
sure
that's
do.
it's out there, guys. If you don't believe me, look up the research. But the thing is this kid loves to eat out. I get he gets that from his grandfather. My dad loved eating out, and that was every Saturday night thing. And it's just like bro, there's food at the house, but I want this, I want that. And he'll take his whole paycheck. And like, I gotta sneak. As soon as he gets paid, I gotta transfer that money out and beat him to the punch so he don't spend the money. He's like, Mom, what happened to my money? I'm like, sir, you had a cell phone bill. You paid the Netflix bill. This is what happens when you have a job and you got bills to pay. Well, I'm only a kid. You're about to be 18 years old in 2 months. In the eyes of the law, you are an adult now. So we're going to keep it that way. And I know a lot of parents say I'm being too tough on him, but you know what? I'm actually getting him ready to be somebody's husband and somebody's father. I told him all his life, I'm not raising no bum. So you better get your shit together. So with that being said, let me
Salute to my young Aries King. You know what I mean?
They share the same birthday, JT. I swear to God, my son and Bess, they share the same exact birthday, and then me and Smitty share the same exact birthday. So it's crazy as hell up in this family. How you doing, Mr. JT?
I'm doing well. I'm good.
So did you get to hear anything of what Mr. Williams was talking about?
Yeah, I was listening to it. I was listening to the show in the car.
And what do you have to say? I mean, well, of course, about the topic, the importance of keeping the Black melanated money in the community, and then some of the stuff that Mr. Williams was saying.
Yeah, when it comes down to having your own business, he was right. You got to put everything in it, and because there's nothing that's going to come out of it if you don't hustle. That's the thing about entrepreneurship. With entrepreneurship, the success of your business is based off of the hustle that you have for it, and a lot of
what you put into it is what you get out of it.
Absolutely,
you're absolutely right. I remember when I had the limousine company, I worked 7 days a week for 3 years straight.
Mm-hmm.
I would but I enjoyed it. It didn't feel like work. Some office manager, she would knock on my door, because I even had her move in with me, because the limo company is a 24-hour business. So if she needed to get up and do some shit, I needed her right then and there, and she would hand me my cup of coffee and my itinerary for the day. So not only was I networking, I was also driving the vehicles. The one thing I didn't do is I was not washing the vehicles. That was I was not doing that. But the fact remains is that I enjoyed it because it was my business. I would get up in the middle of the night to go pick somebody up at the airport after only sleeping 2 hours. But you know what? That was me. That was my, and there's no more gratifying feeling than knowing that that's your baby. You're making the money on your own. You don't have to answer to nobody. If I didn't want to go to work and I just call up a driver, hey, you got this, and today I'm taking the day off. Right. Having that freedom, like what Mr. Williams was saying, having the freedom to come and go as you please, instead of them telling us when to clock in, when to go to lunch, when to go to break, when you can get off. Can you go on overtime? Do they granted the request for a PTO day? I mean, it's just nothing like it. Nothing like it.
But before you can even get to that, you got to do the hard work. See, a lot of people don't want to do the hard work first. And I've seen it in so many businesses. So my family had a home care business.
Okay.
And we didn't start it like a lot of other people did, where they knew exactly what to do. We didn't do it that way. We had to learn as we went. And, we did it for 9 years. And man, when I tell you how much work it was, I'm talking about, and this was from my mom's dream. I remember because before we had my first office, we was doing it, we was working out of the basement, and most of our work was researching. How do you get certified? Once you get certified, then how do you get certified for billing, and how do you how do you market, and all these different things that we learned. We was going through it, and the funniest part was we had all of the stuff together for certification. but did nobody tell us that we had to be surveyed and accredited before we could be certified? That was
Ooh.
another. It was like, well, it wasn't really heartbreaking because we already were. My uncle was a victim of a hit and run, and he was a paraplegic. So that's how we got into the whole home care, taking care of him. But she wanted to do it a different way. She wanted to be Medicare, Medicaid certified. She wanted to be able to use any and every type of insurance, and plus, have a catastrophic company. So we started out catastrophic. That was because it was just easier to do it like that. And, we had to capitalize off of, what was so hard on our family. Because my uncle, he was the baby of 10. And he was the one that was, they all were at some point. A lot of them were successful, including my mom and all. But he was very successful. It was kind of like, he was an, what do you call it? Not the X. He was right there, right before you get to Generation X. He was that. He was only like 13 years older than me. So he was the architect. He was getting ready to go to Arizona because he had a new business, and he did this straight out of high school, Votech and all of that stuff. And he was a draftsman. He also, built and all these different things too. And when he graduated from high school and Votech together, he ended up getting a decent job. And then from there, he ended up getting a higher educated, field job in Arizona. But before he got to Arizona, he was a victim of a hit and run. So that kind of put a damper on, the family, because we didn't even know for about a week. So he was a John Doe in the hospital for about a week.
Wow.
And my grandmother, along with, with the family and everything like that, was taking care of him. He was in what do you call it? When you're not conscious he was in a coma. He was in a coma for like 6 months. They didn't even give him.
Did they ever find the person that hit him?
Oh yeah, found the person. Now, check this out. The person that hit my uncle, he was a young guy himself, college student. My uncle was, walking across the street. He was speeding. He was drinking. He didn't see my uncle, and he hit him. 50 feet up in the air, 80 feet out. Broke almost every bone in his body.
Wow.
My grandmother never sued.
Why not?
It was just how she was. That's the heart she had. She talked to his family, his parents, seeing how hard it was on that family and everything like that. And, how remorseful the young man was, the family was. Now, he did have to do some jail time. But when it came down to suing, my grandmother just didn't do it. She didn't do it. This was in 88, I think. But it was pretty cool. My grandmother took care of him till she died. And then my mom took care of him. Now, when my grandmother took care of him, my grandmother probably from her insurance probably was only getting $1,900 a month to take care of him. That was not even nearly, and we talk about some really good AAA because it's insurance, catastrophic insurance. And when she died, my mom took over. My mom was a lot more thorough. So what my mom did was she got lawyers involved, like Sam Bernstein's family. I don't know if anybody know who Sam Bernstein is, but they're pretty big in not just Michigan, but all over the world.
Mm-hmm.
And a couple of other firms she ended up getting, but she ended up suing. It took probably we had about 4 or 5 lawsuits. It probably took about 4 years after my mother took care of my uncle to even get one lawsuit to be settled. It took probably another 6 years for the other one to be settled. And my uncle lived to be 22, for 22 years.
After the accident.
After the accident. So he went from being, because they were saying that he was going to be a vegetable, but he wasn't. He couldn't walk or anything like that, but he used it. We got him so well in shape where he can train people how to take care of him. That's how good it was, because he couldn't talk anymore. Like I said, his neck was broken. He had to have a trach. So he, for 20 something years, he had a trach, you know. And so if anybody ever took care of some people, and you know, if they got trachs and all this, he's always had, because being in that bed for so long, he's always had respiratory problems and stuff like that. It was a lot that was going on. And but anyway, that's how our business got started, because my mom started to look at it as a business. One reason was because the companies didn't want to pay us as a business. So she set the whole thing up as a business, but it branched out into us doing home care. It took about 7-8 years just for us to even, from the ground up, to even get paid. So a lot of our money that we were doing, we were putting in money from, you know, from out of our pocket. My brother, in the meantime, my baby brother, he was going to college. He went to college for business. He ended up being a CFO.
Nice.
He ended up being in that. Once he got in that world, he was showing my mom everything that she needed to do to make everything legit. Then she had an older brother that actually was our president. My mom was the CEO. And what happened with that was that my uncle came in and he showed her how to get funds, so we can, you know, have reserve funds and all these different things. I learned so much about business just by going through that. So we ended up being accredited, certified, and we were pretty much a multi-million-dollar business for about 9 years.
That's awesome. That's
Crazy.
awesome.
Yeah, it was crazy to have that. But the bad part about it was this, which would go right into what this topic is about. We started hiring family. We started hiring friends that, you know, we were trying to look out for. And it was heartbreaking. It was heartbreaking because we had family that we all love. You know, we all loved each other. But as soon as they came into that business with us, now here comes the fighting. Here comes jealousy. People finagling money out of the company and all these different things, doing illegal
That's
things.
sad. Isn't that sad? You're trying to keep the jobs within the melanated community, family and friends, and it's crazy. And this is why I do shows like this. We have to change the way we treat each other and think about each other. Because imagine if that didn't happen, JT, and you guys really worked all together like a well-oiled machine, where your family and that business would be right now.
Oh, it definitely would have been. We would have sold that business, because this was the thing. I learned everything about that. I was HR. I was billing. I used to do nurses' notes. I used to train nurses on how to open up cases. And you know, a lot of the nurses that we had, they were hospital nurses. They didn't know anything about opening up for home care. So, you know, we had my cousin. She was our DON, and she had just got to be a nurse. She was so scared. She was a head of nursing. My mother told her, "You're going to be head of nursing." She said, "I only been nursing for 2 years." And she was like, "I can't do this." She was like, "No, this is what you," and it was good because my cousin lives in California. I mean, not California, but Nevada now. And she's I don't even know even if she's even wearing scrubs anymore, because she worked for our company and did the things that she did for our company. She was very marketable. By the time she finished working there, this young lady ended up being, I mean, the training my mom sent her to. Like, our companies paid a lot of money in training me, my brother, you know, my cousin.
Mm-hmm.
You know, even the the CNAs that was coming in, and it was something. I seen a lot when it comes down to business. It's not easy. It's not easy. For 3 years, me and my mom was just me, my mother, my brother, and I had some uncles that came, and we were down that basement every day as if we were getting paid. We were trying to find, and it did pay out. When I tell you it paid out, the dopest thing about it was we learned about doctors and physical therapists, OTs, how to pay, how to be able to be competitive with our rates on what we were paying them, because it's if anybody know anything about home care, it is a very, very, very competitive business to be in. It's not, you don't have to do a lot of marketing because you Medicare, Medicaid certified, JACO or CHAMPS accredited, so the marketing is very little, because the only thing you have to do is just let the hospitals know that you are home care. So when they send their people home, send them to our company. That's the most,
absolutely. That's the gate. That's the gatekeeper. I mean, with my business, with my limo company, I got a lot of business through my drivers that they would recruit, right? And just word of mouth.
Yeah.
Word of mouth, and me, of course, networking, because, like one day I was sitting at home and I said, who uses limousines? So I made a list: florists, churches, funeral homes, tuxedo shops. So I drew up a contract, and I would walk in there and say, hey, if you allow me to have my business card on your counter and you push my business, you'll get 10% of the job.
Yep. And we did the same thing with the hospitals. Yep. Brochures, business cards. Yep.
And then the first thing I would ask him, so how did you hear about Lucky Limousine? Oh, I took my son to go get a tuxedo. Boom. So some businesses, I remember when I had to write out almost a $4,000 check to a business, but that's how much business he was bringing me. And so I didn't have to spend money on advertisement. I mean, I bartered to be on the radio, but the one thing, JT, I thought I covered all my bases. And I forgot one thing, but I didn't expect to grow that fast. I didn't know where to park the cars. Yeah, I couldn't. I would not allow my drivers to take the cars home with them.
Right.
I lived in a place where I had a homeowners association, so they were bitching that I had a, the vehicle
you already
was the
know.
But they were beautiful, and then I would only have the car there to get it washed. But there was always a Karen, reporting me. Yep. But that was crazy. And what I was doing on Monday, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays is I was actually driving for another company to pay my personal bills. Yeah. And then Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sundays, I was driving for me. So not only was I driving for another company, but I was learning from him. I was, learning his tactics and how he does. But the limo company is grimy, and it's very competitive, and it's very male dominating. But I felt comfortable. I fit right in, and it was great. I mean, I loved it, but 9/11 killed all that, because a lot of my bread and butter was airport transfers during the week, and nobody flew for 3 months after 9/11, and that kind of, so I held on for about a year and a half, but then after that I had to let it go. And then Uber and Lyft came, and that I mean, you barely see limos now.
You barely see them now.
You only see them at weddings, prom season, and for funerals. But it was a learning experience. And like Mr. Williams was telling me last night when we had a Zoom meeting, he was like, so you think you're just going to get a couple bumps and bruises and your parachute's supposed to open? He sent me a video that Steve Harvey talked about jumping off the cliff, but the parachute is not going to open up right away. You're going to hit the wall. You're going to get scratched up. So that experience that I went through is going to take me to where I need to be at in 6 months or a year, because I plan to be there. I told Mr. Williams I plan to sit on that millionaire's table, because that's what I'm used to. That's what I know, because anything less would be uncivilized. But again, I hired drivers that within my community. I also made sure they were military or law enforcement because
Mm-hmm.
sometimes customers can get rowdy.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't have. I always had melanated workers for me. I always made sure that I hired my own kind because it mattered to me. It
Mm-hmm.
mattered that one of my drivers pulling up in a Lincoln Navigator limo
Mm-hmm.
was melanated. You know what I'm saying? Versus all the others. And that
Mm-hmm.
matters. But like you said, once you start doing that and hiring friends and family, that it's so sad. It really is. Well, I have another good question. What do you think about the people that make it out the hood and then they go to the suburbs
Mm-hmm.
but don't bring anything back to the community? Do you think it's the right thing to do, or do you think they should do more?
So I've talked to a lot of people about this, and I got a couple of ways on how I look at it. The first way I look at it is, if that community treated you well, like if it was a community,
Mm-hmm.
like where I lived, and my neighbors were really nice to us as kids. Um, my friends' parents, they were really, really nice. We all, pretty much we were very close knit. So, when we had um, elementary graduations, middle school graduation, high school graduation, it was a neighborhood thing. It was a community thing, you know, family. They came because I had all those. I had everything. Damn, a birthday. I'm good on birthday. I like to have accomplishment parties. So even when I left to go to the military, man, I was just amazed at how many people showed up for that. Right. So I go out and I go out in the world, do what I need to do, come back. Now I'm smarter. I know how to make more money now. I can teach other people. So I can give that. If I have a business, of course, that was the only thing I was thinking. And I come back because all I kept thinking about is coming back to my old neighborhood. That was what my mind said. By the time I came back, it was like, 10 years later, neighborhood wasn't the same. A lot of people died off. People that, I grew up with, they done got married, they done moved and did all their things. So it's not a community there anymore. And I had to make a whole new community. So wherever I live is what my community is. It's not, I had to realize it's not how it used to be. You know how people can leave, they come back, you still got, some of the same people that was there, because you had a lot of people that stayed, they bought homes. So they stayed right there, especially if they were older, if they were in their 40s and 50s. And now I come back, they're in their 60s and 70s. They wasn't trying to leave nowhere. They didn't put out, second mortgage and stuff like that. So what they did was they made that a community. It went away once my generation started getting older. Now it's just a neighborhood. It's just a hood now. If you are a person that is rich and you did it in spite of the things that was going on in your hood, if you did not have people that were for you, then they not going to be for you once you grow up. So a lot of people had to survive the hood. A lot of people had to survive their childhood. My whole thing is this. Maybe you don't go back to your old community, but you can build a new community and you can bring people to it. That's how I look at it. The community is wherever you at. That's how I look at it. Now look at where we at now. Now the community for us. Look what we doing right now. 2 different states. You know what I'm saying? 2 different people, 2 different states. What's to say we can't do commerce? What's to say that we can't teach each other how to do? Look what you was old boy from Detroit. It seemed like he was from Detroit.
He's in the Michigan area. Yep.
Everything he was saying, Carabana, and he was talking about Coney Island. Like New York, Coney Island is actually like an island, or you got
no. He's from Michigan. He's a big Wolverine fan, so he grew up in that neighborhood.
Yeah, because he was saying the things he was saying. I say he sound Ford. we plant
Yep.
workers over this way. I had to fight against it. I didn't want to be a plant worker. Let me tell you, it is terrible in them damn plants. It's terrible. But you get paid. You get paid and it's easy. I know a lot of people that did what he did, kept working and had their own business. A lot of people. Ford and GM is that spot. Chrysler, they don't pay as much as those two. But when you talking about when they get their shares from, the bonuses, man, you talking about Ford, 7,000, 8,000. Even on their worst year, you still gonna get about $4,000, $5,000 for that, right? When you get your shares. So you get a big opportunity to make that type of money. I don't understand, like in Michigan, I tell people, I don't understand how you can have people that don't have jobs. They still hiring in the plants. They still hiring. Now you got Amazon coming. Amazon, they came to Michigan and they've been building, like every year, they got 3, 4, 5 different doggone plants or factories, right? But with Amazon done got into all of the arenas. They got grocery store delivery, they have ride share, they even hire people. This was crazy. They would contract you to own your own trucks, and then you can build your own business through Amazon, along with drop shipping and all these other things. So it's a lot that we can do. I think everybody should have some type of entrepreneurship. Even if you're not doing it full time, you should own something. Learn what an LLC is, an S corp is. Learn what the difference is, and a lot. Like right now, I had to change my stuff over because I've been bullshitting, not using my LLC like I supposed to use it. You got people that own, they have 7, 8 LLCs. Like they 20. Some of them have 20 LLCs. And I was looking at I think this was what's the name of those brothers? 19 Keys. You ever heard of them? Him and another brother. They show you how to get your entrepreneurship going.
You're talking about 19 Keys, Billy Carson, all them dudes, yeah.
Yeah.
Dame Dash, all them dudes, yeah.
They were talking to this guy, he said, I got 100 LLCs. And then he started talking about how, he was just, I get them all the time. So one of the guys I heard talking, they were saying that your LLCs, when you have an LLC, it end up, the longer you have it, the easier it is for you to get loans, and the higher the loans will be.
It shows stability.
It shows stability. And that's what they were saying. They were like, a lot of people just don't know how to use it. So giving back, especially right now, can be giving someone knowledge into what they're already doing, how to build what they're already doing. This is the craziest thing. Even when you have a 9 to 5, there's a way that you can have the 9 to 5 pay your LLC instead of paying you. A lot of people don't know that. You can be a 1099 working for a corporation that normally do.
Really?
Yeah,
okay.
It's contracting. That's all a 1099 is that you're a contracted worker.
Yeah. Yes. When I was a limo driver, because I drove limos for 2 years before I was in the Tampa area, and then I decided to move to South Florida. So I was a 1099 contractor. So I get it. Best, I want to hear from you. What do you think about the people that make it out the hood? They move to the suburbs, and I'm not knocking them for that, because I lived in the suburbs. I used to hang out in the city in New York Friday through Sunday, and then I would tell my cousins, I'm out. I'm taking the Long Island Railroad, and I'm going back to the suburbs. I'll see y'all Friday afternoon. But I learned a lot from them. That government cheese makes the best macaroni and cheese. I don't care.
You got to shred it. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
No doubt.
So what do you think about? Do you fault them or do you think it's a good thing? I mean, could they've done more? What do you think about that?
Mm, I think when our people, because we have access to a lot of different things now, right? Especially if you are cognizant of our people, the struggle, the community, things of that nature, just nationwide. It's always that struggle to either just focus on making money or being a revolutionary. You know what I mean? Or being somebody that challenges the norm. I might be struggle streaming if I am, my bad. Um, but it's always that struggle. So sometimes, yeah, we wanna you wanna help out, right? And you wanna help your family or you wanna help people that are in dire straits or in a bad community. But then there's also that part of you that you want to make sure that you're building your own legacy as well, and that you're here to build a legacy, right? So it's always that fight. It's always that pull. You know what I mean? Ultimately, I think you can do both, but it's hard because you know what I mean. You want to gain success, but in gaining success, you don't want to get so wrapped up in your success that you are not actually being a benefactor to those in need. But then you don't want to be used by those in need, and you also want to build what you have as well. So you got to be balanced, and you got to do it you got to do it to the standard that you want to do it to. It can't be what somebody else is telling you to do. It can't be because this person told me to do it or that person told me to do it. It has to be to your standard. And if you want to live with the results, as I always say, whatever you decide, you gotta live with the results, right? So if you want to live with the results of your decisions, it's all good. You know what I mean? So, if you
But
more
what
focus, if you more focus on getting your bag, get your bag. You know what I'm saying? If that's you, and if you're not really community based, then that's you. But understand, like each choice has a cause and effect. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Every choice you make there's gonna be a consequence to it, whether good or bad, right? So we understand that if you're too devoted to your community, you could become like Nipsey Hussle, right? Like you're so devoted that now something happens to you and it's tragic, and it's because you were playing too close,
Facts.
or you know what I'm saying, or you don't do enough, and now you see that community go down. It's like, dang, I could have did more. So now you got to deal with the guilt of that. And so it's that balance, like it's crazy. So I,
what I don't like, Best and JT, is when
oh, my bad,
a
my bad,
family.
Grace.
It's okay, hon. I
Oh,
thought you were done. I'm sorry. Is
yeah,
when a
you know,
family member does make it out the hood and has a lot of money, and you make them feel guilty of
Mhm.
that, and kind of like, well, you're supposed to help me, you gotta help me, and then they're constantly asking for money. It's like, and it's like, no, I don't have to do nothing but stay, mix, and die. I don't have. I ran a lot. I ran. I ran into that a lot because
They-
when I had access to a lot of money, I felt like I had to help everybody, and I tried to help everybody, but all that happened was I was getting taken advantage of. And then when I would start saying no, I was being selfish, or you're greedy. No, they're the selfish and the greedy ones. Let me put you on to this. Let me put you on. Let me help you fix your credit so you can. It's all about giving a hand up, not a handout. And
Mhm.
that's what a lot of celebrities and rich people go through, that they are forced into obligating to help. They are made to feel shame that they got the bag, or it's like, it's crazy. And I think that's really sad that family members do that to somebody instead of congratulating them. I'm going to congratulate and I'm going to ask, let me duplicate. What did you do? And that's what I'm trying to move now with Mr. Williams. We met, we've talked. I'm in
Mhm.
his circle now. He's already come to my show. I'm probably
Mhm.
going to start endorsing his Black Wealth cards. So if it's bought through my YouTube channel, I'll get a commission. I mean, that's how it starts, people.
Let me ask
And
you a question about that because I missed it because I was getting in and out the car. So with the card, what, just in a nutshell, what is it? What does it entails? The card
Well, what
reader.
it is that instead of you showing off American Express or Visa or MasterCard emblem, you show off your logo. It's an
Mhm,
actual credit card, and it
mhm.
shows off your logo, and it has your whole, I don't know the word for it, but your code, and then all your platforms. It shows
Okay,
up.
okay, I got you.
And it's an actual credit card that you
Mhm,
can use if you're going out to dinner, going to the movies, paying for gas, and it helps build your credit,
mhm.
and it just shows people your logo versus Visa or American Express, and of course is black owned. I have I'll put it up again. I put all three of his, it's in the description, but I'll put it
Okay.
up again, and I think it's $149 for the
Mhm.
card with your emblem, and then there's a $19 shipping fee, but they preload $20 on the card for you, so it's actually free. And
Oh,
I'm very interested in getting one because I'm going to put Embrace the Grace. A
mhm.
person can scan the code bar and all your platforms come up.
Yeah, I
So
know.
it,
Yeah.
and of course, it's black owned.
Okay.
And you could put up to 250,000 on
Mhm.
that card, and you can bring all your bank accounts to that card. So it's very interesting. Here, I'm gonna put up the, you see the first one, wealthcards dot
Mhm.
now, and you can look into that, get to know him, because I'm not selfish with my information, because I want everybody, like I said, I'm trying to create a buffet so everybody can eat. the
Yeah.
only thing that i the only thing that I'm doing now, that I rock with those who rock with me. I don't stay lingering on. I don't beg nobody. I don't bother nobody. If you rock with me, I rock with you. Listen, if you stop rocking with me, I stop rocking with you. That's
Right.
how I do it. And I've learned in these YouTube streets, a lot of working relationships are very temporary, and that's okay too.
Mhm.
A lot of them will be binded for life, and
Well,
that's great too.
yeah, and well, that's the nature of the business where, because a lot of things are stepping stones, especially when you are in a learning curve and you're creating, trying to create something. So, I think a lot of the relationships that should be in these spaces here should be a lot more professional with a lot of people, because man, I just met a lot of people with a wealth of knowledge. You know what I'm saying? And
Mhm.
we just when you can go that route, it's easy. Like, I don't expect a whole bunch of people in the space. I just never did. I just don't. Just like what you were just saying, I don't expect people to be just connected to me. A lot of times, if they don't have any value, then we probably won't be talking that much anyway. I see you when I see you. But if I can find value in you and you can find value in me, that's what the relationship should be. When I was DJing, most of my friends were DJs. And the ones that weren't DJs, they were club owners. The ones that weren't club owners were marketers, right? The ones that wasn't marketers, they were in, and I was also in broadcasting, because I was in that. I went to school, I graduated from broadcasting school. And so I met a lot of people from news stations, radio stations. I interned for 2 years for radios, a lot of them. And I wanted to do, I wanted to be in an urban radio station, because that's what I listen to. That's what I want.
Okay.
But
Hmm.
once I started working for them, I was like, man, I'm about to go on over here to this rock radio station, because they treat their people a whole lot damn better. They don't try to keep you interning for 3 and 4 fucking years. They get you to be an intern. You learn what you need to learn. Now you're a program director. From program director, now if you want to be on air, all you got to do is just keep doing the things that's there. You on payroll now. Might not be getting paid what you desire, but if you stick with it, you're going to be program director. You know how I know? Because I was intern. I went from program director to, whatever else, manager for, coordinator for, or whatever. And a lot of these radio stations are all pretty much the same. They're sister channels, you know. But then it was other people that I met even in higher places, right? I worked as a DJ making for a whole summer no less than $1,600 a gig. American
Damn.
Axle, all three of the big three, Ford, Chrysler, and GM. I was DJing these parties. It got me to the point where I had to start changing the way that I was dressing. I started buying suits and tuxedos. I started my speakers. Because I'm looking at other DJs and what they're doing. They got these speakers on, they got covers and stuff on their speakers that look good with the glowing lights and stuff. But I'm learning this from people that
that's in the industry.
Right. I had to get some expensive ass equipment that ain't doing shit.
I hope that's all a business expense. I hope you wrote that off. Look what RBM said. RBM said, if it wasn't for BMU taking me in, I was about to quit YouTube and I was struggling to build a network. Exactly. Like, me too. And I love telling this story because again, it's all about connections and who you know. I met BMU through Hink. I met Hink through the Lapeef network. And now look how BMU has embraced me. I mean, I'm a Tuesday night fixture now. So it's like, and he's even asked me to do some things. He's clipped me. I enjoy the people because we all have the same mindset. I'm learning from each and every one of you guys. And it's hilarious when he clips us. It's a good wholesome show. It gets feisty sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And now you guys are starting to come over to my channel. So it's interchanging. When there's reciprocation, it makes it all good because one person is not feeling resentful or that they're doing all the work. And that's in anything, Best and JT. That's in a relationship, working relationship, all of that. You know, I have some embraces that come every Thursday, up to the dot. But I do realize, though, that I do have to start doing more on my channel versus going on to other people's channels because the subscribers are coming. I just got 2 tonight, just so they're coming to check Embrace, the grace. So I have to give them more of that, but I love the dialogue. I love going live because that's how you get the conversation flowing, my boy Angry Man, he stays up there for hours and he talks all night by himself. I don't know if I could do that because I like having the dialogue and the conversation and the chat lit up. That's what makes it interesting. But I'm going to start doing recordings and, lightening it up, the mood, because again, you got to 500 quick too. No, it took a long time, lady, to get to 500. It took me to 530 to get quick. I just got to 500 like less than a month ago and already, and I'm loving it. And then when I met Soap, that was a blessing in itself. Honestly, JT, you must have took a hiatus, or when I was kind of like put on timeout, I didn't even know you were on the JVJ network. And I've been dealing with
JVJ. They were using these. They was on when I was using stream. We was simulcasting. So me and Rob, we were on the What We Know. Me and him started out on What We Know together.
Okay.
And then we seen a video that JVJ did on our show, and that's how we met him. We reached out to him. And then from there, it went from at that time, this is when we had just started. I used to do one by myself some years ago, but I was coming out of DJing online. So I was doing, all these other platforms that ain't even there no more. I don't even think they have Ustream anymore. But they used to have Ustream, they used to have live stream, all these different ones where they wasn't messing you up because you was playing music. You was DJing and stuff like that. Like this would be before Twitch and all of that stuff. So when you had reached out to us, I did
Well,
take a
I
hiatus.
met JVJ through Machiavelli. That's another content creator. He's not on anymore, but he
No,
was like, "Hey,
yeah,
I think you need to meet this guy. You guys would," and that's how I met JVJ.
yeah,
And then I met Rob, but I never met you. Because I
yeah.
think you took a break too, right?
So
And
yeah, so that's when my father was real sick. So
okay,
what it was. Because Rob used to come to my house. So Rob used to come to the house, and we used to do it in the studio together. And then a lot of stuff was changing because my father was really, really sick. So I had to help my mom with my father and stuff.
I
So
hear
yeah,
you.
it was kind of like that. But this is like what you was just saying. This is that community we still talking about. A lot of people, this is still a baby. This what we doing right now, podcasts, and this is not your average podcast. These are more like panel podcasts. People are getting together and having conversations globally with each other. I'd rather have it this way. Damn all that, spending all that damn money, renting. Damn, you got people renting out goddamn space, so they can have it look real nice and have people to sit in and stuff like that. I don't think that it's I think that's old. I think that way of thinking is old. I think this is more like the virtual way is the more like the way to go. One of the reasons is this.
Absolutely.
You have to have mic etiquette in order to even be on a panel and actually have it where people can hear you. You see how much it is struggling on panels when you have, 5 or more people, right?
Mm-hmm.
But we shouldn't run away from it because we are learning how to talk to one another. So our conversations are starting to be a lot more educating. People that wasn't entertaining are starting to be more entertaining because we bounce off each other. Yesterday, I don't know if you were still there on Black Man Unfiltered, but at 12 o'clock, he ended up getting his monetization back. The fam came and I was just about to say it, and my boy came up and dropped a 100 ball after he already done hit him with, what was it, a 20 or something like that, and then you hit him with that 100 ball. Then I came with a 10. Then even Lady Lavore on her birthday, she was out there cash apping and that was what we were celebrating with each other. And that's the thing about community. We want each other, we rooting for each other, so we support each other, and we do it by being able to bounce off each other, not from what we can take from a person, but what we also give to a person. So that's what we're talking about now. And this is,
but you see how that how that black money was flowing in the black community. Like I told Soap and Smitty, once we all get monetized, we all going to be members of each other's channels. We're going to get the money right back, but it's showing unity. It's showing that we're each other's members. Because that's how it has to be.
We're basically tithing. We're just tithing each other. That's all we're tithing.
Exactly. There you go.
Tithes to the church. That's basically what it is. And it's to show because we got audience. We got people that's looking, whether they looking live or if they're looking at the playback, they're still seeing it. And trust me, it be sometimes you see people be like, well, where does the channel come from? Where did this channel come from? And they just start there. That's how you get your subscribers.
I send you a super chat. Now somebody wants to top that and send another super chat and start the domino effect. But let me go ahead and bring my boy RBM. How you doing, sir? You at work, ain't you?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
We got you.
Because I'm on my laptop. I ain't never logged on I never log on if I'm not in my studio, but I had to come up because I like the conversation so much. Yeah, I'm at work, man. I live in this place.
Yeah,
I hear you.
I can see you be putting it in, boy.
Man, I do.
So what do you have to say about this topic?
Well, no, I just like the topic about building a network and then rocking with who rocks. Man, you don't know how bad I've been doing. This will make 2 years. I've been trying to build my thing over on YouTube. It's only in the last like 6 or 7 months where people have started to kind of circle around me. The one thing I learned about this space, if you're not big or hot, don't nobody mess with you.
Right.
It's literally high school all over again. You
Yep.
got to be the popular kid. You got to be the popular kid, you know, in the space. You know what I mean? And for me, some of the stuff that I'm not knocking nobody else's panel. I mean, nobody else's show, but I can, was it 2 weeks ago when I got into it with Trey?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I almost quit then because it takes too much out of me, like emotionally, to get to that level with
Yeah.
somebody, and a lot of times when we see a lot of people do this stuff for the show, for
Yeah.
the sensationalism, and there's some of us who are doing it because that's who we are and that's what we believe. And I'm one of those. I talk about stuff that I believe, and I'm not. And one of the hardest things that I'm finding in this space is that that the person is different on this screen than they are in life. I don't know how to do that.
Right. Right.
I don't know how to do that.
Absolutely.
The TJ you get on the Real Bravado Network, Black Man Unfiltered, Embrace the Grace, at work with my family, I'm the same.
Same person.
I don't put on no airs. I don't sensationalize nothing. The stuff that I say, if it's wild, that's exactly how I feel.
Right.
That's exactly my thought process, how I behave. I know, a lot of ladies are reluctant to come up on my platform because they think, because I have a lot of similar talking points or viewpoints to a degree of like people in the manosphere, they think I'm gonna come up there and just drag them. And women are very surprised when they come up on my platform how they get treated. They can be in complete disagreement with me, but they come up and they be like, after the stream is over, they be like, this didn't go nowhere how I thought it was going to go. And I go, because I'm truly interested in the conversation, and I'm truly interested in trying to figure this shit out. I'm not up here to beat up a lady. Now, if she say something crazy, then, it is
whatever it's
going
to be is what's it going to be. Yeah.
But I'm truly up here trying to understand. Like, I remember I said something on somebody else's platform, about, Princella. I tell people, a lot of people hate Princella. A lot of guys hate Princella. And I keep telling people, Princella, you should feel sorry for Princella.
Yeah.
Because the way Princella has an origin story. This woman didn't just wake up like this one day.
Right.
And this is a collection of, the Princellas are born out of a collection of their bad choices and unwillingness to accept the choices that they made.
Yeah.
That's how you get a Princella. So
yeah, she definitely wasn't, bro. She definitely wasn't. She definitely wasn't. She used to be she used to be the advocate for men. She used to be the advocate for men.
What happened?
It wasn't making it. She wasn't getting any notoriety. She was the advocate for men. She ended up being on. I'm talking about. She was on Tommy Sotomayor's channel. They talked for 4 straight. It was just them two talking for 4 hours. Everything went well until hour 2. And the reason being is when you have a conversation and somebody's listening to you intently and you're lying, they will catch you in a lie. And it's not good. Some people just call the fucking lie out. Me, I'm not the dude. You have to, I don't know, the moon have to change one way or something like that before I just come right out and say, no, but you said blah, blah, blah. Cause with the conversation, I don't like to take the conversation somewhere else. I'm trying to get more out of you. It was just at that point where she was saying some things. Tommy caught her in a lie and it went downhill from there. He was like, look, we could move on. He said, I just wanted to do, because all I wanted to do was correct you. You said this first, but you started out saying this. She went off. I'm talking about she went off. You already know. Anybody know Tommy Sotomayor? When you up, he about to
Did he get banned again? Did they take his channel again?
He's on Rumble. He's not coming back to
okay.
YouTube. He's just on Rumble. He's not even interested. He had come here. That's why he goes on panels now. He like, I just come on panels now. Every once in a while, he got somebody. It might be his channel, but he got somebody else playing his videos and stuff like that. They got a lot of his old videos. He tried to trinkle those old videos because I wanted those old videos, but you can only find them on Rumble now. But she was a man's advocate. And then she got caught up in a lie because she was going on, like, I don't know if you know who Sanetta is and all those guys that's in the pro black sector and stuff like that, and they all were catching her in lies. And she got frustrated. When she came back, this is when she came back talking about she's the queen maker, screw these dudes, and a man is this and the man. I was just looking like, that's why I was like, I'm not interested in bringing her on my panel. I'm not interested in talking, arguing, and nothing like that, because I've seen her already. I'm gonna be arguing with a lie. She exactly what you just said, bro. That's not her. So now she has this newfound fame. We already know where that's gonna go if it gets higher. But I think she plateaued already. She got the book she tried to sell. She had a couple of sales on that. But once people say the gig is up, you're not interested anymore. Everybody was trying to get her on their platforms, and she almost made it until they start pulling up them old videos, and it was like, nah.
That's why it's not good to lie, because you don't remember what you're saying, and then you got to say another lie to cover another lie, and then you got to cover another lie.
Yeah, because if she believed what she was saying, she'll still be the hot thing. No matter if they're gonna put her on the platform for two different reasons. One of them may be, I want to hear what else she gonna say. The other one is gonna be, I want to hear what she gotta say. That's what it's gonna be. But she don't got that fire no more. Look where she's at now. She got, what's that little boy? That little boy that always be
Daryl Long.
Dropping, huh? Yeah,
Daryl
Long. Yeah. Daryl Long. He's still trying to get her name popping and stuff like that. And if you notice, nobody is biting on it. He goes on all these other platforms where he's trying to start some bullshit, and then he would say, like Priscilla always say, and people just let him go. They like, man, we're not about to get into that conversation.
She cut him off.
Yeah, and she cut it. Yes, I seen when she did it. And when this about 2 months ago when she cut him off.
She cut him off. She embarrassed
him. And he's still calling her name.
She released like behind the scenes stuff on him. He was masturbating to some chick while his other chick his main chick was at work. It was that's what I'm talking about. I cannot not be. And that's why I'm so honest when I do go live on my platforms. I'm so honest because ain't nobody finna find that out about me and try to use nothing against me.
Right.
I tell people all the time, like I talk about, people think it's me being provocative when I talk about that my mama's a hoe. I said, it's public record. My mother has 5 or 6 arrests for prostitution.
Mm-hmm.
That's easy to find. You know what I mean? So why would I let somebody else try to weaponize stuff against me?
Let me put it out there right now.
Yep.
Let me take the fears out of that right now. There you go.
Yeah, because they do dig. I've gotten some information. People have stalked my Facebook page. They got ugly one day on Izzy's platform. They're saying, why would you let your husband be a cop? They didn't even know that was one of my best friends and he passed away. They're so intrusive that they don't care who they hurt. Huh?
Somebody called my job. Somebody found out where I worked at.
Wow.
Man. Damn.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
somebody threatened to be at my door in Georgia. And then they put it in the chat where I live.
I've never seen you cuss nobody out or nothing.
Me?
Yeah, on this was from online.
Yeah, this was actually on BMU, and I hit him up and I told him about this person, and I said, look, I need you to wrench me up because when he comes in, I can feel comfortable to put him out.
Okay.
He was tight with JVJ. We'll talk about that off live, but it can get bad. That's why, like you said, RBM, it's just better to be truthful. Tell your business out there. You know what I'm saying? Because somebody will dig it and post it and put it in your business and try to destroy you. Thank God, knock on wood, it hasn't gotten that bad for me. But I have seen some gentlemen go through a lot of things. If they reject a woman, they'll put receipts up. It could be crazy, and it's
crazy.
sad.
I never came here to get on.
I rejected the girl, and she was like on her channel threatening to expose me and threatening to get somebody to dig into my life and do what you do, boo. That's how I felt about it. Do what you do.
Right.
Ain't nothing you gonna expose that I'm ashamed of. Whatever it is I done did. Whatever somebody attached to me they didn't do, that's on them.
Right.
Expose whatever fuck you want to expose. The only thing you cannot do is anything related to my 9-year-old.
Yeah.
That'll
Absolutely.
That'll be a bad day for you. A bad day for me too. But that's gonna be a very bad day for you.
It's gonna be a bad day for me, but I expect it. You ain't gonna expect this bad day for you.
I hear you.
I can move about the country whenever I want to because I do well in my earnings.
Yeah.
I don't have hardly any debt. And that Discover and that Amex card got a wide open lip. I can get on
unlimited.
Yep. It's wide open and ain't nothing on neither one of them. It's wide open.
Right. I know that's right. You need to get you one of those Wealth Black cards. I don't know if you were able to listen to that part of the show, but
Embrace the Grace. Check your super chats. I mean, check your cash apps.
Oh, I don't know how to check because I'm doing my show on my phone and I don't know how to check it. I'm trying to log in on my laptop, but it's sending a code to my phone. So, and I don't want to touch too much buttons and,
I can I can show you how to do that. That's easy. You can put it.
But I'm still learning RBM. We're on solo plane right now. Okay. What did Kevin Samuels used to say? We're building this plane as we fly it. Sometimes, That's why I feel so loyal to JBJ because he was the first. He don't like when I say this, but he literally was my YouTube coach. And he was coaching me through a lot of things, teaching me a lot of things. He put me on timeout because I refused to learn StreamYard. He was like, nah, you're not coming back on the network till you prove. And that's okay because that's what I needed. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But now I'm able to teach others on StreamYard. I'm able to bring people on my channel. Like I've been streaming live for the past month like crazy through Soap's channel. Mm-hmm. Every show he does or every content creator he had, my show has been going live. My channel's been going live. But a lot of my Embrace...
Another thing is going live on your channel right now at the same time because I clicked on the wrong. But thanks. I need to get going because I'm not alone anymore, and we got to protect people. So thank you guys, and
thank you for coming. I appreciate you.
Love you, brother.
I really appreciate you. All right, so let me get the information in that I wanted to put in. I guess Best had to go, and Smitty, he was like, "Nah, I'm gonna give it to you tonight, twin." So. He was supposed to come up, but it's all good. Like I said, I understand that people have lives and people have things to do. They're not expected to be here every weekend, every day. Okay, so let's keep going. The power of the black dollar is empowered through understanding, suggesting ways to invest in Black-owned businesses, building networks. Education is key. Helping Black consumers make informed financial decisions that foster wealth and local prosperity. Mm-hmm. It doesn't only just extend to transactions, it holds the key to community growth, economic empowerment, and the eradication of system disparities, redirecting this immense financial resource towards Black-owned businesses, especially in real estate. Mm-hmm. And real estate serves as a catalyst for progress. A lot of us spend too much money on rent when we could have easily become a homeowner. Mm-hmm. But we're lazy sometimes. We don't. Salute to Great Pill Podcast. Thank you for coming through, sir. I appreciate you.
What's up,
all we have to really do is fix that credit. You fix your credit and save up some money.
Yeah, it's actually fairly easy. To build it, unless you done devoured and burnt every bridge that you can possibly burn. Some people they ain't gonna be able to get it, but for the majority of us, it's fairly easy to build your credit. A lot of people just don't know how to do it. A lot of people don't know, some of the tricks to the trade when you're getting ready to buy a house, when you're getting ready to buy a car, when you're getting ready to, purchase. It's some tricks where you be like, wow. That's all I needed to do. Like, yeah, that's all you needed to do, But when you're talking about credit cards, long as you paying on your credit cards, and the best thing to do is to get your credit card down to less than 20% of your utility. That's the key. So therefore, once you start building your credit score, once you get past a 630, you need to get you some more credit or a line of credit, or you have to
open up your debt to ratio.
Yeah, or you can transfer, like if you can get a credit card to transfer, your debt to
A lower
credit
interest rate.
Yep, you get a lower interest rate, and the best thing to do is to do it through your banks, credit unions. The thing is that, like, I'm still learning the difference between, I know the basics, the difference between banks and credit unions, but like I just started learning that, hold on, you should have a Bank of America, especially if you have a business. You're gonna get, if you can get Bank of America to get you a business loan, wow. Because we ain't talking about they just gonna start.
JT, I'm gonna have to give you a little pushback on you on that, because when I counsel my clients for credit, I don't suggest Chase, Bank of America, or Wells Fargo, because they really don't help the melanated community. They really don't.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the fictitious person. That's why I said for your business.
Business?
Yeah, not for the person. I don't have a personal bank. I don't do personal banking in banks. If I get, like I said, if I get me, like Chase, they always trying to get my, a couple of my LLCs, they try to get me to apply. No, I won't apply for Chase. Bank of America, I won't apply for them unless I'm doing at least $30,000 to $60,000, right? That's what I'm not talking about. A personal, $10,000, $8,000 too. They're gonna eat your ass up in damn in interest rates and stuff. And then think about the banks. You're right. That's what you ain't give me no pushback, because I don't have personal banks. All my personal banking is done through credit unions. And the credit unions is what I'm associated with. I'm in the military. I get something that's associated with the military. I work for Veterans Hospital. Go get me something that's associated with Veterans Hospital. I also I'm they're in conjoint with the University of Michigan, right? Or Michigan University, I'm sorry. No, University of Michigan.
Is that the green one or the blue one?
No, that's Michigan State. The green one is Michigan State. So I even got I haven't used it in a while, but I got an account with them. My kids always use that one. But yeah, university. So, and that's a credit union. Everything that I get, and because I'm banking with them, I can call them on the phone and get a loan.
Yeah.
I can call them on the phone. They say, okay, we're going to put this. They ask me a couple of questions. They seen that I've gotten a personal loan before. They seen that I've closed out 2 car loans before. My standing is great with them. All I got to do is call them up. How much do you need? I have a platinum with them. You know what I'm saying? I'm over $20,000. I have an over $20,000 limit with them on one credit card. I got a $35,000 limit on another one, and none of them, I'm not even close to it. And this is what they're doing. And I only got those. So my brother, he kept telling me, no, make sure your utility is below 25%.
Yep. Utilization.
If you can get it down to that, you ain't gonna never have no problem. And ever since then, my shit is up. I'm getting close to the 800s now. My credit score.
I know that's right. That's that white people credit. Yeah. That's that white people credit. Now we talking about JT. When you have an 8 in front of it, oh, you can't do nothing. That's why I'm telling you. I felt like a boss when I walked into that dealership. Bought 2 cars, 830. And then 2 weeks later.
Right, you damn near paying nothing but principal. That's what basically you almost paying principal for that.
Exactly, and that's why it was for a time being a successful rental car business, because my loan payment were so low, but I was charged. I got 3 2020 Dodge Chargers. I got coochie magnets as cars,
right?
Because I knew they were gonna. And in South Beach. You know, I knew they were going to be rented all the time, and I was right. I mean, they were constantly rolling, and it worked for a minute. But then, you know, those stimulus checks stopped coming in, and people weren't able to rent cars anymore. And then people treat rental cars like shit. One was involved in the shooting. I mean, I got stories for you with that. But I had the experience. I went through it, and you know what? You don't laugh, JT. Miami was bad.
No, what all I'm thinking is when you went to go see the car, it smelled like gunpowder and weed.
It was in the impound. And then I was still expected to make the car payments sitting in the impound used for evidence. I'm like, really? See, Chase didn't care. JP Morgan Chase, they wanted their money. They didn't care. They didn't care until it gets settled.
Yeah. But that's what made me, just thinking about that, it's what made me, it's like what's making me drag my feet doing the rental car thing. Because I'm like, okay, I might want to do it, but I'm listening to not people just on the internet. I'm talking about personal people that actually is in the business. And it's good money, but like you just said, people, they would dog your car out. They don't care anything about, because they know it's not mine. You know what I'm saying? Yep. So it's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah.
One car came back with the windows tinted. I'm like, I didn't give you permission, and then it was dark tint where I would have got. I mean, what is going on? I mean, yeah, I felt, but you know what? I learned a lot. Also, I had a shiesty business partner, but you know what? I don't cry over spilled milk anymore. I don't dwell on it. Yep. You learn. Those are my lumps, my lesson lumps. Trey Ferg, how you doing, sir? Jackie Robinson in the background. I know. I love baseball, so I know my baseball. 1955 World Series winner. You know. So how you doing, sir?
Oh yeah, you a New Yorker for real. Yeah.
Actually, I'm not a New Yorker, but I just.
No, I'm talking about Embrace.
No, he was talking about me.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's a New Yorker for real.
You know, I just chimed in on the topic that
we are talking about the importance of keeping the black dollar in the black community. I'm tired of saying melinated. Fuck it. Yeah, whoever don't like it, they don't have to like it.
For sure.
You know, anybody in the minority community, because that's where that we're hurting. You know, but. What do you have to say about that?
I'll be right back, folks. I'll be right back.
What I've learned over the last few years, and what I see, unfortunately, it's too difficult to maintain that income in the black community because the home ownership in those communities have gone down. And without
you've heard of red zoning, right?
Yeah, I've heard of red zoning. My grandparents was all part of that. You know, my grandfather moved his family, his 7 daughters out to a little country part of the town that they were in, and he built his home from there. He built his home from there. But the problem is, you know, if you go back several years, and we can all, you know, especially if you live in urban communities, a lot of those great grandparents and grandmothers, a lot of them own their homes. They took advantage of the fact that homes were not that expensive. They did not have other distractions to spend most of their money on. They sold and made most of their clothes, so they're not out shopping and buying all this stuff. They pretty much handmade everything from the garments to the food that they made. You know, a lot of them had small gardens in the yard, pretty much vegetables. They didn't eat a lot of meat like we eat. So it was a different lifestyle. Now, people would say that that's bad and they live poor. Actually, it wasn't, because they was able to own a home, send their children to college. The ones that they knew was smart, they didn't go out and buy $1,000 dresses and $500 wigs, They weren't doing that. They were happy with a nice little satchel bag that had the essentials that they needed. And now you had this influx of my generation, Generation X. They told us to go to college. move out of the neighborhood. We didn't want to be in the inner city. We wanted these suburban homes. We wanted to go out. And so now here we are, post-crack era. A lot of these inner city folks don't own the houses that their grandmother and grandparents left behind. I knew some people who lost their house over $3,000 over tax.
That tax bill.
But you can accumulate that over the course of a year. If it's 3 or 4 adults living in that home, y'all can't come up with that money, just $100 here a week or whatever, just to be able to keep the home and the family. Or when they was coming with these quick buys, $35,000, $40,000, a lot of people were buying it just to pay off debt that they never paid off. So again, you either have to make a decision now, you get a college degree or pay off the house. And I thought that COVID would have gave us a reset. It just showed how bad we are with spending, because now people are spending money that they could save and accumulate to buy these homes. They spend it on BBLs. They spend it on these flued out vacations. Everybody wants to go to Dubai for $10,000 and do all this traveling and do all this and
ghetto fabulous mentality. That's what I call it.
And now here we are. A lot of us, we have bad credit before we turn 25.
Yep, because a lot of them mamas and daddies used to put the light bill in their baby name. I mean, what? That is, to me, that's abuse. To me, that's abuse. Why would you do that to your child? Why would you set them up for failure for your own selfish reasons? That's your bad that you can't get the lights in your name, but you're gonna ruin your baby's credit. I don't like that. When I hear those kinds of stories with my credit clients, Trey Ferg, I chastise them. I shame them. I say, how dare you? So now you have to give me your child as a client as well. So when we're done fixing your credit, we're going to fix your baby's credit. Okay. And you're going to pay that $89 a month to fix your baby's credit. Because there's no way that when he's 18 and he's trying to get his own apartment or trying to do something, he can't because of your punk ass. I be going off like that. Because that bothers me that you, as parents, we're supposed to help our children and guide them and teach them. But instead, a lot of parents digress their children and put them in bad situations for their own selfish reasons. And I don't like that. You don't do kids like that. Then you shouldn't have had kids.
Miss Grace, I totally understand what you're saying. A lot of parents don't love their children. Those in power have taught women that your child is a financial asset.
So it's a check. It's a check.
So the extra money I get from my child, let's go fund my go out lifestyle. Let's go fund my hanging out with the girls and getting a $80 bottle of wine to make my breath stink. That's what they do. Now, unfortunately, here we are in 2024. We need a collective of people to own a house now. I learned, and guys in the military, like guys that go to the military, and I don't know what they do in all branches, but when you first get into the Army, they take everybody in that whole platoon, all of us fresh soldiers, and they give us a financial literacy class. They show you how to write checks. They show you how to balance your checkbook. They show you all of that. So even if you didn't get it in high school, they're going to show it to you. Not only, and the good thing about the military, and I'll be real fast on this, is that they spend one half of the day in the classroom, and what we done read up on the 2 or 3 chapters, and now we going outside, we're going to actually put our hands on it. We're going to actually practice it. So
you're going to apply what you learned in the classroom.
Yes, and you do this every day. So if you're a little slow and you fail your test, they're going to take you back, let you read over it some more. They're going to come back and bring you back. They're going to keep testing you until you pass it. Now, if you 10 fails in, they're like, your ass ain't gonna make it in the military. So they might do some things to transition you out. But a lot of people take advantage of it. That's why you see a lot of guys, they thinking about when I get out, I'm gonna get me a house. When I get a job, I'm gonna do this, and they can stay afloat if they get out with an honorable discharge and they doing what they had to do. A lot of guys say they veterans, but shit, they got a dishonorable discharge, so they don't qualify. And that's the thing about it.
That's like when you ain't got a when you have a dishonorable discharge, that's like you went to prison.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's pretty much like you went to prison. Like if you have 5 years of your life has been gone. Because they're gonna ask you, what was you doing for 5 years? I was in the military. You got a DD 214? They be like, yeah. So then you're gonna have to, the only way they know that you got a dishonorable discharge is if you tell them.
Yeah, and guys, they went to the military and went through that process properly. They understand. That's if a guy that may meet you may be like, he'll run that gang. I ain't getting no assistance. Blah blah blah. You out running around trying to find resources for him, but he ain't said I'm a dishonorable veteran. So guys that know that, they'll stay away from that. But I'll tell you this, even today, especially with the black dollar in the community, without that home ownership within the community, that's where you're going to see your greatest financial growth. Meaning that if we have 10 homeowners on a block, we like in Chicago, they have block parties. So they have like committees to formulate all this stuff. And most of those are homeowners. So they can get together and they can disseminate and decide what can be done on their block. Without that, then you get everybody just uninformed, uncommunity, without any community awareness, and they wonder why all of these things are happening. So today, again, the homeowner, we don't know credit. We don't know the importance of credit. We value the dollar just so we can buy stuff. That's it. We buy stuff. Some of us buy so much shit. It looks like you go in some of these people's closet. It's so it's look like they hoarding stuff, just to say, I got it. But is it helping your child who's an A student get to the next level after high school? They don't care about that child. And because once that child turns 18, it's no longer a financial asset. That child becomes a liability.
Now they're a liability.
Yep.
Yes. And a lot of people say they got businesses. Me, I'm a hands-on person. If you don't have a brick and mortar establishment, then I'm not going to invest my money in because a lot of people say, I got a business, I'm doing this and this. Okay, where's your business at? Well, I do it here. Okay, so I can't trust that because you can take my money and run, and I'm not going to chase you down for a few dollars. Mm-hmm. And this is the last one in regards to me and my family and my life. Once I understood credit, I valued that. Like JT was saying, keep that utilization down. My utilization is 3. And
damn,
my wife got a 20. I done bought 2 houses since COVID. Yeah, 2 houses. I had one. I moved 2 houses since COVID. Mm-hmm. She got a 22. I got a 23. Mm-hmm. Mercedes, BMW, 23. No money down. Mm-hmm. And so, but I understand that, and our payments are not high. It's just that you have to, when they look at your history like they do, they run their credit. They're like, oh, okay. That determines what you put down, what you pay out of pocket. So I just think we just got to get back to that, give our children a chance. Because right now, our children, it's not that they growing up in poverty. They thinking poor. They coming out spending, want to buy, and it's all, you're already broke once you have that mindset. You'll never come up out of that. So
yeah, I think, and this is what's crazy to me, but I've been thinking about it. I said, it's really not, if you can't afford to get your 16-year-old a car, don't do it. Don't do it. The reason being is this. It's already a liability for yourself. Think about how much your insurance is. Now imagine getting insurance on them. It's not the car itself. Is, for one, they run a high risk of getting into an accident because they have not practiced enough defensive driving.
I work for Progressive, JT, so I see it all the time.
The
The parents ask me, well, why is it so much? I said the lack of experience. makes them a high risk on the road. He's a male.
Yep.
You know,
Yep.
and look at the car. You're putting him in a BMW, and
Yep.
you don't expect. I mean, I've seen it go up thousands of dollars, and they be crying. I said, it's got to be done. It's got to be done. I try to find ways to give them discounts. The B average,
Right.
3.0, do the accident prevention course, but it's a bullet that all parents have to bite until kids turn about 25, 26 years old.
Yeah.
You know?
And hopefully they don't get a gang of tickets though. So, you know, I know it, like in Michigan, it's on the point system. You got a maximum of 12 points, right? If you get over 3 points, your insurance is just going to be automatically high. They don't care how old you are.
Absolutely. At renewal time, that's when we hit you. You know, one guy said, why is my damn insurance so high? I looked under his drivers. My whole screen lit up like a Christmas tree. I said, Sir, are you really asking me that question? You have speeding over 15 miles. You have no seatbelt. Driving under the influence. I mean, I went down. We call them occurrences in the insurance world. I said, sir, you have 11 because Progressive will insure you. Yeah. But we're going to tax that ass. One guy was paying $9,000 for his policy for 6 months. Okay, but he had 2 DUIs.
Yeah. Once you got that, it's a wrap. It's that and your credit.
Yep, we run credit. We don't run it every 6 months, but we run it when you first trying to get your policy for the first time. But you can always tell them to run the credit again. Like, let's say it's improved 2-3 years. You can tell them to run the credit again. But yes, a lot of people think it's just because of claims or tickets. What state you live. Like Michigan has become a high cost state for us to do business. What zip code do you live in? Because if there's a cluster of a lot of claims in your zip code, or there's a lot of theft in your zip code, that means you are high risk. Your insurance is going to go up. Like you said, your credit, the kind of car people think because they have old cars that they're insured. No, sir, you have an old car. As a result, it's harder to find parts. As a result, your car is higher for theft because people are fighting to get those parts to fix their car. The old cars don't have all the safety features and all the gadgets. I go through this every day, people crying, and I was telling them in Christmas time, don't be trying to spend money on people you barely see all year and you don't even like to impress them and think we're not going to get that insurance money in January. You know? Yeah,
when you get, this was the craziest thing too, because like I like getting new cars, not because they're just new. It's because I get discounts like crazy. You get discounts like crazy when you get a new car, especially when they got the new feature, the new safety features and stuff like that. And it's implemented up under the AIG and all of that stuff. Man, I was looking at how much I would have been paying had I had just a regular car that don't have, like the car I have right now. They got the airbags on the side. It's like it's a whole different thing now. So if you got those old ass airbags, if you
have daytime running lights, you get a discount. If you have a VIN etching and vehicle tracking device. And as a matter of fact, it's funny that we're all talking. This is where I met Mr. Williams. He called my line. He's a Progressive policy holder, and and that's how we met, and we just having a conversation, and he wasn't even supposed to be calling that night, but you see how God puts people in your life for a reason.
No doubt.
And that's how I met him. But insurance can be a scam. I'm not even gonna lie to you, because
no doubt.
I tell people, don't be so quick to file a claim. Get all the information from the other person and see if you can work it out outside, because a claim is a claim is a claim, even if it is not your fault. I tell people, hit that motherfucking deer, because if you try to swerve and now you in a ditch and hit a tree, now the accident is your fault. But if you hit that deer straight on, the accident is not considered your fault. Right. And a lot of people don't know that. Hit the deer. Look, venison meat is very good. Just put that deer on top of the roof and take it home with you. But they get, and it's their fault. That's your insurance is going to go up. It's a claim. Yeah. But it was a deer. Yeah, but you swerved to try to save the damn deer. Now you're in the ditch. You hit a light pole. You caused the whole neighborhood to not get lights for what? A deer? Get out of here.
And you hungry.
Yeah. But I spend a lot of time educating my customers because I'm like, why do you need rental reimbursement? Even though I should be, selling Progressive products, I said, sir, why do you need rental reimbursement? You got 3 other cars. If one is down, you have the other one. Why spend that money? Mm-hmm. Sir, you just told me you have AAA. You don't need our roadside assistance. You're calling to find out why your insurance is so expensive. This is why it's so expensive. You have a lot of crap that you don't really need.
You're the good rep. See,
I am.
I like good rep like you.
You know why? Because I just enjoyed a gain share bonus check because Progressive took care of us. Mm. And my goal is to help you save money and keep you as a customer. So next December, I can get a nice gain share check. Right. You know what I'm saying? Well, I'm going to Geico. I said, okay, I can understand that, but you best believe in 6 months that insurance is going to go up because we all do the bait and switch. We lure you in with the low price for the first 6 months and then jack your shit up after the second term. I mean, it's just a trend, and Progressive is usually the trendsetter. We'll raise our prices first, and then everybody comes behind it. Our only really competition is State Farm, and we're always we're always, but Progressive does cover those high risk drivers, like I was telling you. Right. When they have to have the breathalyzer in the car and this and that, and
that's real.
But I am. Oh yeah, the car won't start until you breathe it into the device. Really? Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
I thought that was just something they did in the movies. That's some real shit, huh?
Yeah.
Damn.
Shout out to USA. Yep. I ain't leaving USA.
Lady Navarre say you are in good hands. LOL with Grace. Anybody, you know what? Let me not say that. Let me be good. Yeah, let's keep it G-rated. Not Geico, that little lizard. Now, I have to admit, when I had Geico, they took care of me. I had that check in less than 5 days in my hand, they took care of the gap insurance. Always get gap insurance, especially if you have a new car. If you have a new car, right, you better get that gap insurance because
financial. Again, it's a the what do you call it? The financial institution, right? That I got the loan from. They put the gap insurance on my insurance because my insurance company, USAA. Shout out to USAA. That's the first thing they ask. They were like, make sure before you get gap insurance with us that you already have it with whoever your financial
at the dealership, right?
Yeah,
it should be part of the deal when you get because
that's painful. That's painful.
It is expensive.
No, I'm talking about if you don't have it, it's painful when you don't have it. You don't have it.
You have no car and you still owe them money. I love Chrysler 300s. I've been driving a Chrysler 300 for the past 15 years. Yeah, I just keep upgrading and up.
You look like you got a 300 too.
and I just found out they're gonna stop. They stopped making them. Okay, so they're gonna go up in price. I totaled one of my Chryslers, and there was a $7,000 gap, and Geico paid that. They did because I had gap insurance. Yeah, the car was valued at this much, but this is when I had bad credit and I had a high interest rate. I still owed that much. It was a $7,000 difference. It was a $7,000 gap. That's why it's called gap insurance. And Geico paid that, and I had my money for the rest of the car in my hands. So they some insurance companies are good. Some are bad. It really just, it just really depends.
You
But
need insurance, but you just need
yeah,
it. You
you
gotta
need
have it.
insurance. A lot of people don't know about renter's insurance. Renter's
Yeah.
insurance covers all of your crap in your house, in your apartment, all of your stuff in your car. Car insurance doesn't cover your iPad or your weapon that you left in the car. You go on vacation, you lose your suitcase. Renter's insurance covers that. You go to a hotel and somebody steals your watch. Renter's insurance covers. I feel like I'm at work right now, but you know, and with everything that's going on in the world and all this craziness and the weather, I mean, you could lose your stuff in a heartbeat. I tell them, so what's your exit plan if God forbid you lose everything?
Yeah.
Do you have, and that's how I sell it. That's how I get them to go get renter's insurance. For the price of for the price of a large pizza pie, you can have peace of mind of cover. I mean, I'm good at it. I'm really good at it. I'm really good at it.
Good talk off. All right. Ladies and boys say, would I drive a Volkswagen Beetle? No. Matter of fact, I had one when I was living in Germany. I had it for about 2 months, and I sold it. I started building, fixing cars and and selling them. So yeah, the Beetle I had mostly was BMWs because they just were good cars over there. I mean, it didn't matter what year it was, the BMW was the shit. But no, I am a Chevy man. I have a Chevy.
With renter's insurance, where I'm at, close to where I'm at, an apartment building just burned down. Well, it didn't burn down, but it burned really bad at the top. So the roof is completely gone. They've deemed this building, hazard zone, right? So within an apartment building, you could park your vehicle in the basement. They're getting ready to tear this building down. Nobody was taken out of here with the fire, but the entire roof of the apartment is gone. So all of these people have to leave everything in their apartment, including their vehicles. They cannot go get their vehicles. They're going to demolish this entire building with the vehicles and everything still inside.
But why? Why?
Because it's unsafe. It has no roof. The structure, without the roof holding it tight.
Compromised. So any vibrations the slightest vibration may make it just collapse all the way down.
Those residents were required to get renter's insurance. Now, I don't know if everybody has renter's insurance, but they're saying everything in this building will be demolished within the next few weeks. They've already started cleaning out, it's all taped off, fenced up. You can't get it. So if you ain't got it, you ain't gonna have it. And that's where they are.
And then I don't recommend the renter's insurance at the apartment complex because they're only protecting themselves and their dwelling and their building. They don't give a shit about your stuff. It's very basic and minimum renter's insurance. You want to go out and get progressive renter's insurance, and that will cover I have renter's insurance because I rent right now and I carry. And sometimes I have to leave my weapon in the vehicle. And if God forbid my car gets broken into and they take my weapon, it's covered. It's covered.
I just put mine, and I'm glad I did it. I did it a couple of months ago. I started itemizing everything and started putting it up under my with a homeowner's insurance. I just put everything in there. I even put my safe. I got a safe. I put that on there too.
That safe costs money.
It costs money, yeah.
Yep. That safe costs money. Let's go ahead and keep going with this with the black money in the community. So we were talking about real estate. So by uniting and supporting each other, we dismantle the cancerous mentality that impedes progress and lays the foundation for a future that all of us can thrive on. Why can't we all thrive and and work together? Imagine this. The economic influence of 1.7. I don't know if you heard this, Trey Ferg, but we in the melinated community spend $1.37 trillion in 2021, and 20% of that 1.7 trillion was on luxury items.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay, ghetto fabulousity. Okay, so imagine this: the economic influence of 1.7 trillion spending capacity equals to the combined gross domestic product of Mexico, Canada, and Italy combined.
Dang.
That's what us melanated people have the power, but we just don't realize
We
the
can own
power
our
that we
own.
have.
We can own our own country.
Yup,
We can run our own country. That's
yup.
crazy. Probably a couple of them.
But we keep making the rich people rich,
Yeah.
and we don't give to our own community. It's imperative for the Black community to initiate a transformative change in our financial habits, emphasizing the crucial significance of investing in ourselves. We invest too much in materialistic things versus ourselves. We get insurance for our phone, we get insurance for our car, we get insurance for our apartments, but we don't get insurance for our lives. Again, I was talking about that before. I hate seeing a GoFundMe account when somebody passes away. That shit is ghetto. If we have money to spend on a lot of BS, we have money to spend money on a life insurance policy, because that will alleviate the burden of your loved ones.
And we're talking about, especially if you're young, if you're in your 20s, you're paying about $5. $1,000, $100,000 policy is probably $5 for a 22-year-old. $5 a damn month, and that's all you have to pay. Or 15 for half of a million, $15 every paycheck, or $5 every paycheck. Shit, it's not expensive, and it's crazy because that is a form of transference of wealth.
Absolutely.
Transference of wealth. That's crazy. And the majority of people don't even have insurance. You're right. You got insurance on your phone. You got insurance on your stuff in a damn rental. What they call it? Those where you go the storage, that self-storage unit. You got people that got insurance on stuff that they ain't even using, but they don't have insurance on themselves. That's crazy.
Yep.
I learned.
Yep. I have a life insurance policy on my son. He's already an endangered species. He's a black black man in America. I have insurance on myself. Then I have life insurance through both jobs that I work through. So he gonna be good. Yeah. But the thing is, I set it up where he don't get all that money at one time. He gets it at 25. He gets it at 21, 25. I have it. His money is going to get in staggered. So he don't blow it on money, clothes, and hoes, because that's all a nigga knows. But I know all this because I've been taught this through school, through my dad, through other people. I gravitate to people like Mr. Williams. I'm going to get as much knowledge as I can out of him, and his wife, because you know what? They are the epitome of where I want to be. You know what I want to get there. I want to show my son, give him generational wealth.
Yeah.
But a lot of us are not in that mindset. We don't even plan what we do for this weekend, let alone 10, 20 years down the road. And Lady Navarre, I get it. It is hard to get life insurance with medical conditions, but that's why you're supposed to get it when you're young and you don't have these pre-existing conditions. I agree with you. But again, if we teach our kids and the 20-year-old and the 30-year-olds, get life insurance. You'll pay how much money a month on your iPhone, and you still got to pay a deductible, even though you
and insurance on it.
But you don't pay money on your life. That in the world that we live in right now, anything can happen. Anything.
Yeah. And do you know the craziest thing too on that? Most deductibles on your phone, it's like $250 deductible.
I was pissed about that. So why even paying? Like, really, man? I pay almost $35 a month for my insurance, and then it's still $150 deductible.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
listen,
crazy.
I don't care what. I don't care
That's
what
a life insurance policy. That's
I don't care what y'all say. I'd rather look good. I'd rather floss for my friends than to worry about my future. I
right.
don't care about all that.
I can't wear no life insurance policy.
The
You're
hell
being
with
facetious, Mr. Trayford.
these damn
What you
kids.
talking about?
They daddy can do that. I'm gonna look good. I'm gonna get my BBL. I'm gonna get my breasts fixed up. I'm gonna be out here. I don't care about no insurance. What you talking about? Insurance? Are you talking about insurance? Oh, we're talking about insurance.
Right. That's what we talking about.
The hell with these kids.
Do you know that I have two separate presentations when I present my presentation to do the credit repair to get clients? I have a Ghetto Fabulous presentation where I got to talk to them real and get to the real nitty gritty, and then I have your normal presentation because it's according to your audience. You know, one day I had like 6 people. I rented the conference room at Dunkin' Donuts, and we were in the middle of the fucking hood, and I spoke to them like I was supposed to speak to them. I said, "So what you gonna do? You come out here right now, you get shot by because the credit company that I recruit for allows you to buy life insurance, set up a trust, set up a will while you're under the program." I said, take advantage of all that. You know why? And not only that, you're getting your credit fixed. Oh, I don't need life insurance. I ain't going nowhere. I said, we could leave right now. You get shot in a drive-by. And then what? What we gonna do? Do a GoFundMe? Your mama gonna be
that is absolutely selfish. That's like the highest epitome of selfishness.
That's why I get upset.
If you have children. If you got children, you got loved ones, you got a spouse, you got somebody that you really care about. You know what I'm saying? That's really, it's like a selfish way of looking at it. And I remember my father said this one time, because my mom used to always talk about life insurance and stuff like that. And I just remember my father said, I don't know why I'm paying all this damn money, because I'm betting that I'm gonna die. I said, you ain't got to bet. What, you gonna bet against it? You gonna lie? You gonna lose every goddamn time then. That's crazy. And a lot of people do think that way. They're like, well, I'm gonna be gone, I don't care. You know what I'm saying? That's the way that you look. Me, you know, when we get older, we don't just, I don't think I've always, ever since I had kids, I never just thought about them. Even when I was in the military, this was crazy. Like what you were saying earlier, Trey, they give you these classes, right? And one of the things when you are in processing, they talk about life insurance. It used to be, I know when I was going in, it was $250. That was the basic. That was you can get more, but $250 was the base. And it was real eerie and creepy to me until I actually started doing real life shit. And I was like, it didn't have to have anything to do with like actually getting deployed in hostile areas. It was just regular ass shit on the Autobahn in Germany. Nobody's going less than 120 miles an hour on the Autobahn, you know, unless you on regular highways and stuff like that. But I'm saying when they get into accidents, and it's very seldom, ain't that crazy? You can just drive as fast as you want to drive, but you have less accidents, right? However, when there are accidents, there's no survivors.
It's obliterated.
It's a done deal, especially the way they make cars now. So stuff like that. But then you see people going to, like, especially being young, you in these clubs. This is one of the reasons why I hated being in a military and over in the States. You still get mixed up with riffraffs. If you at Fort Hood, if you in Fort Lewis, Seattle, if you're at Fort Stewart, Georgia, if you in a lot of these, because the ghetto is right there. You know what I'm saying? You got the base right here, but everybody is outside of the base most of the time, and they go into local clubs, they go into all the old local stuff. Savannah, Georgia, one part of it, and it's small, one part of it is nice. But the other part of it is straight ghetto. Duval, Florida, Duval County, Jackson. What is it? Is it
Jacksonville?
Jacksonville, Florida, right? Duval County. I was 30 minutes away from there. I went there one time. I said, if that was the case, I'd just go back home and be in Detroit. That was crazy to me. And these are little towns. I can keep going on and on and on. That's where it got to the point where I was just like, no, I need to keep some insurance on me.
Mm-hmm.
The stuff that I seen,
and your children like, too. Because God forbid, you don't know with these kids now. They're in a hostile environment. They can't go to the mall. They can't go to school. They can't go nowhere without having the possibility of them not coming back alive. You know what I mean? When did we as kids ever wonder that there was going to be, in schools?
Right.
Our biggest worry was that we're going to get that square pizza with the chocolate milk for lunch that day. You know what I'm saying? Now they got to worry about, they got to practice. If God forbid there's an active shooter. I mean, it's crazy. They live in a very different world too, that the things that they have to stress about, a kid going to school shouldn't have to stress about. Absolutely. He should be stressing about his SATs, or if he's going to get to go to the prom with the girl he wants. Your normal high school stuff. But now they got to worry about active shooters. Yeah. They practice. They have alarms go off because every time something happens, they text all the parents, "Oh, we just had this, or we just had this. The school's on lockdown." I mean, like, who thought of it?
Listen, the most, I guess I would say probably the scariest thing that I used to experience during school was when they said we're going to practice for a tornado drill. And you do that. Now, I was at a school in Indianapolis, and 2 students got into a fight. So they both called home. Moms pulled up in their vehicles. Moms got out swinging, and moms also had those. They had those heaters in the car on school ground. Both parents. It was 2 big families fighting. So now mom's going to jail because if you have any type of weapon or drugs on the school campus,
it's a done deal.
5 to 10 automatically. So now you done risk your family for your emotions. So hey, you must, if you know you're in the streets, it would behoove you to get
insurance,
life insurance. Save your family the trouble because they want to get the T-shirts with you resting. So
is that going to be the new dope dealers anthem? Get life insurance.
Why not get life insurance? They have the money to pay it off. Just put a little money to the side, pay it off. Something happened to you, they can get you in a casket, standing up. I've seen glass caskets walking, going with the horse. Coming through Chicago, I seen the casket where the guy was standing up. I've seen a funeral where the guy, he used to go to the bar all the time. They put him in a bar and they put him in his face.
This is what they're doing now. Yeah.
They're really disrespecting. I think there was a show. They're really disrespecting funerals. Got one in the strip club. They had one in the strip club. I mean, there's just no sacredness to it. They're recording funerals. That should be something that should be private and intimate for whoever goes. But now it's on live social media. You don't even have to go to the funeral. You just press a link. I did that. Well, during COVID. That got real popular because you couldn't go to funerals anymore. So people would send me a link, and I'm like, this is crazy.
We got the worst to mourn a body. We're the worst at it.
Yeah.
We will remind you every year for the rest of your life, girl, I can't believe that they did your baby like that. He was street like that, girl. He had all them holes in him, girl. I can't believe
they would say that at the funeral.
Yes. What the hell are we doing?
Somebody knows something. Somebody knows something. You be like, look, we are at the funeral. This is not what this is. You're not supposed to have that type of conversation. You know, it's some people just don't have no decorum, man, at all. It's crazy.
Well, I gotta give a shout out to my girl, Lady Navoa. Thank you for coming. I appreciate. Happy belated birthday, my girl. How you doing, honey?
Hey.
How was your birthday?
It was good. I'm not on the thing, and I don't want to move around. That's why it's not, the camera's not on, and it's bright. You know, so I don't want to be like.
That's okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Right,
so what do you have to say about what you've heard so far?
First of all, let's start on the last one, the funeral part. Let's start there. I'm not going to nobody's funeral in no bar, and there's a dead body sitting at the bar with a glass of his favorite drink. I'm not going to nobody's funeral at no church, and they on some skis or something.
Right, you supposed to be laying to rest. Why is they still up? That's not resting in peace.
Exactly. all 8, 9 baby mamas come up there, you know, being trifling. I mean, it's gotten real ugly. It really has. It's taken away from the value, just like everything else. You know, there's just no sacredness. There's no sacred in marriage anymore, in sex, relationships, conversation. It's just like, damn.
Yeah, no.
And I hope Trey didn't really see that in person, like in live. I hope he was talking about on like I seen on the internet, and you like, damn, for real, they lying. You know, you looking at it. But if he really went to somebody's funeral like that, I am so sorry, poor baby.
My cousin, I had a cousin. Their funeral was just like that, and the craziest part was that she died of a heart attack. Right, she died of a heart attack at the casino. And she was there probably for an hour before they thought she was just asleep. And her daughter started talking about that shit. Like, she was still trying to blame somebody.
So how was her funeral? Did she have cars, or was she at the casino? Did they make a casino?
No. Our family ain't that crazy. It ain't that crazy.
Oh, I thought you said you went through that, because I'm here trying to listen, like, for real.
No, we didn't go. No, none of them themes. If I go in to pay respects to my loved one and I see them standing up or they kneel down with some dice in their hand, I'm out. They in the corner, because I'm telling you, you can look on YouTube, they'll show you, they got a dude kneeling down with some dice in his hand.
What?
With some dice in his hand in the corner. So he got his back turned to the man. I said, what is going on? They had another dude on a motorcycle. Like, that's creepy. We don't want our loved ones being like that. First and foremost, the body is just the shell now. We're trying to remember them in the best light that we can remember them in. All the other stuff, we shouldn't be out there trying to make all this theme stuff. The funeral is not for the person that's dead. The funeral, it should be for the family. First and foremost, funerals are supposed to bring us closer together. If we're not close, it should bring people closer together. That's why you would hear the older people saying, we got to stop getting together at funerals, y'all.
Of weddings or funerals is the only time the family gets together.
That's when you should be crying at the wedding.
But you know what? Somebody told me something, guys. We really do the opposite of what we're supposed to be doing. We should be crying when somebody is born, and we should be rejoicing when somebody dies.
Absolutely.
Okay, and we do it the opposite way. And I said, well, why? What's the thought process on that? And they said you should be crying when they're born, because they're about to be living in a fucked up world, and
that's when the pain starts.
Yeah, exactly. That original sin. We're born with sin, whereas when they die, they finally have moved on. Yeah. To the better life, hopefully, you know what I'm saying, and we should be rejoicing them in the life that they lived.
Just think about it. For the majority of us, almost all of us, our birth was a violent birth. Think about it. It's very painful. You either getting cut open or you getting stretched out. And we're talking about a human being. So you can't have a breach, especially if you had a baby with a breached delivery, right? So they're not turned the right way. The doctor's like, okay, we can't just move them the way we want to. Like, we can't just reach in there and just do. We got to figure out how to do this, because if we do it the wrong way, that baby gonna be messed up and that mother gonna be messed up. It's very violent. This is the crazy part about it. That's the beginning of pain. That's the beginning of pain. And from that day forward, that baby is going to be suffering from pain until they die. So you are absolutely correct, because when they die, there's no more pain. Now there's another transition. That's why you should be crying. And normally it is the two people that are, the baby and the mother. The mother is literally, that baby is beautiful, right? But look at what you had to go through. You had to have breathing techniques. You got to deal with contractions. You got to deal with blood and all kind of other shit, all fluids and all of this shit while you have
9 months.
Right. And you got people that's actually helping you in this violence that you have. This is violent. This is the reason why you are here. I understand exactly when women say, well, if you want to feel some pain, have a baby, right?
Right.
But they didn't choose us as men to have a baby because they chose a different type of pain for us. That's the crazy thing.
What's that pain?
We have to take on this damn world. And when if you're not of the sound body to be able to endure the pain that it takes for a man to have, you're going to be looked at as a coward, less than a man. Nowadays, you're less than a woman. So there's some things that we have to take on also. Nobody is safe, women nor men. We have some other pain. You were just used to use that violence. So as a man, me looking at you, going through what you're going through, I have to have sympathy, empathy. I have to be able to be that man to sit back and say, okay, from now on, I'm gonna have to take on the rest. You're doing it. I have to rear this child. Now, both the parents have to deal with the pain of the growing pain, and the child has to deal with the growing pains, right? Because we're still growing up.
Oh,
while we're growing someone else up. That's what's crazy. Every one of us, you have a child at 20 years old. You're still young yourself. So you're growing up. Your child will start being cognizant of seeing you grow up. So by the time your child is cognizant of that, they'll be about 5 years old. Then they 10. Look what, you still young. You're still young. So as you get older, the years, not really the years, it's like the thing between you and your kids. Have you ever seen two old people? One was a daughter and the other was the mother, and they both were fucking senior citizens? You got one pushing the other one while she got a cane in the other hand, right? They both old as shit. 190, one of them is 70 something.
That's a blessing though.
That's what I'm telling you. So it's still to the point where you have to look at it like this. Just because I'm the parent doesn't mean that I know everything, God damn it. The only difference between you and me is because I've been on this earth longer. That's it. That's why when you see children and they come out and they're playing the piano at 4, playing the piano at 6, we look at it as, oh, that's a miracle. No, it's not. They can learn how to, the younger we are, the easier it is for us to learn anything that comes in front of us. Anybody that is cognizant can learn how to play the piano at 4 years old, way faster than you can at 40. Try to do that shit at 40 and we'll see how and you ain't never had no musical black background. You out here overthinking shit. Somebody keep telling you there's a difference in chords. You got a D minor and a D major. You know how hard it is to be 40 years old to comprehend. But if you tell someone that's 4, it's easy because they have a blank canvas, somewhat close to blank canvas. So they can Oh, okay. They'll understand what a D minor is. You teach them how to play 7 chords. They'll learn it in a week. Teach an old 40, 50-year-old how to play 7 chords. You done. It's a done deal. We done listen to too much goddamn music. We gonna try to make the music sound like how we want it to sound instead of how it's supposed to sound. That's what it is. It's not like it's a miracle for young people to learn. It's more of a miracle for us to be at our old age to go back to school and get a degree at 50 years old. That's a miracle right there. That's dope as fuck right there. But not no goddamn 14-year-old and they got a bachelor's degree. It seemed like it should be a miracle, but no. Any one of us could have got a bachelor's degree at 14 years old. It's the way the world has conditioned us. They told us that in order for you to be an adult, you got to be 18 years old. That's what they told us. They used to tell us at 16, that's when you were an adult. 14, that's when you were an adult. It's how they do that shit. And we'd be like, okay, ain't no way that little girl should have known all of that stuff. Yes, it is. They be like, well, kids are grown. They're smarter now because they know how to work iPhones. That's only because iPhones is all what they know. Ask them, where is north and where is south?
I told my son that.
They're gonna do this shit. They gonna go.
Where's the North Star? Can you know where the North Star?
Right.
They don't know. Mom, I have my phone. I could just look it up and Google it. What if the internet's look at today what happened? Did you guys get issues with your cell phones today? Right. Okay, it's already starting, my friends. It's election year.
If you want to impress me, make a different type of phone. You got iPhone and you got Android. Ain't that some shit? You only got 2 types of phones. You want to impress me, little kid? Make a new type of phone. That's what's impressive. You can't impress me by being a consumer and knowing how to consume. You get what I'm saying now?
They don't even know what a compass is.
Right.
So this is where I push back.
But that's because that's conditioning. That's why it's easier for them if you keep your kids away from all this bullshit right here and you mold them into doing stuff like what we were just saying, astrology, chemistry, biology. And that's what they start learning that at the age of 4, 5, 6. And they start learning that. Watch how easy it is for them to learn that than it is for us to learn that. It's way more easier, but we put the limits on children. We're JT, the one that put the limits on them.
JT,
go ahead.
This is where I push back. These kids ain't smarter than we were when we was younger. No damn way. I don't care what nobody say. They have the ability to be because they have more access to things that assist them. We have to do that shit the long way.
They've been dumbed down.
Yes, they're not smarter because, listen, you learn most of the stuff you learned by the 3rd grade. You learn how to write in cursive, your ass had to add, subtract, multiply, divide, all that good stuff. Mm-hmm. And you understood hand-eye coordination. You understood that. These kids don't have none of that. They struggle with all of that. Mm-hmm. You knew where to go get some information. Your ass went to that encyclopedia.
Yep, do you?
So it was what was presented, but it was what was presented to us. So we present, that's what I was just saying. We're the ones that put limits on them. We're the ones that put the limits on their ass.
I mean, but they don't take advantage of it. That's true. They have to take advantage of it because, listen, like I think I was saying this, I don't know when I was saying it, but I was saying it really recent. We was filling out fucking job applications at 14.
Yep, you said it last week.
You knew everything on the application. You didn't have to, and mama, what that mean? Your mama wasn't even around when your ass filled out your first job application.
Yeah.
You fill out college applications. Mom, I need your tax information. You knew how to read that shit. You ain't taking no tax class. Oh, okay. Put this, and you follow the instructions. That's the easiest thing to do. Unfortunately, since we make it so easy, I heard people say, I don't want my kids to go through what I'm gonna do. What did you go through? Didn't your ass graduate high school on time? Haven't you been working? and taking care of yourself since you've been out of high school. Then you get your own place at 18.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it wasn't. It wasn't
No
hard.
survival skills. That's
Yeah.
what I learned during COVID. We don't, as Americans, don't have a lot of survival skills. That's why I stay close to law enforcement and military.
Right.
Gee, don't you guys remember as kids, maybe Lady Navarro, you're kind of younger than us, how cool it was to go to the library for 4 to 5 hours to do a research project with your friends. You had to look for the book and the Dewey Decimal System. You only do 1 hour worth of work and go hang out for 2-3 hours. We had to use our brains, and the brain is a muscle. If you don't use it, you lose it. And these kids have been dumbed down.
Listen,
they don't know how to reason and come up with a plan. And I don't know. I'm nervous.
How most men graduate from college, they hang around a bunch of women. Like when they got good grades, they hung around a bunch of women because it's something that's innate in y'all where you can. It's like whatever it is, whatever formula you have to hide, y'all get it. With us, we be like, shit, I know, because we're just resourceful. So what we would do is, what's up? Oh, girl, she like you or whatever. She'd be like, look, I'm about to go to study at the library. This is what I'm about to do. He already know I can't go back home and I failed out of college. He can't do it. He already on probation. He don't want his parents to find out that he on probation and all that crazy shit. So what he do? He started getting with the kids that already applied themselves. And normally it's gonna be the women. Normally he's gonna be hanging out with 1 or 2 girls, and shit in high school he probably had them doing his homework. I know women that was doing men's homework because y'all, it's so easy to y'all. Like you said, an hour, I'm done. Shit, not me. I had 2 hours and a half. My ass still, because I'm like, I got to turn this shit in.
We be like, JT, go do a food run. Go get the food, and we'll have everything done and your part done when you come back. Okay.
I'll do anything. I'm doing that right there.
I used to sell my notes in school. I used to make money off of that. I had awesome handwriting. I highlighted it, did everything. Then went home and rewritten them. And one guy saw, he's like, yo, can I get those notes? I said, you know how much work I put into this? $10. Right. And after the word got out, I was making packets, and, study groups. I said, if a teacher gives you a study guide, she's giving you the questions to the test guys. Let's all look up the answers. You do 1 through 10. Trey, you do 11 through 20, and then we all combine our answers, and we all did the work. But now all these kids is just a touch of a button. Yeah. Google.
Listen, I worked my last job was working in a high school. The last thing these kids wanted to do was learn anything. Mm-hmm. They did not want to read. They did not want to learn math. They wanted to talk smack and argue about shit that made no sense to them. That's all they did. Everybody made an excuse. I can't do it on the computer. It's too much work. Y'all asses ain't even taking home books. You ain't got no homework. So, and the parents
what'd you learn today?
Listen, I had 3
I used to do my homework before I even get home. That shit is done. By the time my last class, that motherfucking shit used to be done. I'm like,
see how y'all talking your age, though? See how y'all talking your age, though?
Yeah.
See,
especially if you had studied all last period.
Yes. I'm like, I don't feel like take these books home. I'm about to do this shit right now. Put it back in my locker.
You couldn't even play sports without a C average. Yep. Now they let your ass just show up. You ain't even got
dumbass athlete, right? You just
you good. You ain't gonna you good. You the man. Huh?
I'm gonna talk to the teacher. Let me talk to the teacher. The coach.
Well, that's how I met my ex-husband in high school. He was failing Spanish, so the coach approached me because I played ball too, and he knew. And he knew I was feeling him. So he was like, yo, I need you to tutor so-and-so. And I'm like, yeah, but he's going to have to do the work. You know what coach told me? Just do the work and put his name on it. I need him to pass so he can play. I'm like, wow. And that's why a lot of our kids fall through the cracks, because the adults allow them to fall through the cracks.
Let me ask you a question. Did you, this was funny. I ain't never asked nobody this, but did you ever take a Spanish class?
Yeah, hell yeah, easy 8.
Really?
I sure did. I took Spanish 1, I took Spanish 2, and then I took Spanish speaking honors 3 because I needed to boost my GPA. I was in a Spanish club, absolutely, because it's very different to speak it, and I appreciate it because now I know how to read, write, and speak Spanish.
I've never asked anybody that speaks Spanish.
We take Spanish classes just to get an easy A. Absolutely, sir. I did it for 3 years, and then they told me in senior year, no, you're not going to Spanish for honors. Okay. You know, I had to take something else, but I sure did, and I appreciate it.
It's funny. I just never asked anybody that, but it makes sense because we take English class. We got English lit. We have, accelerated English classes and stuff like that because it is something different. I didn't even know that they had a high school that was teaching what they call it, the Queen's English, or the King's English, whatever. It's
Latin.
They call it. It's a Latin. It's when they speak in "Thou shall come through with thy."
Oh, like Shakespeare and stuff like that.
Yeah, that type of English. And I was like, wow, but I understood in college that they did because people that were in acting and drama, and all of that stuff, they took those type of classes so they can understand how to even read the Shakespearean literature and stuff like that.
Now, I want to learn Italian. I can understand Italian, but I actually want to learn it. And I've always been sign language. I want to learn sign language. I can't believe that there's
you know what I hate about the Italian dialect? It's because you can't tell if somebody is just playing with you or not. You know how people be trying to act like they're Italian or something, and they speak the broken English, and they always say and they speak because it sounds like I heard so many people fake, like different dialects and stuff like that. But every time I hear somebody, especially when you're in Italy and you hear them speak, you be like, it sounds like they are playing. Like they try to talk to you in English, but it sounds like it's a fake accent when they're talking. Like if you hear somebody in Germany, German people, I think they're very good at what they do when they speak English. I don't know what it is about the Germans, but they lose their accent. A lot of them end up losing their accent. They start learning English. Now, the craziest part is that if they learn English through black people, they're gonna sound like black people. So if they learn from a black person from New York, they're gonna have the New York accent. They learn it from somebody in the South, they're gonna speak like the people in the South. That's the funniest thing. But they lose their accent. That's crazy to me. Italian people don't. It's like, you know what I'm saying? If they've been speaking Italian all their damn life, now they trying to speak English and actually speak it how we speak, it sounds like they faking.
Well, my dad made me take I had to learn English when I was in kindergarten because all that was spoken at home, because my mom was home all day with us, was Spanish. Mm-hmm. So I had to take ESL in school, English as a second language, till I was in the 5th grade. But then my dad also had me take speech therapy because he didn't want me talking like this, He didn't want me having an accent. Yeah, because he thought that it would. If you just heard me over the phone, you would never think that I knew how to speak Spanish. But because I look Spanish, it's automatically assumed. But even till then, a lot of people don't know or cannot tell that I know how to speak English. And I appreciate that from my dad because he is right. Some jobs do, they won't admit it, but some jobs won't hire you. Don't you hate when you call that customer service person and they have a heavy accent and you can barely understand them? And then, they'll be like, can I speak to somebody that speaks English for Pete's sake? Yeah. So he didn't want me talking with that Spanish accent because it was, Yep. So every Tuesdays and Thursdays from 7 to 9 for 2 years, I had to take speech therapy classes, but I still have troubles with my R's and my V's. I like if to say river. You know, when you have those two letters in there, it's hard for me. So I have to like stop and think. River. I mean, my R's are really hard for me to pronounce sometimes, but you know, yeah. But then I'll start speaking Spanish, and they'll be like, "We didn't know you could speak Spanish." I said, "I know you didn't," and I make it a point for people not to know that I know how to speak Spanish.
And you're Dominican, right?
Yeah, I'm half Dominican, half Sicilian.
Okay, y'all speak fast. Y'all that I know you speak that. I be like, woo.
I can, especially when I'm upset.
Yeah.
If you really want to understand the breakdown of the English language, it's a class called English Linguistics. Mm-hmm. It gives you the origin of most English words that you use. Mm-hmm. English Linguistics. I took that class in college, and believe me, it broke down almost every word, my name, everything. And it's most of it's from the Latin root word, most of our English language. And you can see how they transform the word over time based on objects and things like that. So that's a really good class. Yeah. And I guess learning Spanish is probably, and this is where, again, collective bargaining comes into play. Most kids today going into the future need to learn Spanish. Yeah. What they talk about. Yeah. But first of all, they speak in this broken ass English anyway. Yeah. It's not proper English, it's standard English. That's the correct way to say it. It's standard. It's standard. Mm-hmm. And enunciating all of your vowels and, consonants, all of that. So it's going to benefit that young person to learn Spanish.
It should have been mandatory. It should have been mandatory that we should be able to speak at least two languages fluent.
Because every other,
depending on when you're
that's how me make more money than the next person. Yep. I can negotiate my pay. Yeah. But sometimes it's just a lateral move. Like a lot of these call centers will only pay you maybe $1 extra, and then you can only take Spanish calls. And because there's so little of us taking Spanish calls, we're always busy. We can never get time off. I said, no, that's okay. Y'all can keep it. I'll stick to my English. I'm good. But it really hurts me because sometimes when I do overtime overnight, I get a lot of the Texas and California calls, and it's all Spanish. And a lot of them are embarrassed of their accent, and they be like, "Can I get a Spanish interpreter?" I'll be like, "No, I understand you perfectly fine. The only way you're going to get better at your English is if you practice it. Now, you can speak to me in Spanish, but I'm going to have to answer you in English because I want to help that person, but they're too shy to speak English because why? That accent. They know that they have a heavy accent, and a lot of them, I said, but you got to practice. That's the only way you're going to learn.
Is that a thing? That's a big, I didn't know that was a thing.
A lot of them are embarrassed and they don't want to speak. Like my other job, I do a lot of Western Union, and when they see that I can speak, I see them struggling and I know they're Spanish and I'll speak Spanish. You could see the, oh my God, I'm so glad you know how to speak Spanish. Or they'll come I actually worked in the pharmacy during COVID because they sent a letter to Corp that there wasn't a Spanish speaking person in the pharmacy. First they asked the fair-skinned Spanish person, I mean really light, like white, to work in the pharmacy. They said no. And then they asked me, I said, yeah, why not? That's another skill. I almost finished being a pharmacy technician, but as soon as it was over, they pulled me out. They're like, okay, no, we don't need you anymore. I went through some of the training, but I didn't finish it. Right. But I had to help people, give them explanations on their medicine or help the pharmacist translate. It is, you're very right, Trey. It should be mandatory. I mean, yes, we're in America. Because my dad used to say to my mother, English, English. And then my mom would turn around, well, you married a Latina, so they're going to get Spanish. Okay? It was an argument in the house all the time. But Spanish has become like the national second language in the United States.
It's like where I'm from, French. right? Because we right
Creole?
there in Canada. No, French, like the actual
Oh
French.
wow.
We're bordered to. I'm only 15 minutes away from Canada.
Canada. Okay.
So the further northwest that you go, or either just north, the more you have more French speaking people. So you get to it's certain parts of Canada. Canada's huge, but it's certain parts of Canada where that's all they speak. That's the second language would be English. Everything is written in French. Everything is, it's either French or English, but then you would have certain other parts where, especially like in Vancouver and over by there, you would have a lot of Spanish speaking or French speaking. It's one or the other. So
are you far from Niagara Falls?
No, Niagara Falls is I'm like 5 hours away from Niagara Falls.
Yeah, because that's more towards Buffalo, New York.
I used to be stationed. That's why I was stationed in Watertown. I was stationed at Fort Drum. Fort Drum is like 30 minutes away from Buffalo. So
so you're used to that cold weather. You like that cold weather?
Yeah. I'm used to it. It's just that I'm used to it and I love it. Let me tell you why. I love the weather here because it's that break that we get. Like this winter, this has been a great winter for us. It's right now, it's probably about 36 degrees. Tomorrow it's going to be 56 degrees.
Yeah, it's been
This is great, especially in February. February is where it gets down. That's when the shit hits the fan. And this February has been awesome. So hopefully they don't wait and go ahead, bro.
And Embrace, have you been to Canada before, Grace?
No, I haven't.
JT, I know you've gone before, right?
What, man? I got family in Canada. I told you I'm only 15 minutes away.
That's why I asked is that, do you know that there are 2 Niagara Falls?
No, I didn't.
If you go to Niagara Falls on the U.S. side, you see sort of the back of the falls. But if you go to Niagara Falls on the Canada side, there's actually 2 falls. And you can see the water coming to fall down on the Canada side.
Yeah.
Wow.
And the smaller one, I ain't gonna say it's small, but compared to the one that they always advertise, about maybe 500 feet away, it's another falls coming. It's another fall right next to it. So now in the US, I think you gotta pay, but in Canada, you just gotta drive.
You just gotta drive right. It's because it's a city. Big ass city there. And when I tell you, Grace, you want to get some real fresh air, it's a whole different feel when you go to the night. And I tell you, you can breathe so doggone good there. It's like, wow. You want the springs to hit you. It's like you when I see people with the damn, I can see it if they going in, it's cold outside. But in the summertime, I'm not putting that thing on. I'm about to be soaking wet. I'm dressing to be wet. That's how it's not bad. Man, it's beautiful. It is.
It's beautiful. A little mist, little umbrella.
I'm not putting no umbrella. I went there and it was just so nice. It don't really get really hot there. Every once in a while you'll get some 80 degrees or something like that. But for the most part, it's just a beautiful thing. Summertime is just the dopest thing ever.
Toronto.
I would have to go during the summertime. I don't do too well in the cold. I'm anemic, so I shake at 72. Okay, so I'm like, I get cold.
The majority of women are anemic. Most women are anemic. So I get it. I already know when it comes down to it. And
like then, I'm in Georgia now, and I'm miserable.
Really?
I have to lay. Yes, it's gotten cold. It was 32 degrees today in Georgia.
Yeah, that's we chilling. We chilling at 32. Nice. It's right there freezing. It's just right there freezing. We good with that. The reason why we good with it is because we already had our below zero. It wasn't really below zero. I think it was like 5 was the lowest we got. I
don't know how y'all do it in the snow. I don't even leave my house at night in Georgia because it's so dark. I lived in Florida for 34 years. So I didn't realize just how much of a Floridian I was I mean, my heart is always going to be in New York, but my soul is in Florida. You know, and it's so dark out here. How you expect to find places, and then they don't want to turn their lights down when you're passing them. Then you got to worry about the deers. So I look, if anybody wants me to go out, they have to come pick me up at night. I'll go out all day during the day. Then they have the audacity. You like driving at night?
Yeah, I mean, especially if you was in Florida. Well, were you like?
Well, it's Georgia that I have the problem. So what I do is I see what time the sun sets, and if I got errands to run, I make sure that I get them done before the sun sets. Like right now, I love that daylight savings is coming. I like the day, the sun, the ocean. Yeah, me too. I'm a Scorpio. I'm a water sign. You know, I'm used to having open toe shoes every day, all day. Over here, you got to wear long johns, sweatshirt, hoodie, boots, you know, beanie. Where's my? I keep it close to me. You know, I gotta wear my beanie and stuff. It's not very feminine.
Wait,
you know,
I've never heard. Listen, I understand. Coming from Florida, yeah, Atlanta is very close. So I used to stay, like I said, I used to stay down in the last city before you get over to Jacksonville. Well, it's not the last city; it's one of the last cities, but it's over at Fort Stewart. Almost the last, right there, 30 minutes away. I mean, 22 minutes away from the border of Florida. And when I tell you, I went up to Atlanta from there, I was like, I don't need to come to Atlanta. I can't stand this. And I'm out here. Look, I'm being bougie. A dude from Florida, I mean, from Michigan. I goes to Atlanta, and I'm like, it's too cold up here. It's entirely, it was like 45 degrees and stuff like that. But you know, once you down, I was like, man, this is too cold. And people start laughing because I was making a joke. Because they like, what you say? Didn't you say you was from Detroit? I said, yeah. They said, I know damn well you are not complaining in the wintertime for it to be 45 degrees. I'm like, I've been down south too long, man. I've been down south. Like when you talk about Alabama, you talk about Florida is where it's at. Cause I seen it in Alabama, it had snowed, but they shut the whole city down. I was like, it just snowed. It wasn't even no snow to cover the ground or nothing. It just snowed. And they were just like, well, ain't nobody going to school today. I was like, damn, that's crazy.
Look at Trey and his backgrounds. You're hysterical. That's funny.
He be theming his backgrounds out when we be talking.
Yeah, according to the conversation, guys, I have never gone this long. We are at the 4-hour mark, so let me go. Right? It doesn't seem like it, but even Take Heat says something. She's like, "Wow, you're pulling an all-nighter tonight." So let me finish. I don't have a lot of note cards left, and then we'll do our final thoughts. But we had good conversation. That's what it's all about, you know. And definitely, guys, go check out Mr. Williams' website, his Black Wealth card, because I'm really gonna support that, and I'm hoping he allows me to sell it on my channel. One for the exposure, and of course for the commission.
Right.
So anyway, prioritizing self-investment involves directing our spending towards alternatives that directly contribute to the prosperity of Black households and fostering the transfer of wealth to future generations. Recognizing sustainable home ownership as primary means of wealth creation for the majority of Americans further underscores the importance of this financial strategy. So the fact that we don't circulate the black money circulates 6 hours in the community.
That's it. Yep.
Whereas in the Jewish and the Asian community, 20 days. 6 hours. So we cash our check, we go to the liquor store, we go to the weed man, we go to the barbershop and go get our hair done, and then that's it. But we won't support the Black-owned restaurant. And if we do, we're gonna go act a fool or ask for a hookup. But we won't do that at Bob Evans, will we? Why do I don't get that? That's a whole new show right there. It's like, why do we think that it's okay to disrespect people who look like us who are trying to do something with their lives?
Right.
It's
Right.
like, why?
And I think that should be something that we should ponder before. This is one of the things I'm starting to learn. When we, like what you're talking about, this is something that's going to lay on my brain for a minute, because what I'm trying to do is come up with other ways of having, like applying, right? Other ways of really orchestrating how we can start out supporting one another, right? And we already know, I mean, the obvious answers are, we got to start respecting each other. We got to start, these are obvious answers, but we already know that there's a problem within the Black American culture, right? One of the things is that we have to start acting as if we are a community. So when we're talking about this wealth thing, we definitely have to start with our children. Definitely have to start with them. That's the number one thing we have to do. But we still got to figure out how to do that too, because if we don't teach them that they have to also do exactly what we're doing for them, they have to do that for their children too, right? So preparation is one of them. Being aware is another thing. Financially aware, because I think we're just doing things subconsciously. Like you said, it's kind of like we're in a trance and we just buying stuff. Because we think it makes
keeping up with the Joneses.
Keeping up with the Joneses. It's like, no, this is the thing. I love motorcycles. I've had 2 in my lifetime. But I have to be very, very smart about that. I only was riding my motorcycle 2-3 months out of the year. My insurance was more than what my motorcycle was, right?
Well, you could put your motorcycle on storage status once you don't use it.
No.
Huh?
The insurance, I'm saying, I'm still saying, I still got to do it. In the summertime, I just used to activate my
That's on my bucket list. I want to learn how to. I'm a adrenaline junkie. I want to learn how to ride and get a Ninja.
Right. But I wasn't riding it again. I was going some years. For the whole year, my motorcycle, I didn't even ride it, right? So I'm like, it's in my garage. It's just sitting there collecting dust. It's getting worse because you have to ride those motorcycles. If you don't, they're going to end up being bad. It's just like having a sports car, one of those high performance cars. If you're not driving it, you're doing more damage to it, right? So that's the thing. Unless you got a Harley now, I gotta say. Unless you got a Harley, because everything on Harley is expensive as shit, and and the reason being is because they have what they call this stuff to keep from it don't rust. Your especially you got a V-type engine.
It doesn't erode.
It doesn't erode. No. That's why you pay the money. Like they got some Harleys that's $60,000 for a motorcycle. Yes. Now imagine why. It's not because of the name. People think it's because of the name. It's because of the performance. That's why you hear that. You ain't gonna never hear a Harley that sound quiet. Harleys are built because it's safety. You want them
watch
to
him put a bike
now. Yeah. You want them to hear you coming. That's why Harleys is. That's why when you popping, they gonna hear you, or they gonna hear you or feel you coming. But if I'm not gonna be riding it like that, then that's some other shit that I shouldn't be investing in until, guess what? I'm retired. Now I'm gonna be riding it all the time. Or if boats, you know how many people got boats and they paying all that storage fee for their boats?
The marina fees.
Those marina fees are, I said, whoa, that's rent. Especially the bigger it is, man. I'm like, and you'll think some of these dudes got yachts, the money that they spend, especially because we got marinas all over in Michigan. But guess what? You can only ride the boats when it's warm outside.
Yep.
That's it. When it's warm outside, most guys
Lake Michigan.
Yeah, buddy. Most guys like to fish in the wintertime, which is dope. That's why I'm like, yeah, if I was one of those dudes, I got a homeboy to do that shit. And he be catching some really nice. You fish, don't you?
I've gone fishing before with my dad. He's taken me out. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Not in the cold. I won't do it in the cold though, unless I got a bottle of Crown Royal.
Oh, you can get all that. I mean, normally fishing ain't nothing but catching a buzz anyway. Sometimes you just relax.
He would charter a boat, and we would have to be there at 5 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah,
you know, but it was fun. He taught. Yeah, I told you I was a daddy's girl. He taught me how to shoot, how to fish, how to cook, all of that. So, you know, what did lady Wife School podcast say? You need to rent that bike out and make some money.
That's true. Well, I ain't got it no more. I had to get rid of it. My life was changing, and I said the next bike I had, because the last bike I had, it was a Honda. It was a Honda.
And you definitely need life insurance if you're a bike owner.
Well, I'm gonna keep life insurance on me, and not only just a bike owner. So I used to be in the bike world. So
okay.
So yeah.
But that is definitely on my bucket list. I want to learn how to ride.
Ride a bike. Okay.
And I also wanted to go skydiving. That's on my bucket list. I won't do bungee jumping. I just can't trust that cord for some reason.
Wait. But you want to go skydiving, but you won't go bungee jumping? Do you understand what you're saying? Skydive. Listen, you got two guys. You was airborne when you
I was air assault. I was
both. I was both. I was airborne, and it was dangerous on both. One, you're repelling out, whether you're doing free fall or a rope, or what's the other one? I can't remember all the falls.
The one where you coming down face first? Like,
yeah. And then you got another one where you're on a parachute. Now the craziest part about on that one, if you land wrong, you're gonna bust your knees up, you're gonna tear your tailbone up. It's gonna be something that happens, and it happens to, if anybody had over 50 jumps, they've done one of the two. They have bust their knee up or fucked up their tailbone. One or the other, they did it.
Well, you just pissed on my parade.
No, let me tell you. Now, those were dangerous. You were talking about going up another, 20,000, 30,000 feet? You said skydiving. When you are skydiving, you ain't got nothing but it's you in the air. And if you do like this, you might not be able to get control back.
Well, I want to go twice. I want to go the first 2 times with somebody, and then the third time I'll go solo.
Y'all, I know you're in what part of Georgia you in?
About 45 minutes away from Atlanta.
They have an iFly.
I've seen that. I saw it. They had it in Florida. I want to go there first to get the anxiety and the fear out first. Yes. Yep, I've seen that. I should do that. That would be fun. Yep.
It's a simulator, but it shows you how dangerous it can be. Like if you spin out of control, it's over. Can't nobody help you. It's very hard for somebody to help you once you spin out of control. So
how do you do that so fast?
That right. And do you know how fast they're coming down? See, this is what a lot of other people don't realize. He's still doing 30 miles an hour. And it seems peaceful until you get closer and closer to that ground. You like, okay, you gotta remember everything you was taught. And once you get down there, that's when the fun starts. And a lot of people, they don't realize that those are the things that happen. But if that's what I don't like roller coasters.
Not at all.
I can't stand I don't like my stomach being hurt. So when I was doing like jumping and all that stuff, it was adrenaline rush, but it was a job. You know what I'm saying? It was something that I wanted to do. I was trying to get promoted. It was all kind of shit that motivated me to do that shit. However, they can keep that shit. I don't even like flying on planes too much, but I gotta get somewhere, so I get my ass on the damn plane. And the only thing about planes that I don't like is taking off and landing. I can't stand neither one of those. Now we up there. I don't care nothing about the turbulence and all that shit.
And that's the only time that the pilot really has control of the plane is when he's landing and then when he's taking off.
Yeah, and that's probably why my ass be like, God damn, you know how to be.
Well, you see, JT, you would be the kind of person that we'd have to get to the airport 90 minutes early, go to the bar, have a couple drinks, and just mellow you out. Because ain't nobody having you be all tensed up and oh my god, we're gonna die. No, bro, we're gonna watch a movie.
You would think I've flown over 200, 300 times.
But you still get that anxiety.
I never had it until I started getting older, until I started flying nationally. When I flew internationally, no, I've never had a problem. My damn cat is over here trying to tear my door down. I'll be up in the air for 7 to 14 hours. I'm straight. I'm asleep by the time they land. All I hear is, this is the captain, telling us that we're here. Welcome to such and such, everybody clapping or whatever it is. But now that I'm doing all this this national flying shit, I can't stand it. These little ass planes, these damn pilots, I'm like, is that when they get ready to land, they got to keep it and they trying to keep it where they need to get it and the plane still be doing this. That's what get me. That turbulence don't get me. It can drop, 2,000, 3,000 feet. I'm straight on that. I ain't tripping off that. I get mad every time we get ready to land or when we take off. Because when we taking off, when it start doing this shit, and it keep going.
I can't deal with the turbulence. The turbulence makes me nervous. My stomach.
Yeah.
My stomach goes up and down as the plane goes up and now the landing and the taking off. I pray. You know what I'm saying? Lord, let him take off safely, and then I pray when he touches the ground again. And I'm like, thank you, Jesus. Oh, and you know what else I do? When I'm boarding the plane, I touch the plane and I say a prayer. It's something that I've done since I was a kid.
You lay hands on the plane.
Yep, I lay. But I mean, it's quick because people are behind me. But I lay hands on the plane and then I go like this and I pray while I'm trying to find my seat. And I always sit in the back of the plane because if God forbid something happens, that's your best chance of survival. Because usually a plane splits in half, or it nosedives. So I'm sitting on. I thought about all of that. I sit on 23. Michael Jordan is my favorite player. 23 is my second favorite number. So on the way back, I sit on the right-hand side of the plane. And on the way home, I sit on the left side of the plane. It's such a creature of habit. It's crazy. Even my son says, Mom, why do you put me all the way in aisle 23? I'm like, well, first of all, your name is Jordan. Okay. I named you after my favorite basketball player. And you're going to sit, if God forbid something happens, you have a higher survival rate. You take your ass to the bathroom in the back and lock yourself there. Not.
Listen,
that's a C-130, ain't it?
My first international flight going to Saudi Arabia.
Was that a hop?
No, my company. I was, if you know Fort Hood, I was with the 21st replacement out of Fort Hood. Everybody that goes to Fort Hood knows that company, right?
Yes, absolutely.
I was selected out of AIT. There's like, okay, you got leadership, so they want you. Okay, great.
That was the cavalry unit, right?
No, 21st replacement is the replacement unit. Like every base when you go.
Yeah.
So that was me, but that was So they're like, okay, we're going to Saudi Arabia. I'm like, huh? Saudi Arabia? I just get there. They like, we got orders, we going. 30 days later, this is me on a C-130 flying backwards.
Yes.
Tight space.
Did they have the netted seats? The seats
yes.
Net. Yeah.
Yes. I'm like, what the hell is it's so
it's like
noisy.
a hammock. You sitting on a hammock.
You ain't reclining.
Nope.
You ain't getting no snacks. You ain't getting nothing. You got a little bathroom and 15
You better
hours.
hope they ain't got the back open. Remember, they used to have that back open.
Well, we was loaded with cargo, so no back.
So they had it closed. Yeah.
It was a great flight. Cool. I slept 12 hours, probably used the restroom 3 or 4 times, but listen, it's nothing fancy about some military flights. You know, it sounds great, but when we were going to Saudi Arabia, this was our transportation. I didn't have a window, no window.
Yeah, you don't see shit. You don't. I've been on there in so many different styles. I went home in one of those. I went from Bosnia to Hungary in one of those. And the craziest part was it was like 90 degrees outside. But when we got up there, because they had that back open, man, it was so cold up there. I've been on a C-130 with coffins. Never asked if anybody was in those coffins. We seen the coffins and nobody said nothing. We just looking. I didn't even want to ask if it was somebody in there. I was like, wow.
JT, it could have been some of that good old Frank Lucas coming back with you.
Yeah, it could have been that Frank. Oh yeah, that blue magic. It could have been.
Could have been.
Yeah, I've been treated as cargo in those things, and those hammock netted seats is uncomfortable. Your back, especially if you got back problems and stuff like that. You know, when you young, we mess our back up when we young because we always picking up shit. We ain't got no business picking it up. We ain't picking it up. we not picking it up with our legs. We using just, oh man, I done messed my back up many a times, but don't worry about it though. I'm about to go ahead and get that 100. That's it.
That's what caused me.
That 100%.
Yeah,
100%.
Let me get it. Look, it's by time I'm 60, everything wrong with me. I'm talking about everything. My mental was gone. Not only my back, everything is wrong with me. I'm about to get 110 on their ass.
And Sister Embrace, just based off what JT is saying, like I'm a veteran, also a disabled veteran, so and this is what's crazy. I'm rated at 120% already, but they don't pay you at 120%. 100 is your max, so I got my appeal in right now. Yeah. And I'll tell you, one of the best ways and the fastest ways to create that generational wealth, so you can start obtaining that. And this is what I've always recommended to a young man, a young woman who's not sure about what they want to do. As far as once they graduate, the military is probably one of the best options.
I'm trying to get my son to go to the military. He turns 18 in April, and he won't do it.
Stop talking. You can't talk to him about that. My father was a military guy, and he used to tell me, I was like, man, you crazy? I'm not joining no military.
Yeah, you ain't gonna be able to talk him into doing it.
See, you can't do it, but you have to just find somebody who has a good experience in the military, and they can give him, I can tell you some suggestions. Give him a side-by-side view. Ask him to identify a college that he may want to go to, right? Put everything up, the cost of tuition, the room and board, the housing, the transportation, whatever it's going to take his allowance. Put that up. And then ask him what would he want to do. Find that career, because the military, there's a book about this thing. It give you all the break. And I have that book of every
it's service. The translation. It's the translation.
And it'll tell you every job in the military, right? And find that job, and it'll tell you, because the military depends on what he goes in at. It's about $1,400 coming in. He's going to make money. The first year he's in the military, he could make $10,000 or more just being in. Now, it may not seem like a lot, but it is. He doesn't have to pay for food unless he want to go hanging out, partying that night. The first 8 months, you're probably in basic training and your AIT. That's just the school where he learns his skill. You don't get to go out every weekend and do all that. He's going to get in the best shape he's ever had. He's going to learn how to fire a weapon, break it down all the way to the core.
But you're not telling me nothing I don't know. I've been trying to. It's either the Navy or the Air Force. And
side by side, and let them know it can be an option.
And
Because
then I tell them your college education will be paid. You'll get the GI Bill, the down payment for your first home. You'll get good insurance. I try to tell them you don't have to make a career if you don't want to. Do your 3-4 years, get in and get out.
So
You know?
making it a career. This is the thing. By the time once you do 8 years, you're considered a career military person. Once you start getting this is where, like with myself, what I had to do, I had to weigh my options, right? I could have waited till I was 38 and I could have toughed it out, did everything I needed to do, and at 38 I would have been retired. Problem would have been is that I wouldn't have been able to do what I want to do now. I'm glad that I ended up doing what I did because I was messed up in the military. I did a lot of things that messed my body up. Back and my legs was like messed up. I didn't have severe frostbite, but like my hands was frozen enough where it's very sensitive now to, the cold. The greatest thing was that I ended up getting out of being the mechanic and all that because, like I said, you get carpal tunnel, you got to deal with infections because you're dealing with all kind of, transmission fluids and gasoline and diesel and stuff like that. And that stuff get in your skin and that stuff be in your hands, and it's hard. You can wash your hands all damn day. You can't get that stuff off, right? And then on top of that, we use very harsh detergents on our skin, on our hands. What was that stuff they use? Goop, right? That takes off about almost an inch of damn skin. About if you use it all the time, about an inch of your skin. It's your skin will be so sensitive to everything because you keep taking off layers and layers and layers of your skin from your hands. So it messes your hands up. Plus, when you start messing around and banging up, your body and stuff like that, doing tactical stuff, like I never stopped doing those tacticals training. Anything to give me some promotion points, I was doing it. I was doing like what they call it, pre-ranger school. That's just pre. That ain't even to determine if you get in. That's just to determine if they want to determine if you get in. But you got 10 days of that. Then you got all these other things. If he want to go, I'm going to tell you the best way for him to do it, because translation is very good of career translation. If he can get into the Air Force, that'll be dope.
I know that's the elite branch, but I respect all branches because you guys are sacrificing your time, your freedom, and what all the people don't realize is the families go through the same sacrifice and everything. Because I don't know if I could be married to a military man. I'm a single mom. I don't have the husband there, and a lot of these military wives, I have to give kudos to them.
Well, you have to, it's definitely a different way. It's not a traditional way of living, for real. No doubt about it. It's not, but what you have to have it definitely discipline, but you have to have foresight on, like, when we go in, if I'm going and I'm keep going back and forth to all these deployments, I'm looking at how much I'm getting paid. I'm looking at what it's doing for my career in the military. One of the things that I wanted to do, this was crazy. I didn't know that I was going to be that type of a soldier. I needed to get that patch on my right side, right? Deployment. You know why? Because I was looking at being an E7. And when you are highly decorated, E5, E6, by the time you get to be an E7, they look, because they got to take a picture of you. They got to look at everything that's going. The way that they pick you, it's like the beauty pageant. That's crazy. It's like the beauty pageant. You got all kind of things that they ask you, all the questions. You're going to learn that. But it's how you look and present yourself.
Yeah.
So if he wants to get in, these are the things. You can't talk him into that part. He goes in. Now he's going, all you need to do
I
is
need a
tell him
recruiter to
basic-
come to the house and just sit him down and talk to him.
probably
You
somebody
know?
that's just in the military. That was the
Right.
recruiter is gonna
Yeah.
sell the shit out of his ass. They
Yeah,
gonna tell
you
him
don't need
bullshit.
recruiting.
They gonna you seen them? Have you seen those commercials that they do? No, those commercials that they make.
Yes,
that shit look
RBN,
like it's
we're
fun.
still here.
Right. You got all these people doing all kind of shit, but they still clean. That ain't that shit. It's dirty. It is a dirty job, and I don't care which one. At some point in your career, you're gonna be doing dirty jobs. However, if you have a MOS that is like it can be translated like communications, right? Not just being commo. That ain't gonna translate into shit. But when you're doing what they doing right now with the technology that they got right now, man, that translate easy. IT, literally IT does nothing but IT.
Yeah.
However,
That's it.
they all over the place. They travel big time because you got different units and different people that need stuff. Check this out. Anything that he wants to do, I could have went into the military and I could have been a broadcaster. It was on the list of things that I could have done. AFN, you remember AFN?
All that was there.
It was
Yeah,
what was it? Yeah, all of that. That was a network that's all we had at one time before they had all this shit. Now you can watch everything, anything. When I was in, and when OG was in, if you went overseas, you're lucky if you got one channel. That was it. Everything else is gonna be in the natives' doggone language.
Yeah.
And that's how I learned German. Watching Three's Company.
Exactly.
Watching it in German.
Grace.
Huh?
Do you know what your son wants to do as far as career-wise?
He wants to do fashion. He has an idea to develop a app. I mean, he needs structure and discipline. That's what he needs.
That's it.
And that's why I want him to go to the military.
Grace,
You know?
You
Why
make
you
it easy
saying like
for him.
that though?
You make it easy for him. But listen, now here's the thing about fashion. Even if let's just say he wants to do fashion, right? And the reason why the military could be beneficial to him if he uses it, say he goes overseas, right? Now he has access to fashion outside of America because America's not really teaching fashion. They teach yours how to buy clothes. But if he can go to other countries like Italy and those countries where he can learn how to design,
Ooh, that's a good angle. That's a good angle, Trey. That's a good angle.
But again, you have to give him that side by side. He can go pay $50,000, $60,000, or he can go make $60,000. Be highly skilled because again, he's going to be able to be in these countries, and they're not going to charge him. He can go and sit down and get it all for free, come back to America, and he'll be one of the most highly sought after fashionists in the industry because one, and this is what JT, this is how it is. When you go to the military and you do your time and you get an honorable discharge, and I wanted to apply for your job, they're going to give me a point system. And if I'm a veteran, I get 5 points. And listen, and if he does go, I don't give a damn if he break his pinky, if he hurt his big toe, he twist the ankle, tell his ass to go to the doctor, put it in his records. So when he get out, he can get that 80-90% disability on top of his income. But he can learn those skills, and he's going to be, and if he's a disabled veteran, he gets 10 points. So you get a hiring preference because they understand your work ethic coming out. And it may be scary for him right now. He's like,
He was knocking on my door.
What kind of cat is that? It's a
What? Is that a boy or girl?
This the boy. That's the
Okay.
boy. My girl, I have a girl. She's a blue. She's an American blue.
Oh,
So real dark brown. Dark gray. But she every once in a while I can pick her up.
I have a Maine Coon mix. A Maine Coon mix cat. Nice.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Maine Coon mix. But I also have a puppy German Shepherd who's the ruler. I have 3 girl dogs. The German Shepherd is the ruler. Then it's the cat. Then it's my older senior dog. And the German Shepherd, she's running everything. They the divas of all dogs. They ain't.
Right.
But if he's in that space right now, you know, and you talk to him a lot, you know what I'm saying? He can't hear your voice right now. Mama's, you going in 2 fists up like, come on, let me no more. He need to hear a different voice.
Yeah, but and you're right, but he thinks it's a joke. He turns 18 and you don't have a plan. What do you, I said, because I told him, and I know this sounds cold-hearted, I said, but you're not staying here. You're just not. You know, I have a 1-bedroom. You're messy. You don't know how to respect my area. I'm not going through it with you. You know, he can go with his dad. He can go to Florida and go be with his dad. You know,
I get it, because you can't make, this is the thing that a lot of people don't know when it comes down to your teenagers going into adulthood. They have to know that them being up under your tutelage as they get older is going to be more and more uncomfortable for them to be staying in your house, because it's your house. It's more and more now starting not to be theirs, because they have to come, they have to be able to leave in order for you to actually want them to come and visit home. You get what I'm saying? So like with my parents, I remember I left 18, I was gone, right? My parents used to be like, when you coming home? And when I came home, I actually was treated like a guest. You know, my mama cooked. They, in the morning time, they was like, you know, they had the room set up. They made sure that I was not coming back to be living with them, so that so I could be their guest. So then they used to have the room set up really good. They had a new bed in there, you know, they got the whole thing in amenities, because I am a guest in their home now, right? Then it gets to the point where if you fall on hard times, now we can be that soft pillow for you to come so you can get yourself together. But if they never leave, they think that that's their home, and they think that you still owe them. But when they find out that you don't owe them, you're not obligated. You do it because they're family. You do it because you care about them and you want them to be able to sustain themselves. So you're there for the help. You're not there to enable them. That's what they don't catch. One of the reasons is because you mom. Do you understand? You was their first home. For 9-10 months, that was their home. And there was nothing more warmer than that home that they had there. That's just what it is.
I broke it down to my son one day, because he used to get jealous because I was a high school basketball coach, and a lot of these kids used to call me mom and stuff. And when you're an only child, I had to divide my attention. And I had to break it down to him. I said, do you know that you're the only human in this world that knows the sound of my heart? Yes. How can you compare that to anybody else? And when I finally said that to him, it sunk in. You are the only one that literally knows the sound of my heart. And 33 freaking hours of labor getting that watermelon head out. You know? Almost went into a C-section. Almost.
We have to share each other with the rest of the world. Literally, all of us. That's what it is. Think about it. With family, we're not just family to one person. We're family to everybody. We're here. That's our utilization. It's a hard thing for a kid to, to come to a realization, but they need to go through that difficulty, because now they understand that, okay, well, I need something that's just as soft as when I was up under my mom, right? But I can never be up under another woman like that. They got to be up under me now. And then I got to be, you know what I'm saying? Being able to cling to another woman so I can create a family, so I can, do the same. And it's just going to keep going with the next family and the next family and the next family. So
I mean, the kid's been working. He's been working since he was 14. He was the first one out of his crew to get his driver's license. He was the first one out of his crew to drive. I let him drive my car even at 15 with no, because I trusted him. He's a good kid and doesn't give me a lot of problems. He's just mouthy sometimes, which is normal teenager stuff. And I'm the type, if I ask you to do something, I expect it to be done right away. Sometimes I got to ask, 3-4 times. I mean, I've whooped him. I can count on one hand how many times I've whooped him.
Right.
But he's 6'4" now. I mean,
right. That ain't gonna look right.
He taps me. Oh wait, let me. Don't get it twisted. About 3 years ago, I did a trick that I saw in a Tyler Perry movie. I put baby oil. He was in the shower. He had pissed me off so much. I left the house to go cool off, and then I thought about it. I know, nah, this deserves an ass whooping. He was in the shower. I put baby oil in the front door. I had the long belt with me, and I knew he would hang on to that belt, but he didn't know I had the short belt in my back pocket. So while he was trying to slip and slide and hold on to that belt, I was lighting his ass up with the short belt. He slept from 4:30 all the way to the next day. Yeah, I got his ass good.
Yeah, you worked him out.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, size don't matter. You got to be strategic in the attack. And then the element of surprise. He thought I left. And then he's in the shower listening to his music, caking with the girl. And when I popped out on his ass, he trying to grab onto his towel. I said, no, don't grab on now. I made all that. You don't worry about that. He slept. He didn't even eat dinner. He woke up the next day and he looked at me. He's like, "Damn you, gangster." I'm like, "Yeah, try me again, bro." So that's why we were talking about a show the other night where I believe in ass whoopings. They work miracles. Because they remember. We used to fear our parents growing up. These kids don't fear us. Talking about I'll call CPS. Bitch, you gotta get to the phone first.
Man, we used to have. My father used to give full warning. I remember he had called me from, I think, work. He called the school and told the principal to go get me from my classroom.
Mm-hmm.
So that was the strangest shit I ever heard in my life. My father, he was like, it was the principal named Dr. Graves. And he came and got me. He said, your daddy on the phone. I'm thinking he about to tell me somebody died or whatever. This is how he sound. Now, they used to call me Jimmy. That's what he did. Jimmy. I was like, yeah. He said, I'm just letting you know right now. When I get home, you getting your ass whooped.
Damn. That's that mental torture.
I talked to your teacher. She called me and told me you was acting a damn fool. Is that how we taught you? And I'm like, that's a trick. As a kid, you be like, don't want to. He's like, you better answer me. And I'm like, no. He said, no, we got that. He said, like, he'll ask some crazy shit like, you think I'm a damn fool? And you like, is this a trick question? You don't want to answer it. You be like, no. And that's when you get hit. You must have thought I was a goddamn fool. I didn't think you was a fool.
My dad used to hang the belt on the door. He's like, I'll be
whooping belt. Yes.
No, but he used to hang it. It was the mental torture that you didn't know when it was coming. But he used to hang the belt. He was like, I'll be back soon. And you're in your room. You don't know when he's coming. Then I hear him whooping my brother's ass. And then I'm sitting in the corner. I'm like, damn. But because I was the baby and I was the girl, he'd be tired by the time he get to me. But I got plenty of slaps because I used to come slick out the mouth, and he, pah! He's like,
he wasn't really. You was his girl. He was his baby girl. That's all that was. He was his baby girl.
Y'all talk
they
like
don't.
this.
Yeah, they don't let up off. Like my father would not let up, and I was for 8 years. I was the only child. So imagine. There's nobody to blame shit on. It's me. Whatever happened in that house, I did it. I remember I had some fireworks. I'm like 6. I think I'm 6. Now the neighborhood I was in, I'm telling you, we did stuff at young ages that they don't even do at 12 and 13 now. We used to go to this, it was this store. We had a bunch of stores. And they used to sell us, like they'd sell kids fireworks. It wasn't against the law or nothing. So we'd go there, and so I had a big old bag of smoke bombs.
I know you didn't like
What
that shit.
made me light it up? I lit one of the smoke bombs up in the basement.
I did that
was
on the
like,
school
what? I
bus.
was like, oh shit. And I ran outside and I threw it, but it was too late because the smoke never went away. I'm steady trying to spray stuff. It just, the smoke got, it made it worse. As soon as my father came in the house, it wasn't like he can say, who just lit up a smoke bomb? He knew it was me. I'm the only fucking person in the house. It's just me. I almost burnt our house up. Before I did the thing with the smoke bomb, I lit a jumping jack in the basement. I don't know why I did it.
Oh, so you just don't learn your lesson.
What the fuck is
I'm
wrong
a
with that?
maniac.
Like, but he was like, my father was like, he was like, what made you do that? And honestly, I answered very honestly, I don't know. I wasn't thinking it through. It's something that basement used to be my sanctuary, and I used to do all kind of dumbass shit in the damn basement. Especially,
you had too much time alone.
I don't even fuck with fireworks no more. I ain't fuck with fireworks ever since my
You're
brother.
traumatized.
And all that. Yeah, fuck with fireworks. I've never had most kids, they done had fireworks blow up in their hands and stuff like that. Never happened to me. After I got that ass whooping, that was enough fireworks that I needed right there. That smoke bomb was it. Cause I got 2 ass whoopings. I got 1 ass whooping when he found out that was the initial ass whooping. But while he thought about it again, he called me back down there and whooped my ass again. But he's like, nah, I can't get this damn smoke, this shit out the damn house. It would not move out that house. He had all the windows open, the doors. That smoke bomb would not go away.
And smoke bombs were funky back then. They had a odor. I got 2 crazy stories real quick. I was probably 6 or 7 years old. I was supposed to have been sick. My mom, she had worked overnight, so she slept during the day. So I'm home from school. All of my other siblings go. I found a lighter. I'm like, yeah, click, blick, the Bic.
Yeah.
I done flicked it and set it up on the and he saw some paper in the garbage. Like, ooh, I'm just gonna try it. Man, that shit caught flame. I was smart enough. I was by the sink. I threw some water on it. My mother smelled it. All I heard was, I started running towards the door. There was an extension cord somewhere close by. She grabbed it. And I was a little healthy. When I say healthy, I was muscle built kid. I could run and jump. I caught myself jumping off the porch. I'll never forget.
She caught
the bulk end, the female end. She
caught you at the small of your back.
No, she slung it out there. It caught me on the neck.
Oh,
and wrapped around my neck. Only thing I do is I'm in the air. Bam. Boy, she with me. Listen, to this day, I don't mess with lighters. I'm not lighting fireworks. I barely light a candle. Second time, and that was my mom. So I ain't had no problems. My mom didn't have no problems with me after that. I wasn't this second time, 7th grade. I got siblings. They all, we all get our report cards at the same time. I'm one of them. I'm the kid. I do my work whenever. Blah blah blah. All home report cards. Everybody bring home. Everybody laughing and joking on the bus. I'm quiet because I got all D's on my report card. No matter of fact, I'm not. I got all F's. Every class I had.
Your report card said.
Listen.
Foolery. Fuckery.
Yes.
Foolishness.
Every class. Gym, art, science, social studies. I failed every class. All my conduct was A's and B's. I just didn't do no work. I'm like, shit.
Good kid, but ain't did shit.
Give my mom my report card. Thank God she didn't have her glasses on and she didn't think to get them. So she saw the report card. She said, oh, you did good. I'm like,
she thought it was A's.
She thought it was B's.
She said, but your conduct is fucked up because my parents cursed. Your ass better get yourself together. I'm going to show your daddy this report card. Okay. Mama, can I go to the gym? Go to the gym about a mile up the road. I walk. I never forget. My father get home about 4:30. I finally get ready to play because you playing full court, you gotta wait. I'm shooting around. I look over, see somebody leaning in the door. It's my father. I just ran off the court.
Right.
When I ran out of the gym, start walking towards home. He didn't tell me nothing because I stayed away from him. I'm like, I'm not gonna get close to this dude.
Right.
I'm walking about 30 feet in front of him. All of a sudden I heard something sound like a tree branch is falling down. I look back, he got his foot on some plywood, snapping the plywood in two. Like, oh, so I see the car, get in the car, sit down. He pulls up to the house. He said, don't say shit. Take your ass in the house. I'll call you when I'm ready. It was people over, friends. My sisters and brothers had friends over. My mom had people at the house. Come in the house, it gets quiet. 10 minutes later, my dad calls me. This is the only thing my mama said. Don't kill him. That was it. I look back because the way in my room was I had to come out and you turn and you can see the front door. When I see the front door, you see the cartoon now people, they used to stack their little heads up looking inside the house.
Mm-hmm.
And my father was a stickler for school because he went to school when the teachers could smack you on the hand and he didn't play when he came to school.
Right.
He said, I'm going to get you 2 licks for each grade. I got 14 licks that day. To this day, the story that
you count your licks.
But the story that I'm telling y'all, none of my friends have ever even brought this story up to me. I'm like, I was there. They're like, man, I don't remember it. Man, I'll never forget that.
Right.
That day, 7th grade, I never had to get a whooping. I used to be the kid that after that, man, don't act bad. You're going to get in trouble. Don't do that. Your parents going to get you. I was that type of kid.
Now you parenting your friends and stuff, right?
That's all I've been. I've never been away. I've never have been able to get away from it. Like, don't do that. That you can't do that. That's bad. And that was, that was one of the greatest stories of my life.
Yeah.
It taught me so much. And then he came back because, like, son, look, I do that because I don't want to see you out here in these streets messed up. I ain't have no problems after that as far as behavior. Nah, I started doing all my damn work. I'm like, shit. I ain't getting
I was never, as a teenager, I was never a thug. I was never out there in the streets. Like, my teenage years was straight and narrow. Everything I did was legit. So I worked, like, I used to work at McDonald's and I had a job working at Chi-Chi's too. And I used to, like, I didn't really sleep, right? Because I did a lot of shit. I used to be in marching band. I was on the track team. Again, 2 jobs. I also went to Votech. So I went to 2 schools. I went first part of the day, I went to high school. By the time I got in the 12th grade, I only had 2 doggone high school courses. Because, at that time, we had accelerating programs and stuff like that. So in the 8th grade, 9th grade, I was in accelerating program. So I had like 8 straight classes for those 2 years. And all of that stuff, even in the 8th grade, some of the stuff in the 8th grade, it went towards high school. Mm-hmm. By the time I got into the 12th grade, I only had 2 classes to take. So I was, for two hours, I could do whatever I wanted to do. I didn't have to be in Votech. And that was it was like a mile down, a mile and a half away. And then I go there, but I loved it there. And then the second year of that, I didn't even have to go to class there. I was working for a construction company. So my GPA was off the fucking charts when I graduated. But I was working for all these people and I never really had a lot of time to sleep because I was always busy. And I couldn't wait. And one of the reasons being is because you couldn't just do nothing in the house. That wasn't gonna happen. Mm-hmm. Saturday and Sundays was cool. That was when but during the week, man, you had to have done something or your ass gonna be at home. You're gonna be cooking, you're gonna be cleaning, you're gonna be doing something. So it had us to get out there, and they did that purposely because they didn't want us to be so lax in life where we think that we can just chill. And I was glad. That's one of the things I'm glad that they do. Like, man, at one time I had 4 fucking jobs.
Damn.
At one time, I mean, I DJ'd, I worked 2 jobs, and I had another hustle that I was doing also with radio stations and stuff like that. Plus, I was helping other people out, construction and shit like that. It was like that shit. Like now, I'm like, if I retire, I'm gonna have to do something. I'm gonna have to get another business. I'm gonna have to do something, because even when I take off, I can take a week off. If I'm just at the crib, I'm like, man, I'm gonna take my ass back to work, because it is doing nothing for that many, just getting up and doing. I'm like, I can't do this shit. I don't really drink coffee. I don't read the newspaper. Now, what I can do though is this. This is when I started saying, oh shit, I need to get my ass behind this damn microphone. The times that I do have off, I'm starting to get back to that, starting to get these more shows and stuff like that, because just doing nothing, you get complacent. It's like life is just passing you by. That's how I feel anyway. I feel like life is passing me by when I'm chilling, even though I needed it. I'm like, I can't be chilling too hard. This shit is starting to get boring. Then you get to watching TV and shit and watching dumbass shit on TV. This is when you realize how dumb TV is. You be like, they just put anything on this shit, don't they? Nah.
Yep. Nowadays, yep. You're absolutely right.
They got shit on, Normally, I got a friend. We will sit there and watch History Channel, or we'll watch Geographic, or like if y'all ever seen a Deep Blue Sea. Oh my God. I didn't even realize how entertaining it is to see nature. Like literally, I can sit there and watch fish and turtles and the way that they habitate and all that stuff. Penguins. You think you know something about these motherfuckers? You be like, 2 hours, I'm sitting there watching some goddamn penguins live, doing some shit, having sex, motherfuckers ousting motherfuckers out of their little tribe. And looking at lobsters. You're like, damn, I ain't know lobsters can do some shit like that. Or octopus. Who the fuck? I never knew that octopus is one of the most intelligent beings on the side of humans than all these motherfuckers. This motherfucker got 8 brains that works towards each tentacle, 9 hearts. This is a being. Very intelligent, super intelligent.
They can damn near reason. They can understand how to unscrew a top off a jar and everything. They can do all that shit.
And you barely would see them. That's why if you go, they used to have in a lot of these aquariums around the world, very few aquariums have octopus in them. Very few of them. I know SeaWorld used to have it. I don't know what the fuck happened to SeaWorld. And it was another big aquarium. I can't remember. And you can see octopus, but you will see squid. But they ain't got shit on the octopus. I'm telling you, I be doing that shit, watching shit about them.
Mm-hmm.
Naked and Afraid. Now I love Naked and Afraid. That shit is dope as fuck. Have you ever seen that?
No. What is that?
My wife watches that.
She watches that. Yeah. It shows people going into different terrain,
living off the land butt naked.
For what, 60 days or something like that. But
like Adam and Eve and stuff, and see if they can survive.
See if they can survive. And it depends on where they at. You got some of them, they go into extreme weather, cold weather. Some places be extreme hot weather. Some places be like islands where, you surrounded by nothing but salt water.
And no clothes?
Yeah, butt ass naked. And they come in pairs, right? It's a female and a male. But then you can.
Do they know each other?
No, they just meet. They just meet each other. They come off, one get dropped off by a truck, butt naked. Then the other one. So they meet each other for the first time, butt ass naked. And it's
they hook up?
I think it's like 6 teams. What'd you say?
Do they hook up?
Nah. I think that they would show some people that probably did after the show, but no, they don't be thinking that. You ain't thinking about hooking up with nobody when you out there and you got to worry about the weather. So especially when you in like rainforest and shit like that, you got to hurry up and build you some coverage, because even though it's extremely hot in the daytime, it gets extremely cold at night. And then you have to worry about the animals and the bugs. And then you have to, it's deep. This is where you see people in their primitive state and where they go and they lose a lot of weight. They manage, they talk about their what they call it, the mental, but they grade them off of that. So they grade them they at a high stance when they're just getting there, and then they grade them all the way down. I think it's 60 days that they're there. That shit is crazy. But the survival techniques, and you only get a chance, I think it's only 2 or 3 tools you get to take. So machete, and you don't know what your partner got. So you get a compass and a goddamn machete. Now you ain't got nothing for water. You don't get a pot, you know what I'm saying? Or you get a pot and you get a machete. You always gonna get the machete. Everybody grabs a machete. But yeah, it's that's it. And then everything else, all the other tools you get, you got to make them yourself.
And then the couples the couples that survive get a prize.
Yeah, you get money. You get money. Not the couple, the individual, because a lot of times they end up changing. They end up, well, no, if it is a couple that does, they both get paid. But a lot of times, some people tap out, or they end up getting injured. Motherfucker, you get bit by, a snake or something. You get bit by, you get bit by something. Now you got a fever, and they gotta immediately come and get you. Or you mess your foot up or something, and now you have a infection, and now you got a fever or something like that. You got to get up out, and they be crying. These folks be crying because they don't want to leave. It's not the money. It's actually, I want to see if I can make it all the way to the end. And you got to know how to swim, because in order for you to get to the rescue place, you have to swim to it. Sometimes it's a boat. Sometimes you got to swim over to the other side of the island or something, and then then the bus is there. But when I tell you, it puts us in our primitive state. Anybody that does something like that, they're gonna be a different person when they leave. Definitely a different person. And you gotta eat. They be hungry as hell. So you got these vegans or these like the women are awesome. I gotta say, a lot of these women be awesome because they know how to get protein already. They ain't worried about it because they're gonna be eating on all kind of goddamn leaves and shit. They're gonna be eating ants. They're gonna be eating snails, slugs. They're gonna be eating all that shit. And guess what? They survive.
I'll eat berries and shit and coconut water.
They got another one like that if they got it. So some places you get lucky and they have stuff like coconut, but this is the thing. If you ain't got a machete, you just gonna be using that shit to try to crack other shit.
But Grace, here's the one group of people you may not ever see in that show. You may not ever see a sister in that show.
I've seen a couple of them.
You
ain't gonna see them too often. You ain't gonna see them too often.
There's no shoes. You walking in whatever on that earth. That's all you walking in.
I've only seen probably 2. Out of hundreds of episodes, I think I've only seen 2. You'll see the brothers all day. They be in there. And the good thing about the brothers, when they go to those very hot places, they cool. It'd be the white people be mad in the motherfucker, boy. They be like, God damn it, I'm getting burnt. They skin getting toe up. But the melinated brothers, boy, they be like, shit, I'm glad I'm black.
That's that built-in sunscreen.
Yeah, buddy. I'm telling you. But yeah, that just to watch it in that primitive state, it really gives you a insight on a lot of things on us as human beings, how that shit tap in. They got another one too where people could be hunting. They had this one I was watching. This dude killed a bison. Oh man, that was like the biggest kill ever. I'm like, that's steak forever. The only problem was that there was a bear that was coming and stealing his meat. he was injured. So he couldn't carry, he was like probably about a half a mile away from where he killed the bison. And he couldn't take all the meat to his campground where he was camped out at. And the bear, every time, and the bear looking at him, and this was a grizzly. The bear looking at him, he looking at the bear. The bear, all he said, I see him right over there. So the bear looking at him. Every time he'd go and take some of his supplies and take the, like he cut the fur and stuff, he comes back. He tried to hide the food. And he did a great job in hiding it. But the bear ended up finding it, and the bear ended up taking more and more food. Now we talking about, this bison was probably about 300 pounds. This man knew how to slaughter the bison, cut it and everything. I was like, where did they find this cat at? Where the hell did they find somebody that can actually slaughter something like that? He did a great job at it, but every time he came back, that bear was like taking it, and then the bear eventually took all this goddamn shit.
Damn.
But he was trying to he was trying to kill the bear, but he didn't want to agitate him. So it ain't killing a bear is not like killing a bison. You know, he got the bison with one, because you get a bow. And he had the bow, and he got the bison with one shot. Right through the heart too. I said, wow, that guy is really, really good. But after you kill it, then what do? A lot of people don't know how to do stuff like that. He skinned it and he slaughtered it. I was like, who does shit like that? I was like, these guys are out cold with it. It was a female that was like that too. And it was very extremely cold. And she was trying to fish. So she built a canoe with the shit that she had. She got a little bit out of the ways of the canoe. The goddamn canoe started to sink. She hurried up, and this is the thing. It was below, I think it was like 17 below. 17 below, and she almost fell in the water. Would have been it. Been over. She was crying like a mother. She was like, I'm hungry. I haven't eaten in a week. And then she ended up figuring out how to fish, and man, I was like, wow, man. I don't know. I don't think I can do it. I thought that I would be able to, because I'm like, yeah, I mean, I wasn't. I was in the Army, and we still had chow halls and shit everywhere we went. So
yeah, but you guys are military. You're embedded survival skills and are trained, and you know,
not like that. I'm gonna tell you, when I see some of the shit that they do, I'm like, I'm not, and like to survive, you have to be. I've been in civilian. We've been in civilian world so much. I'm telling you, you would have these people. They eat some of the most. We think it's the nastiest shit in the world because we just don't eat it. It's bugs and slugs and all these things, which is way better for us than the shit that we eat. Ain't that some crazy shit? But you just can't get your palate to. I can't do it. They was eating worms and shit, and I was just like, I can't do it. But I guess if you gotta survive, you got a different mindset.
And Grace, here's the one difference from being on a military base and you out there roughing it. It's protected.
Yeah,
all the dangerous stuff has already been run off. You might have to worry about maybe a little scorpion or some landing on an ant mound or something, but that's the mosquitoes.
Yeah, sand snake or something like that. Yeah, it's you.
In the actual wilderness. Listen,
yeah,
you never want to run up on a bear, or you don't want a bear to run up on you.
Nah.
And unfortunately, when you so used and comfortable that living in the cities and having your dinner tables, some people are a little messy with their food, and a bear can smell food a few miles away.
Mm-hmm.
And a bear can run 30 miles per hour.
Yeah.
So while you stumbling over sticks and rocks and shit, this bear is on your ass.
Yeah.
So I've always said I would never go camping. I don't care about no camping or nothing. Since I've been out,
I love camping.
I can't do it because the last thing I want to do is be face to face with a bear, and he hit me with one of them long ass 6-inch talons and slap me across my face. And y'all looking at me.
The bear is not who you have to be scared of running across. See, the bear is what you'll be scared of when you leave, right? Like if you have a campground What I'm more scared of with bears is that they're gonna tear my shit up when I leave. Because when you there, normally these ain't nothing but brown bears anyway, and a lot of them are not that big. Not like they can be. Like you ain't gonna run up on no 18-footer. You know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna run up on no 12-footer or nothing like that. You'll run up on something that's probably about the height of me or Trey. I guess that's still big. That's still tall. But you got smaller brown bears. They're not really that big. But I'm not scared of running into them because they're just as scared of me as I am of them. It's when I'm gone. If your car, I done seen some people get their car vandalized by some damn bears. The bear done opened up, the door was locked, and the bear just tore the door off, bust the windows by tearing the windows off because they got those claws. And they would tear your whole car up, take your damn seats and shit out. They'd just take your steering wheel off. That's how strong they are. I'm scared of those damn pigs, wild boars.
Oh, the wild boars.
Yeah, wild boars will.
If I go camping, I'm taking my MP 9mm Glock 40 caliber with hollow points. That's what I'm taking.
Yeah, I've always that. The last time I went, I ain't went in a while, but the last time I went, I took both my guns. I should have got me a shotgun.
And as long as it's when not cold weather, I'm good.
You in that cold weather. But you said 72 degrees is cold weather. Though.
I shake at 72 degrees. Yep, it's crazy. That's why I don't mind anymore dating fat guys because they keep me warm. What? You 300 pounds? Okay, you good.
Okay. Oh, you got a lot of heat.
All right, guys, we are at 5. I have never been this long before. You guys have taken me to the what is it that they used to say in Star Trek, where no area has been explored before. So, with that being said, let's wrap it up and do our final thoughts because I have a pretty lengthy. I even write my final thoughts down because I want it to be. Perfected.
Trey, that's women stuff, ain't it? Women write stuff. Women that have order, that's what they do. They write everything down. That's what they take notes on everything. They be like,
I don't want to forget any thoughts. I'm an index card queen, and I have all different sizes for my list. For everything that I do, I have an index card.
When you go grocery shopping, do you make a line grocery list?
Yes.
Yeah. I tried that. I can't do it.
What I hate the most is that I take the time to do a grocery list and then I forget it at home. That pisses me off. Or I leave it in the car and I try. I don't always stick to the list, but I try because now with groceries being so high, I don't want to repeat. If I have it at the house already, But with everything that's going on in this world today, I keep water. I got it on subscription on Amazon. My Fiji water.
You get Fiji? Okay.
Yes. I make my coffee with regular grocery store water, but this is what I drink, Fiji.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So with that being said, JT, thank you for coming on tonight. I really appreciate it. I think next week I'm doing one. I got 2 more. There's actually 5 Thursdays in the month of February. I'm okay. So I think if I can get with my credit coach, I'm either going to do the importance of good credit, but I'm definitely going to do one about mentoring.
Okay.
That's how I met Black Unfiltered. Hank, he's like, if you want to talk to somebody who's really good about mentorship, get with Black Men Unfiltered. And that's how that whole thing started.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I just think that it's important that it takes a village. You know what I'm saying?
No
so
doubt.
mentorship is important, and I learned a lot about. I became a mom, a nurse, a babysitter. When you coach these kids and you're around them for so long, you tend to love them like they were your own. And I ended up mentoring a lot of these girls and boys. So tell me your final thoughts on everything we talked about tonight. And then make sure you let people know where we can find you, because this was like your official first time that you were on the show, and
Absolutely.
I want my embracers to embrace you.
All right. So yeah, one of the things that really I was thinking about was um like when you had your guest on, and what he was talking about as far as like entrepreneurship and being able to help folks, and a lot of ways that it sounds like what he was talking about was literally something that is kind of like grassroots, right? It's something where once you start doing certain things, whether it's him or someone else that's trying to help other people build business, and you have to be able to invest. That is, it's crazy for people to think that when someone is helping you and they're giving you valuable information, that you won't be willing to pay for it. I never understood that. That's how we do commerce. You give me something valuable, in exchange I give you something valuable. The latest thing about it now is that a lot of people have to be unafraid to charge. If people find your stuff valuable, they're going to pay for it. I'm seeing what people are doing now, where you know how many people buy t-shirts? People buy t-shirts. You know why they buy t-shirts? Because it does something. It's valuable to them. So imagine someone that's giving you credit counseling, or someone that is actually helping you how to clean up your credit, or how to make money, how to start a business, LLC. Someone that's telling you the difference between the different types of businesses, grassroots. That's valuable. We should be able to do the same thing for that. That's why the ideal of super chats and donating to people's social media, that is a great ideal, because what it's showing us is how to build a community. There's no way that we can build a community if people are not willing to pay for something that is valuable. I don't know where people get this whole free thing. Commerce and what do they call it? It's called
barter system.
Barter. Yes, bartering. When that's what bartering is. You have to be able to exchange. We have to be able to exchange valuables. Sometimes it's going to be money, sometimes it's going to be something else. If you got a t-shirt company, I have a business and I'm sponsoring you, guess what? You give me 5 t-shirts, I put your business on my platform. If I got a huge platform, why wouldn't you do something like that, right? It's the same thing in the communities that we have right now. So like what you was asking before, is it feasible for a person that is rich, that came from like a neighborhood that wasn't as what is it? They're not as what do they call it? Affluent, right? Or they come from the hood and they leave. They have options, right? They have options. They can build a community, bring the people to that community, or go back to the community that they came from and build from there, right? All depends. But you definitely have to have a community if you want to survive. If you want your people to survive, we have to do it. There's no getting around it. That's not the option. You have to have a community if you want to survive, if you want your lineage. And when we say we survive, we're not talking about us personally. We're talking about everything that comes from us, even if they're not just through birth. But if I'm a mentor, like you was a basketball coach, something came from that, right? And it wasn't for you, it was for the other person and people that you have no idea. So if you help build that person to be a great person, you're doing it for a lot of other people, for millions of other people, because they're going to build great people, and it just keep going. What I'm saying is this: when we're talking about this whole thing of building a community, we have to look at it like this: the circle of life. It's the gift that keeps on giving. So everything that we do, we should be able to do it for the greater good. not for our own personal use. We got personal shit we can do. That's why we go to movies, because we want to laugh. That's why we listen to music, because we want to feel a certain way. But when we're talking about something like building businesses, guess what? This is not just about us. We got to get out of the single, what you call it, the individuality, right?
Mm-hmm.
Once we get out of individuality, that's when the shit is going to really be prosperous. And there are communities out here that are being built. We just don't see it because it's not being broadcast strongly enough. So I'm gonna end it right there.
And where can we find you, JT?
You can find me at What We Know Podcast. I was doing Saturday nights. I don't know if I want to do Saturday nights. I might do a Sunday afternoon or something like that, or Saturday afternoon or something like that. I don't know. And then I'll probably do a couple of pop-ups on Saturday or something like that. I like going on other people's platform on Saturday, and it's just a lot of work when I do it on Saturdays, and I get exhausted on Sunday. So I'm gonna start doing something in the daytime. You can also find me on Wednesday nights on Black Man Unfiltered. What We Know Wednesday. Yesterday we did a show. It was really, really good. And I like doing my shows like I don't know where they're gonna end. I start them off one way and then it ends another way. Man, we just have a good time like that. I love it when people come over to the platform. And it's about to be a lot more structured because I like doing video reactions. So I think I'm just going to have a segment where I do some video reactions and then I just bring the panel up. I love just having conversations because we be over there. We be wilding, man. We be over there wilding.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, and whenever you get a chance to come up, you be trying to act like you kind of shot something, man. I be like, you come up on Tuesdays.
Now, last night I was watching the show, but then I had a meeting with Mr. Williams at 10:15.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You know, and then I tried to go back to your show, and then I passed out because I had to be at work at 7. I'm like, oh.
Yeah, listen. You see what we just did? We just did 5. I did 5 hours on there, and I was so doggone tired this morning. But I like doing this. I ain't gonna even lie. I like doing this. I like being able to, kick it with the people and stuff like that. I mean, that's just basically what it is. I like having this as a part of my life. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you. I hear you. Well,
thank
you again. I know we're gonna collab soon on a couple things.
Absolutely.
So we're there. Trey Ferg, ever since we was on the show Groomings and Reviews, you've been rocking with me, and I appreciate it. So what's your final thoughts of everything that we talked about tonight?
I mean, when it comes down to changing the dynamic for your particular family, as far as creating the wealth that you all seek, it's going to start with you really doing your research, finding out what's the best path for you and your family based off your income. It doesn't take a lot of money. You can start with $2 a day, $5 a week, whatever you have. It doesn't have to be a large amount. Look at it for the long haul. It's not a quick fix. You want to be in it for the long haul, and you do it for yourself. And don't tell everybody your plans before you start doing it, because then you set yourself up for those leeches to come begging money that they want and they don't need. So be careful. Sit down with your children. Give them as much information as you can. If you don't know it, learn that together. Allow the children to read it out loud so they can see the picture of what it is that you're trying to do. If you cannot be afraid, do not move out of fear, just move with caution. Be aware of everything around you, the friends that you bring into your home, the spirits that you bring into your home, who's around your children, who's the voice in your children's ear. Be conscious and aware of all of these things. Also, just treat people with grace. Treat everything with persons, place, and things. Treat them with respect. Treat them with respect. Just because it doesn't have to mean nobody have to earn it. just because. It has nothing to do with them. It's all about you. Because if you're looking for certain blessings and certain things to be afforded to you in your life, you have to be open and willing to receive them. And always point the finger when not. As far as where you can find me, I've been having a great time on Wednesdays with the one-on-one sports show on Black Men Unfiltered. We go from 8 to about 9:15, 9:20. And look, we always usually get out so we can get over to JT wild ass Wednesday. Also, I'm starting to just find my space in this YouTube space. I have a channel also. I was going to ask if I can put it in the chat.
Of course.
What?
Now the name
I didn't know you had a channel. I saw the back chat. I'm like, you got a channel?
It's new, and the name means something because I am a player coach. I've spent a lot of years coaching and mentoring and working with high school and middle school, elementary school, however you look at it, depends on where you live. And I've been a part of that game that everyone seems to be fumbling the ball on. I was very successful in playing. So now I am a player coach because I know that I have a lot to offer, and I'm not doing it for the money because catch me if you can, if you know what I mean. But believe me, I just learned from my travels, my people that I've met. Just respect people, always treat people with grace. Everything that people say, it doesn't have to stick to me. It doesn't have to apply. And I'm going to always try to represent myself and my family to the best of my ability, despite what I go through. I just recently lost my father, and he was the head. And now here I am standing 10 toes down, trying to just be the best example that he taught me to be. So, with that, Grace, I appreciate, just sharing that space and being, I know sometimes when I give the things that I give, it may not always come out soft and tender, but my heart is always.
Oh, we could handle that over here. We welcome that. We embrace that over here. Because
folk can handle it, but if I can just bottle some of the great experiences that we had when we were younger and just give it to these younger folk, I think that they will see life in a more positive light. It's unfortunate that most of them mind always go to the derogatory and the let down portion of it. But
I just have a hard time dealing with it when it comes from a woman. It's like, a lot of people ask me, do you even like women? I said, I tolerate them, but some of their ways and their behaviors really irks me. Like, I can't stand to hear a bunch of women laughing. They sound like crackling hens to me, and it irks me. Why do you have to be so loud? Why does the whole restaurant have to know that you're here? I mean, I know it's petty. It's just little things that does irk me, but I do appreciate my lady embracers. I looked at my analytics, and it's 50-50 now. Before it was all, mostly men, but I'm really glad. Lady Navarre, I want to say thank you so much. You have embraced me, and we had just become actually friends now. She's a moderator, and you all over the place. You are a great moderator because I see you all over, and I'm like, oh, there she goes. She right there. Sometimes it feels like I'm stalking her. Braxton, I appreciate you. You've been rocking with me for a long time from Angry Man's channel, and I appreciate you. And Dragon, you're new to the crew, but I appreciate you too. So with my final thoughts, I actually got this information from a Dr. Anthony Kellum from the Michigan Chronicles. And he speaks about the spending power of the black dollar stands at a staggering 1.7 trillion, reflecting immense potential for the community growth and economic empowerment. The financial strength, however, is underutilized, prompting a crucial need for increased and unconditional support within the African American community, aka Melinated community, In other words, my embracers, Black, melanated, minority people must support each other. The underrepresentation of support for Black-owned business becomes a hindrance to the community's growth. It's time to recognize the power that lies within the community's economic choices and address the cancerous mentality that hampers progress. Supporting Black businesses is neither racist nor relevant. See, there's the R's and the V's. Revolutionary.
There you go.
It should be viewed as a commonplace and essential practice, straightforward and proven over time. However, it is often overlooked, downplayed, and portrayed as radical. By simply embracing and prioritizing buying from Black-owned establishments, one can bring collective benefits to everyone. So as always, guys, embrace yourself and embrace each other. Thank you for coming. I appreciate you guys. I'm I'm always peeking in on Barbershop Friday nights. You know, I was allowed to speak one night there, and I got off right away because I didn't want to outdo my welcome. But thank you for coming, guys. This is my record now, 527. You know, so you guys hold the record with Embrace.
Absolutely.
So thank you guys, and I will definitely see you guys on these YouTube streams. Take care and have a good night.
All right, I'll see you
later. Bye, guys.
All right now.
See you later.